Hey there, folks. How's it going, man? This morning was a mess, Lord. Oh, had some internet issues. We could not get set up today, so I got in here. Whew, man, didn't think it was gonna work there for a minute. Oh, I do. So how's it going this morning? It has been a crazy one. Last night, it started last night. I mean, everything has been crazy over the last day. We had uh, we had three attempts actually to flag down the last live stream and copyright claim it. Just like I said, I feel like everything in its mama was conspiring. So I finally am set, ready to go. I'm uh, I'm making sure I get the chat pulled up and everything. We're still on time though. We're good to go. That's why I give us 30 minutes in case there's a problem. You know, always gonna have a buffer. But yeah, yesterday. So here's a beautiful thing that's going on too. So apparently the what are they called? The Associated Press UK is trying to claim this trial for itself. They're like, hey, I got it. It's mine. Rhonda R. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Emma, thanks for the super chat there. Don't scare us like that. Hey, it scared you. It scared me today. I was like, no, it's never gonna work. Raquel, thanks for the 5. A Tug. Show the chat my painting. You have permission to do so. Just leave out my email. Cheers. I have to pull it up. I'm not set to show anything this morning. I'll have to find it real quick. Maybe I'll show it in the morning for the next one. That way. That way, I can that. What's going on? Well, we're who's claiming the trial? The Associated Press is. So I'll show you this. This is beautiful. It's not theirs either. It's not anybody's, but they were claiming they filed three copyright hits for this trial. Check it out here. Give me 1 second. So they're filing. Look at that. Associated Press UK. Three times they tried. Now, what did they claim on it? You might be wondering. They claimed testimony by Johnny Depp's agent. That belonged to them, apparently. It's like, no, it doesn't. They claimed the bodyguard's testimony. That's the problem with the platform here. But what it does is even if they approve the live stream for monetization, which good luck with that. It means that these places here, they try to take the monetization for it. It's such a mess here. I'm like, yeah, welcome to the idea that they won't even let me have the monetization on it anyway. This is brought to you by anyone that backs the thing with super chats and on. So it does not like it works there. Carl, thanks for the Carl. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs. Doug. Man, though, it's funny though. Like I said, they filed three claims though. They didn't just file one claim. The Associated Press. The Associated Press claimed, like I said, Johnny Depp's agent. They claimed the testimony of. They claimed the testimony of. Let me look. I can't remember which person exactly. Oh, the bodyguard. Yeah, that's it. The bodyguard there, and they claimed one other thing. I think it was the B-roll coming in, which is like what? Hey, Bass Kino, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. Emma, thank you for the super chat there. What are your predictions today? I have no idea what's up for today. After yesterday, I'll tell you what. After yesterday, I trust nothing with what happens with the trial as far as witness predictions. Yesterday everybody and their mama kept saying that Amber Heard was going to take the stand, and you know what? That didn't happen. So Today, I think we have more witnesses for JD. I figured, I've been hearing some rumor about how certain people that I thought were actually going to be witness today, they're not going to be on there, which I think is strange. Like certain witnesses might not actually end up taking the stand. Certain witnesses might not actually end up talking about this. It's been a crazy morning anyway. So I put out a video this morning too. I put out a video at 6 o'clock, and apparently, there's a breakdown of how a video does. You get like a breakdown behind the scenes, and in the breakdown for that video, apparently it sent out no notifications whatsoever. 180,000 people and not one notification click. So, because it does breakdowns for that. So it's just like I said, it's been an interesting day in a lot of different ways. But the trial, like I said, we managed to get everything set up in for that. I was like, oh my God, come on. Caleb Price, thanks for the two. Insert AP singing Lazy Town on Mindsong, indeed. Reva, thanks for the 5. Morning, Tug. You mentioned the cat lady t-shirt, slapping a cat called Muffins, maybe a cat collar tag on a kitty. Keep up the good work. Yeah, we were thinking about making one. By the way, let me just mention this really fast there too. If you wanna help out the channel, there is one way we can truly help out the channel, and we have a book. I will link it in the description, but that is our way of combating the worthless industries that allowed this nonsense to happen. Let me drop that into the chat there. Bam. You can check that out. What a trial, though. I mean, yesterday we had admissions that JD actually lost $22.5 million, and he lost Pirates 6, which we have footage that has come up. So let me pull this up and get it set and situated. You have Amber Heard squawking to her terrible freaking little miniature monster of a cat lady. I swear. Like every time they show the cat lady, she looks like more and more angry or mean. And there's always something. You know what I mean? Always something. So here we go. Let me set that up there. There we go. That's the way I want it there. I put a little subscribe button over another button that was down there anyway. So you'll notice that new edition this morning. We should have like that Umbrella Guy edition later on. There's no sound yet. Again, they're just getting broadcast set up. So like I said, we are perfectly on time. Whew. Man, I do not like mornings like that. Hey, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to the Tuggernauts. Thank you for that. A lot to say. Thanks for the 2. She wants to throw Johnny's case on deadline. Yeah, she's definitely. So actually, I brought up something today that really is a good question. I think it's come from a lot of people. When you think about the PR team, so we found out yesterday the PR team, she had a PR team change, right? Okay, if you look at all of the statements about the PR team, there's all these questions about, or all these statements about her not liking the news coverage, so she had to fire her PR team. Well, there's a problem in that statement. How does she know what her news coverage is like? Like, she shouldn't notice. She shouldn't know any of that, right? Like, she's not supposed to be keeping up with this outside of the courtroom. So that's a big no-no. Like, that's a huge no-no. So, that's a good way to lose your case right there. Firing your PR team in the middle of it because you don't like your headlines. That says that you know what the headlines are. Loving her, thanks for the 2. Let's go, Tug. More cringe. Cross-examinations, exactly. We actually have the nurse will be the first up today, too. So that should be an interesting discussion this morning. Josh, thanks for the 5. Everyone looking forward to turd take and stand. I'm more curious to see your friend's credibility. If believable at all, in cross-examination destroying them, that's true. I think it'll be really funny to watch. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 5. Comic spoiler, the Lotus Umbrella is missing. She fell into a stream of, rather a vat of amic cream. Yeah, exactly. Corrupted, thanks for the 5. Everyone, please hit the like button. The more you thumbs up a video, the better and safer Tug will be. Thank you for everything you do, Tug. Thank you for that. Yes, if you would actually tell people that we are live today. And also make sure to tell people that this is out there by liking it. Make sure that broadcast goes out to everyone. That definitely helps for sure, too. Heather Robert, thanks for the 5. Get your muffins and mega pints. Slap on the Amica cream and hop on the couch. Time for the show, indeed. Thanks for the 10 there. Wow, what a bunch of BS you go through for us. Internet, crazy stalkers, and copyright. Please keep up. Yeah, we have 7 copyrights so far. Please keep up and thank you. 7 copyrights on different items. Again, what's really annoying about it, and this is, they don't own this broadcast. Like, this is a broadcast that is brought to you not by whatever outlet that's out there. It's brought to you by, this is a public trial. Nobody owns the public trial. None of these broadcasts belong to anyone. Tarantula Ravenwood, thanks for the 2. Our new PR guy is the bald guy, 3rd row. Actually, there's a rumor. Okay, so here's something interesting. Now, again, I haven't covered this yet because I have not confirmed this, but I was looking on Instagram at one of the accounts that covers the trial, and they were noting how JD, or rather how the guy, the PR dude, had been kicked off of certain app sites because he's a predator. But now, again, that's just a very rumor. I haven't seen it. They say they have proof. I haven't seen it yet, so we'll see. That'd be very interesting if they are, huh? Carol Ann Starr, thanks for the $13.99. Appreciate that. You're doing an amazing job, Tug. Thank you for that. Thank you for showing up, people, too, for real. You definitely help out there, for sure. Otherwise, I'll be broadcast into emptiness. Phantom Freeze, thanks for the 5. How likely do you think JD will win? Do you think Amber is testifying today?
Good morning.
I don't know.
All right. Are we ready for the jury today, or do we have any preliminary matters? Okay, if you want to approach with the exhibits. Which ones do you have for me?
Sherry Goodman, thanks for the 5 there. Keep it up. Thank you for that. They're doing preliminary, so I'm still talking. Thank you, Jasper. Thanks for the 5. I feel like Amber's lawyers have gotten away with way too much, especially after yesterday. I agree. I definitely agree. I think there should have been some issues yesterday that came up. How likely? I don't. We'll talk about that in break, okay? We'll talk about, again, there's 3 requisite items for them to win, and we'll talk about where we are with that, okay? It's a good question, actually, a harder question. We need to do a bingo card. So I think that'll be fun. Allie, thanks for the 2 there. New fan, just wanted to show my support. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Love my PR people. Thanks for the 2 there. This is the only channel I tune into for info on JD. Appreciate that for sure. Actually, there's 2 other channels that, there's a couple of people I trust for sure.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay, thank you.
For videos, I definitely check out Yellow Flash. I go on there Saturday nights too, and Popcorn Planet does a good job with their stuff. Their breakdowns are really good, so I check them out as well. For sure. Like I said, if you would let people know that we're broadcasting. Again, I had some. We're running right on time with the broadcast, but we're running on the trial. But like I said, it has been an incredibly horrible morning to get this set up for this stuff. I feel like YouTube conspired against me I'm going to probably turn on subscriber mode in just a minute. That way the insanity will keep the bots and stuff out. If you're not subscribed to the channel, just hit the subscribe button and you'll be able to comment and everything. Okay. Brian, thanks for the 10 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Are we ready to continue with the witness on deposition?
All right,
Yes, Your Honor. The remaining portion of the deposition
This is
video,
the
Aaron
nurse.
Filati, will include the questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Aaron Filati. Okay. I thought they were switching like right away, so I went quiet for a second. All right, here we go.
Professional responsibility to report or document suspected physical abuse of one of your patients?
If I witness or find out information of domestic or child abuse, yes.
And so what is that responsibility?
I need to notify superiors of the information I was provided with.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was the end of, excuse me, hang on one sec. Oh, I have it here. I'm just looking at my nursing notes. It looks like August 27th, 2014.
Okay, so can we please pull up the nursing notes, which I believe are Exhibit 2? Okay, I'd like to, while we have this document up, I'd like to go through this section that's called client history. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Was the information in this paragraph self-reported to you by Ms. Heard?
I just have a quick moment to review that and then I can answer that question.
Certainly.
Thank you. So to answer that question, I believe this was information given to me from Ms. Heard. I'm not positive, but I can say that anytime I refer or begin a sentence with client states or client reports, those I can confirm, you know, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume most information came from Ms. Heard, but I can't rule out that I didn't get any information from the treating physician in preparation either.
And I think you, would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Heard?
This information, if it was information I received from Dr. Kipper, I would have had that information probably prior to meeting her. But anytime that I said states and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client history when I meet a client.
Go down a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. CT client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple years, but was unable to report exact dates. Do you see what do you see that where I'm referring to?
Yes, I see that.
And that's something that you would have written?
Yes.
Okay. And this is also information that you believe Ms. Heard would have reported directly to you?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this, but I would have to refer to my notes that says the client reports it. So the assumption would be made that she provided me with that information.
So it says, it goes on to say, CT does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, this is based off of your notes, something that Ms. Heard reported to you, correct?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of that. I would refer again that in that particular sentence you're referring to, I used the verbiage of she reports, meaning Ms. Heard reports. So I would make the assumption that she reported that information to me.
In the time that Ms. Heard was your patient, do you recall seeing her consume wine?
Yes.
Is this self-report of 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day consistent with your recollection?
I don't recall her drinking red wine every time I saw her, so I can't confirm that each time I saw her she would drink 1 to 3 glasses. I don't recall her drinking every time I saw her.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard appear intoxicated from drinking alcohol?
I don't recall her being intoxicated.
Okay, so moving on to the next sentence here, it says she reports a familial history of substance abuse. Both mother and father have abused and become dependent on stimulants, methamphetamine, opiates, and alcohol. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And the she here, it refers to Ms. Heard?
that's correct.
Okay. So this is also something that Ms. Heard reported to you as far as your notes reflect.
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this. It appears that she did report that, but I don't remember.
So a couple sentences later here, it says, client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Do you see that sentence?
Yes,
And based off of this note and specifically the language that says client admits, you believe that this is something that Ms. Heard would have reported to you?
as you stated, because it says client admits, I would make that assumption.
What do you recall Ms. Heard saying about her history of anxiety issues?
I don't recall specifics. As I stated earlier in the morning, I remember a general anxiety with many issues in her life.
What do you recall Ms. Heard telling you about her codependence issues?
I have vague memory of discussing codependence issues within previous relationships. I couldn't give you specifics on that. I just sort of have a vague memory of discussing that.
That's
Do you
interesting.
have any non-specific recollections of Ms. Heard being angry or enraged?
Other than that time that I spoke about in London 2014, I didn't specifically witness anger and rage from Ms. Heard.
The next sentence here says her mood has been labile. Am I pronouncing that correct? So first of all, what does that mean?
Emotional lability is typically when emotions swing on a pendulum. You know, for example, you may see someone very sad at one moment and quickly transition to extreme happiness. It sort of swings from, like I said, sort of a pendulum.
And did you ever in the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did you ever personally witness this type of emotional ability?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. The next sentence says, client expressed concern to husband and Dr. Kipper that she's nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London, and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Do you recall learning this during your initial meeting with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall learning this during the initial meeting, but again, when I initially met Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, it was fairly brief because then after that we traveled to London. So I don't recall if I learned of this instantaneously or if that was gathered, throughout the next day or two, spending time with her.
Is this description of Ms. Heard having feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of Mr. Depp, is that consistent with your recollection when you were treating Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't say all the time that was an issue. I have a vague sense of those issues popping up throughout the years, but I wouldn't say that that was a constant theme.
But you do have recollections of that being an issue at some time while you were treating her.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Please go to the entry for August 29th, 2014. Okay, so in this note, I'd like to direct your attention to the section that starts with 2345. And specifically the first sentence, it says client RN and Debbie RN went to dinner together. You see that?
I do.
And Debbie RN is Debbie Lloyd, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going down a couple sentences here. It says, client verbalizes feelings of confusion as she feels fiance would like her to decrease / eliminate acting career and stay home. Do you see that? Do you remember having this specific conversation with Ms. Heard?
I don't remember specifically, but I do have a general recollection. No, I don't recall specifics.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Depp concerning Ms. Heard's acting career?
I have a sort of vague general memory of discussing that before. As to specific details, I don't think I can provide you with specifics, but it sounds familiar.
Did you ever have the impression that Mr. Depp wanted Ms. Heard to stop her or end her acting career?
I don't recall that being a sentiment.
Let's, if we could scroll down to the entry for September 2nd, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence in the middle of this entry. It says, RN and CT discuss CT's history and current relationship. CT reports difficulty with jealousy, issues, and anxiety around fiance's fame and ability to interact with females often. Did I read that correctly? And that's a note that you wrote, correct? Do you recall Ms. Heard expressing the sentiment to you?
Earlier, I don't recall that specifically. I do have a general sense of jealousy, anxiety issues popping up throughout the years, but I don't remember that specific discussion to give you anything deeper than that.
Let's please move on to the entry for September 4th, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to, this is also in the middle. It says CT ate dinner with RN at 2100 at restaurant.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. CT became frustrated with wait staff over miscommunication. CT calmly repeated herself to staff to resolve issue. CT expressed frustration over conflict to RN. RN reflected change in coping mechanisms as CT's previous coping skills involved impulsive anger and yelling. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident at all?
I wouldn't have said that I remembered this. In preparation for the deposition, when I was rereading through these notes, I have sort of a vague memory of this, but I think my notes here probably are more specific than what I exactly remember.
Let's actually go to the entry for September 21st, 2014, and yes, okay. Please take a moment and review this, and once you're done, the question is does this note reflect that incident in London that you just referred to?
To answer your question, yes, that is what I'm referring to.
It says down here at the bottom of the notes, client's fiance offered emotional support. Is that accurate to your recollection?
I don't recall. I would have to refer to my nursing note, as it's probably a lot more reliable than my current memory.
I believe you testified earlier, though, that you recall that Mr. Depp was present on this occasion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now we can move on to the entry for September 22nd. Okay, so this note begins, strike that. This starts with 0100. Is that 1 o'clock in the morning on September 22nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it starts, RN notified that client who requires assistance. Upon arrival, client noted to appear irritable, loud, and angry. Client screaming at times and appears agitated. Client's crying and states she got into a verbal argument with fiance after RN departure. Does this refresh your recollection at all about Ms. Heard having an outburst?
I don't know that it refreshes my memory. I would say it reflects my memory.
This is the same outburst in London that you had been previously referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall anything about what the fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was about that's reflected in this note?
I don't really recall. I remember a general sense of Ms. Heard being very upset that her phone was hacked because there was very sensitive information that was leaked from it. And I feel like she was having a difficult time calming after that. So what there was any verbal disagreements, I would assume it's in relation to that, but I just don't remember the specifics of what that disagreement was about.
It's about leaks, nude leaks, I'm sure.
Client states she feels fiance did not provide support to client. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I didn't recall that, but again, I would state that my notes are much more reliable than my current memory, and I think that probably speaks to your previous question.
Let's please go to the entries which from March 7th, 2015, which are on page with the base number 16952. Now, I think we looked at these entries earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the entry for March 7th, 2015, it says client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety, reports emotional lability. Do you recall Ms. Hurd reporting why she was feeling anxious at this time?
No, I don't recall the specific reason of why she is notifying me of that at this time.
So it says here that she notified you via text, right?
Right.
Directing your attention to the next note from March 8th, 2015. And I know you discussed this with Adam earlier, so I won't belabor this too much. But do you recall that at the time of this entry on March 8th, 2015, Ms. Hurd was in Australia?
I would make that assumption based upon my note for March 8th. I state that client will be returning to Los Angeles, accompanied by House Manager Ben. I'm paraphrasing there, but yes, I believe she was coming from Australia for this particular entry.
It says here RN plans to meet client upon arrival. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
And I think you testified to this earlier. You did see Ms. Hurd the next day when she arrived back in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the entry for March 9th, I refer to meeting her and her friends. So yes, I would have met her in person that day.
Do you recall how long you spent with Ms. Hurd that following day?
I don't recall. My note states that I met her for dinner at 2200, which military time would be 10 p.m. I don't recall how long I was with her. So I would assume a couple hours, but again, that I'm just making an assumption.
Do you recall observing any injuries to Ms. Hurd when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
No, I don't recall. I don't make note of it, but I don't recall either.
If Ms. Hurd had visible injuries, is that something that you would have documented in your nursing notes?
I would assume so.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd seeking any medical treatment from you when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
I don't recall.
If Ms. Hurd had sought medical treatment from you on that date, is that something you would have documented in your notes?
Perhaps if there were requests for medical treatment that differed from sort of day-to-day status, then yes, I might have put it in my notes if I hadn't discussed with Dr. Kipper, but I don't make any reference to it in this particular note.
Could we please pull up what should be in, I think I would have uploaded as document B. It bears the base numbers Lethality 0134. Is it 14? I think we covered this before, but just to confirm, Is this your email up at the top that says erinborum@hotmail.com? I'm sorry, did you respond?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, I'd like to direct your attention down to this email from David Kipper on March 9th, 2015. That starts out, Erin, love you too much. Do you recognize this email?
I believe I produced this in reference to the subpoena.
Do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall, but I do remember reviewing this. I don't think I reviewed it in preparation for today, but probably at the time of the document request. I think I probably reviewed this.
Directing your attention to the middle of the email, do you see where it says, I'm sure JD will let her know we are coming home. I want her to please not see him for a few days until we can get him organized with the hand surgeon and get his meds balanced. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And JD refers to Mr. Depp in this instance?
Yes.
And the her is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding at the time as to why Dr. Kipper didn't want Ms. Heard to see Mr. Depp for a few days?
I don't recall exactly. This might have been in reference to Australia when they, meaning Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, were separated. I would have to check the dates on that.
Turning back to your notes where Ms. Heard was returning from Australia on March 9th, 2015, does that orient you?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be the same time period.
Okay. And you alluded to an understanding that Dr. Kipper wanted Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard separated.
Yes.
And why did you, what was your understanding as to why they should be separated?
I don't recall specifics. I wasn't present in Australia at that time. I just remember a general sense of a big argument happening and the treatment team deciding that they should not be around each other. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles and Mr. Depp stayed in Australia. For how long, I don't recall.
The next bit here says, please use the excuse that Dr. Kipper insists that JD stay quiet without any distraction for the rest of the week while we get his medications organized and balanced. None of this will be accepted by her, but I will be very upset. You can tell her this. If there is any stress created by a visit, that's premature. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper was directing you to provide this excuse to Ms. Heard?
Yeah, and just the general sense that there was a major argument in Australia, which I wasn't present for, and separating because of that.
Did you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper stated that none of this will be accepted by Ms. Heard?
I would be speculating on that, but you know, we used joking terminology.
Based on your experience treating
They
Ms.
cut that
Heard
off
at this time in March of 2015, would you agree or did you agree with Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard would not accept not seeing Mr. Depp for a period of time?
I don't know specifically. As I think we talked about much earlier this morning, there was generally a sense of arguing, reconciling, and that sort of cycle happening frequently throughout their relationship.
If we could please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 2.
That's kind of crazy when you think about the admission. So she says that JD was
Could we
controlling.
please go back to the entries from March 2015 that are on the page with the base number 16952? Now, we covered this earlier, but it says in your March 9, 2015 entry, it says client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Directing your attention to the entry for March 10th, 2015, it says RN met client at home at 1600. Does that refresh your recollection that you did meet with her the next day?
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. However, I would refer to my nursing note.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes are accurate?
No.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard showed any injuries to you on that at that time?
No, I don't recall any injuries.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 2, which is the nursing notes, and specifically the entry for March 25th, 2015. Just go back up to the top of this entry for March 25th, please. And I just want to ask you about one more part of this. It says, states she is concerned about ability to trust fiance following argument on March 23rd, 2015. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Heard expressing concern about her ability to trust Mr. Depp?
I would say I have a generalized memory of there being, as I stated before, jealousy and anxiety issues, including mistrust within the relationship.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever telling you that she thought Mr. Depp was cheating on her?
No, I don't recall that specifically. I just, as I've said, have a general sense of remembering jealousy being an issue.
If we could, okay, I think, do you recall talking about visiting Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp for Thanksgiving earlier today?
Yes.
Does anything stand out in your mind as from that Thanksgiving dinner that you can recall?
Nothing really stands out other than it was, I sort of have a general sense of it being a really jovial, fun time together.
Do you recall how long you stayed at the dinner?
Not specifically, I would assume a few hours.
Could we please just quickly go to the note from November? This is in Exhibit 2, and then entry for November 26, 2015, which is on page 16954.
Please stand by.
Ms. Bellotti, directing your attention to the entry for November 26, 2015. You you recall seeing this entry earlier today?
Yes,
And I believe you testified that this is the entry from the Thanksgiving dinner that you spent with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
I believe it is.
Do you see in the middle where it says JD appeared calm and coherent?
I do.
Is that accurate to your recollection of that evening?
Again, I don't remember that specifically, but I just remember a general sense of it being a fun, happy evening.
So this is consistent with your recollection of that evening.
I would make that assumption.
And you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note, correct? Directing your attention to the December 17th, 2015 entry. Will you just take a minute and read this over and confirm whether strike that. Do you recall going and visiting Ms. Heard on December 17th, 2015?
I remember it in so much as my nursing notes regarding this night. I can't say that I recall much more than I have here, but I do remember visiting her.
It says here that the client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you, other than the blood on Ms. Heard's lip, do you recall seeing any other injuries to her on that date?
I don't recall other than what I state.
Do you recall examining Ms. Heard's lip at all?
I don't think I examined it other than a visual examination. I didn't physically examine her lip.
The note says here, client also stated her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. RN briefly looked at client's scalp, but was unable to visualize hematomas client had described. Is that what you wrote in your note?
Yes.
If you had observed the bruises or hematomas that Ms. Heard had described, would that have been reflected in your note?
Would assume, but again, I'm not trained in looking for those types of injuries, which is why my note continues that I encourage her to be seen by a professional that is trained to do so.
Can we drop down to the next page? And this is just the end portion of this note. It says here, RN reminds client to hydrate with oral fluids and to limit abstain from alcohol. Client was consuming red wine with RN left, but assured RN she would consume in moderation. Is that what you wrote in your note?
It is, and I believe I miswrote there. Probably it should say client was consuming red wine when RN left, not with, just to clarify.
Why would you advise Ms. Heard on this occasion to limit, or why did you advise Ms. Heard to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion?
I don't recall why I would be speaking to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion.
To confirm, based on your nursing notes, you were aware that Ms. Heard claimed to have been injured by Mr. Depp in December of 2015, right?
Correct.
And you went and actually saw her shortly after that alleged incident, correct?
Not that same day, but possibly the following day, I believe.
And you, on that occasion, you observed that she had a bloody lip, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that that was a result of the altercation with Mr. Depp, right?
Right.
If she had had any other injuries on that occasion, would you have recorded them in your nursing notes?
Make that assumption based upon my other notes that reference the blood on her lip.
Could we go back to Exhibit 2 in the nursing notes for April 21st, 2016? Which was this number? Which is on case number 16957. Where it says, RN socialized with JD for 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable. Thought process logical and clear. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's accurate? That's an accurate description of Mr. Depp on that date?
Jessica, I apologize. Can you just use your cursor to help me see the note that you were just reading?
Sorry, I actually don't have control of it, but it's down towards the middle. It says RN socialized with JD at times 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable.
Oh, yes, I see it. Thank you.
Thought process logical and clear. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question regarding that?
Do you have any reason to doubt that that's an accurate description of how Mr. Depp appeared to you on April 21st, 2016?
I have no reason to doubt it. I would stand by my notes.
You knew that Mr. Depp was being treated for substance abuse issues by Dr. Kipper and Nurse Deputy Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp had appeared intoxicated on this occasion, is that something that you would have documented?
If it had been outwardly visible for either client, I would have made reference to that.
If we could go back to the nursing notes, Exhibit 2, please. And if we could go down to the entry for May 11. Ms. Lottie, we looked at this, you looked at this entry earlier today, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to just a couple lines down, it says, client discussed her birthday trip to Coachella Music Festival. Trip was April 22nd, 2016 through April 24th, 2016. Client admits to illicit drug use during the trip and states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was, quote, high for at least 24 hours straight, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall, well, first of all, do you recall Ms. Heard relaying this to you?
I don't recall these specifics that I state here in the note, but I remember sort of a conversation talking about the trip after they had returned.
And this starts out, client admits to illicit drug use. So am I correct that this is, based on these notes, this is something Ms. Heard reported to you directly?
Again, I don't remember these specifics. However, my usage of client admits refers to the client reporting something to me.
Had Ms. Heard ever admitted to illicit drug use to you before this time?
I believe in reference to my nursing notes from when I first met her, she alluded to previous substance use.
It says here, RN reminded client that illicit drug use will not be tolerated by medical staff and that any medications or drugs that are not prescribed can interfere and cause adverse effects with her prescribed medication. Client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA on May 9th, 2016, at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall Ms. Heard laughing in response to your reminder about illicit drug use?
No, I don't recall that.
In your time caring for Ms. Heard, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse her? Did you ever see Ms. Heard physically abuse Mr. Depp? Did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp in the time that you cared for her?
No, I did not witness that.
In the time that you treated her, did you ever see Ms. Heard lose her temper?
As we talked about previously, the one incident that I can remember is in London, 2014. Yes, 2014, in regards to her phone being hacked and sensitive material being leaked.
Did you ever feel that Ms. Heard was hostile towards you at any time during your treatment of her?
No.
Did you ever feel like she was ignoring attempts by you to contact her?
Yes, I have a general memory of not often, I should, excuse me, I misspoke, of that happening on more than one occasion where I would reach out and not get a response. I remember feeling frustrated by that.
When had you treated domestic violence victims prior to this time?
The time that I worked with them was in nursing school. I don't want to say the specific place for confidentiality reasons, but it was for domestic violence victims. Sort of a safe house.
Ms. Lottie, do you remember when you were treating Ms. Heard that at some point she had a cyst on her eyelid?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you remember that you had a procedure to have that cyst removed?
Yes.
And was that a surgical procedure to your recollection?
From what I recall, that was handled at an outpatient surgical center. Other than that, I don't know the details of that specific process.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard had any marks around her eye after having that procedure?
I don't recall. I remember a topical ointment being applied, but I don't recall if there were marks on her eye or not.
At this point, the questioning switches back to counsel for Ms. Heard.
All right, thank you.
Huh, so she had a
You
surgery.
said Pilates 93?
Yes.
Okay. And this is another picture of Amber from May 21st, 2016.
Correct. This is a picture of Ms. Heard.
And Amber sent you this text on May 21st, 2016.
I believe so, based on the timestamp.
And the same for this picture on the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her.
Correct.
And the same for this page, the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her on May 21st.
Yes.
When you saw Amber on December 17th, 2015, and you spoke about that, how long were you with her? Do you recall?
Don't recall. I would assume, based on the fact that I stopped by briefly, maybe an hour or two.
Okay. Did you go inside her house, or were you outside the door?
From what I recall, I was inside
Okay.
the penthouse, yes.
By the way, when you saw Amber on December 17th, was she wearing makeup or not? Do you recall?
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall.
All right, thank you. Before we get to the next witness, could I have counsel approach on the plaintiff's 46?
Okay, so those pictures are the same pictures the police said were not injuries. It's fascinating about the sty thing. I'd like to know the date on the sty surgery, because they didn't apply any information about that. You know, actually, there was a lot of information with her. Yeah, you have to remember with the nurse, they're talking about notes from 2014 through 2016. I mean, you've got 6 years in there. So I always feel like the nurses too, I feel like they avoid answering because I think they're afraid of damaging their high profile careers. That's just my opinion. I think a lot of people dance around the
46
subjects.
is evidence. Your next witness? Yes, sir,
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Nissen?
Honor. Plaintiff calls Michael Spindler.
All right, Mr. Spindler? Yes.
I'm not sure who Michael Spindler is. Again, you have a lot of witnesses about career damage and on, so I'm not sure who all of those people are. They have turned on the Fargo wood chipper again. So I would advise Mr. Spindler to watch himself, because apparently they are grinding up former witnesses. Every time these people come in, they turn on whatever that is, and it's a horrible sound. It's like, yes, we get that this is some kind of boomer nightmare.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Michael Spindler.
Where do you live?
I live in the Los Angeles, California area.
What's your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant.
What do you mean by forensic accountant?
Well, a forensic accountant does accounting work that is a bit more investigative in nature. So it's essentially taking a look at business records and accounting records in connection with some form of business issue.
How long have you worked in that field?
I've been a forensic accountant full-time since 1990.
What did you do before that?
Before that, I spent about 10 years doing auditing of financial statements.
Can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I graduated in 1981 from the State University of New York at Albany with a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and a minor in economics.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Who's your employer?
B. Riley Advisory Services.
What's B. Riley Advisory Services?
It's a national forensic accounting boutique firm that does forensic accounting, business valuations and appraisals, and bankruptcy and restructuring work.
How long have you been employed at B. Riley?
Since January of 2015.
What did you do for work prior to B. Riley?
Well, it's a long career, so I'll give you the highlights. I spent about 30 years with national accounting firms as partner at 2 different firms, and also was involved with a couple of forensic accounting boutique firms.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications?
I do.
What are they?
I'm a certified public accountant with licenses from 6 states: New York, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and Hawaii. I'm also certified in financial forensics. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I'm accredited in business valuation and a certified anti-money laundering specialist.
Do you participate in any professional organizations?
I do.
What are those?
Well, I've had leadership positions in a couple of them. I'll mention the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter, and I'm currently on their board. I've been actively involved with the California Society of CPAs. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter. It had 11,000 members at the time. Was also on Cal CPA Council, which is kind of their board of directors, and also member of the board of trustees of the Cal CPA Education Foundation.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 100 times, roughly. About half of that in trials and arbitrations.
What's your typical role in those cases?
Typically, it can take a number of forms, but commonly I will testify with respect to damages.
Have you done any film industry work?
Yes, I have.
What was that?
I've done work involving all the major film studios, and I've also done work on behalf of writers, directors, producers, actors, studio executives.
Your Honor, I'd like to proffer Mr. Spindler as an expert in forensic accounting.
All right, any objection? No objection. All right, so moved. Thank you.
What work did you do in this case?
Well, in this case, I was asked to take a look at issues with respect to lost earnings for Mr. Depp.
What in particular did you do?
I looked at accounting records that were produced by Mr. Depp's accounting firm, Ed White and Company. I looked at trial exhibits. I looked at deposition testimony. I looked at some trial testimony. And I've looked at various other documents and exhibits in connection with the case.
What specific period did you analyze with respect to lost earnings?
I looked at the period following the publication of the op-ed. So I looked at the period from December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020.
What materials did you review?
I looked at the accounting records that have been produced by Mr. Depp's accountants.
Any other materials?
Various deposition transcripts, trial testimony, contracts, etc.
What conclusions did you draw from your review?
I concluded that Mr. Depp suffered lost earnings of approximately $40 million.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, there are really 2 main components to that. The first relates to the loss of the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates 6 film. So the loss related to the loss of that role in that franchise picture. It was $22.5 million based on testimony provided by Mr. Jack Wiggum. In addition, we looked at, yes?
Did you do anything else with respect to Pirates 6?
Well, we also calculated the net earnings that Mr. Depp would have received from that.
Okay. And what did you base your analysis of Pirates 6 on?
Based on the testimony of Mr. Jack Wiggum.
Okay. What else did you do with respect to the lost earning analysis that you did?
Well, the other main component to this is taking a look at all the other roles, the non-franchise films. So those films, studio films, independent films, and endorsements that Mr. Depp realizes and enjoys. So in connection with that, we looked at his bookings for the year 2017. And by bookings, I mean instances where Mr. Depp is hired for a project, and he receives that first money related to that project in 2017. So, in other words, you've got a deal, and cash has showed up, so it's real. So we looked at his 2017 bookings, and we calculated for that year, for that period, his bookings were about $17.5 million. The main components of that, Mr. Wiggum testified to. We then looked at the period of time following the op-ed of December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. So if annual earnings was $17.5 million in what is known as a typical year, a reasonable base year, at that rate, what would we have expected Mr. Depp to have earned from that period of October 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020? And we then compared that to his bookings, his actual bookings for that period of time.
Why did you use 2017 as a typical base year?
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, Mr. Wiggum testified that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. And it's also the most recent clean year that was experienced. In 2018, you had the publication of the op-ed. That didn't happen in 2017.
Okay. Did you do anything, did you prepare anything to assist the jury with respect to the analysis that you performed?
We did prepare a chart, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, yes, sir. Good.
So $40 million earning loss, $17.5 million for a base year in non-studio films. Again, another person, another expert. This guy's an expert sworn in. So he's not like some people have been out there. You know, they've given their opinion. This guy's giving expert testimony.
I think this is Plaintiff Exhibit 1240. I'm going to, I'm not going to move it into evidence. I'm simply just going to use it, with your permission, and publish it to the jury so that the witness can explain it.
Any objection to demonstrative 1240? All right, demonstrative, well, do you have electronic copy of it? Okay, that's fine.
We do. Okay. Who did this chart?
I, in combination with people working under my direction from my firm.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what you've done here?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So, as we discussed previously, Mr. Depp lost the role in Pirates 6, and the effect of that was lost earnings of $22.5 million based on Mr. Wiggum's testimony. And then what we've shown here is the 10% agent commission. That
So
would
why
have been,
did you deduct 10%?
because that's the rate for Mr. Depp's agent. That's what his agent receives out of Mr. Depp's earnings in connection with setting up a project for Mr. Depp. So we deduct that 10%, which comes to $2,250,000, just 10% of $22.5 million. And the net effect of that, the amount that Mr. Depp would have received after deducting that fee would have been $20,250,000. And that's the first component of this.
What did you do in terms of the analysis of lost bookings for non-franchise films?
Okay, so that's the next section of the chart. And as I mentioned before, his 2017 bookings were about $17.5 million. So that rate of earnings over the period from mid-December through the end of October 2020, or mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020, would come to about $32.8, $32.9 million. That we then compared that to actual bookings during that period of time, of mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020. That amount was $10,586,000. We deducted those bookings, the actual amounts, from what we would have expected to arrive at his lost bookings for non-franchise activity, and that comes to about $22.3 million. And once again, we've deducted the 10% agent's commission. So the net effect, the lost earnings to Mr. Depp after that agent's fee for non-pirate films comes to about $20 million.
What does the figure at the bottom corner of the chart, the $40,318,237, what does that represent?
Well, that's your grand total. That's the sum of those two components for total lost earnings of $40.3 million.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
So this lawsuit isn't the first time you've worked with Johnny Depp, is it?
It is not.
You've worked with him in a lawsuit that he had in the past with his old law firm, correct?
Yes, just a little bit of work, yes.
And so in this second go-round as a paid expert for Mr. Depp, you're making $550 an hour is what he's paying you? Is that right?
That's the amount that my firm bills. I do not receive that.
Here we go again.
Now, the subject matter of your opinion testimony in this case is the economic damages that Mr. Depp has allegedly suffered as a result of Ms. Heard's December 8, 2018 op-ed, correct?
Correct, yes.
And this is the first case in which you've testified as an expert relating to economic damages claimed by an actor, correct?
First time I've testified to, but I've done that work before.
And you understand that this case is about only whether Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed constitutes defamation of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand that this case isn't about anything else Ms. Heard has ever said or done, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And to be clear, you are testifying only as to alleged damages, right?
Correct.
So you are not offering any opinion or any testimony on whether those specific damages that you just discussed were caused by the op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're assuming for the purposes of your report that the damages that you're testifying about were caused by Amber's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
So you're therefore not looking into whether anything else that's happened with Mr. Depp's life or career could have caused him economic damages, correct?
I believe that's generally correct, yes.
So you're not looking at whether the article published in the UK in June 2018 calling Mr. Depp a wife beater caused him the damages, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the lawsuit that he brought in the UK against the publisher of that article caused him those damages, right?
Correct.
You're not looking at any of the evidence that came out in that lawsuit about alleged instances of abuse against Amber, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the consequences of Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use have caused him the damages you're discussing, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the worsening performance at the box office of Mr. Depp's movies over time has caused him the damages that you're testifying about, correct?
Correct. And I'm not acknowledging any of this being accurate. I'm just saying that that wasn't part of my calculations.
Sure, I understand. I just want to make clear what you didn't look at, what you're not opining on. And so to round that out, you're not considering even the impact of Amber obtaining a restraining order in May 2016 and whether that may have caused him damages. That's not part of your opinion, correct?
Well, since we were taking a look at lost bookings using 2017 as a base year, any activity that preceded that would have been baked into those calculations that way.
And we'll get to those calculations in a minute because I'm going to put up the chart that you put in your expert report. But first I want to talk about Pirates 6, because that's basically the two components of your damages is Pirates 6 and then this non-franchise lost bookings, right?
Correct.
So for Pirates 6 specifically, you assume that he would have made $22.5 million on Pirates 6, right?
Correct.
And you took Jack Wiggum's word for it in making that assumption, correct?
I based it on his testimony, yes.
Now, you never saw a contract that Mr. Depp had for Pirates 6, correct?
Correct.
Because no contract exists, to your knowledge, correct?
So far as I know, I've not seen one.
And you didn't take into consideration Jack Wiggum's testimony that Disney was non-committal about Mr. Depp being in Pirates 6 even before the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take into consideration the press articles that came out prior to the op-ed that suggested that Disney had made a decision not to cast Mr. Depp in Pirates 6, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea whether Pirates 6 will ever be made, right?
I wouldn't know that.
And you have no idea if Disney has decided one way or the other whether Mr. Depp would be in it or whether they'd offer him a role in it if it is ever made, correct?
Well, my understanding is that they made a public statement that he would not.
Okay. And you have, if Disney decided that he wouldn't be in it, you have no idea when they decided that, correct?
I know that there was a public announcement subsequent to the publication of the op-ed.
What public announcement are you talking about?
I believe there was an interview of Mr. Bailey that was published several days after.
Oh, okay. Well, that interview of Mr. Bailey didn't say that he wasn't going to be in it. In fact, have you looked at the article that the jury saw the headline for yesterday, dated November 5th, 2020, about Mr. Depp potentially not being in Pirates 6? Have you looked at that article? I assume not.
No.
Okay. And you
Inside the
didn't take
magic.
into account Mr. Depp's statement that he wouldn't do Pirates 6 for $300 million and a million alpacas, correct?
That sounded like hyperbole to me. I didn't take that very seriously. It
Okay.
sounded like somebody who was a bit hurt or in pain
So,
as a result of the loss of the role.
so if Mr. Depp didn't lose a role in Pirates 6 because of the op-ed, but he lost it for other reasons, then your damages opinion relating to Pirates 6 would drop to $0, correct?
I believe that's correct. If it's not lost for that reason, if it's lost for some other independent reason, then I think that would need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Now let's shift gears and talk about the non-franchise earnings for a moment. You claim this number is about $21 million, right? Roughly.
20.
We'll pull it up. Well, actually, we'll look at the chart here. $20 million, about $20 million after agent fees.
Correct.
Okay. And to reach that number, you looked at what his historical earnings records showed, right?
Correct.
And you got that information from Ed White's office?
Yes,
And you assumed that the information you got from Ed White's office was accurate, right?
I did, yes.
Can we please pull up the chart that's in this expert report? Your Honor, this is, or Mr. Spindler, I'd like you to take a look at this and confirm for the court that this is the chart that's in your expert report, if you would.
It appears to be, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this just as a demonstrative.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right.
So, Mr. Spindler, this chart shows Mr. Depp's earnings by year based on the information that you received from Ed White, correct?
Correct,
From 2009 to 2020.
yes.
And it shows that from about 2009 to 2019, and I didn't add these up visually, but from your report, you say that Mr. Depp made about $459 million, correct?
Correct,
Now, the two highest earning years in this time period were 2010 and 2011, right?
yes.
You see that? You made about $70 million in 2010.
I do,
And
yes.
then the third highest year was 2014, right?
Yes.
Shade under 60 million. And you'd agree that from the period of 2010 to 2020, his annual income on average was decreasing.
Yes, but you have to take a look at the components of this.
Right.
And
And in
as we,
2000, that I was just wanted to get your agreement that from 2010 to 2020, his annual income was decreasing. Now, in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2016, correct?
on an overall basis, yes.
And in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2018, correct?
Yes, just
After the
based on
op-ed.
earnings.
And in 2018 and 2019, he earned an almost identical amount, correct?
Yes,
And
just based on
2019 and
earnings.
2020 were both after the publication date of the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about some of these non-franchise earnings, because when I looked at your chart that was displayed to the jury, I didn't see anything specific listed. So can you just confirm for me that you can't name a single lost business opportunity other than Pirate 6 that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed?
That's correct. That's
And
not the
you can't
nature of this
identify a
calculation.
single television, if you could just answer my questions, yes or no, as best you can, please. You can't identify a single television project that Mr. Depp allegedly lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct. That's not the
And
nature
you
of this.
can't identify a single advertising campaign or marketing opportunity that Mr. Depp lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Right. These are the
And
calls that
so
we did
it's
not
fair to
receive.
say that for the lost opportunities that you can't name, you're assuming, as with Pirate 6, that those opportunities were lost because of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned something interesting in your direct and in your report. You say that you used 2017 as the base year to calculate what you claim Mr. Depp's should have earned in 2019 and 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's take a look at this, because 2017, he made that much, correct? About 45 million or so?
Yes.
But in 2016, he made just a shade over 20, correct?
Correct.
2018, he made a shade under 20, right?
Yes.
Same with 2019, right?
Correct.
And then 2020, he actually made more than he had in the prior 2 years or in 2016, and made about, what, 22, 23 million or so? Is that right?
Right. But as I indicated, this is
So-
just based on earnings. You need to get behind it.
Right, so you said, there were a couple interesting things you said. You said that the most recent, that 2017, I want to explore why you relied on that. Now, first of all, you said that you relied on Jack Wiggum's testimony that 2017 was a reasonable year to use, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Despite the fact that 2017, he made more than twice as much as he's made in any year over the last 5 years, correct?
Yes,
And you
but when
say
you
that
take a
this- you
look
said that
at
the most
their,
recent-
if I can
No,
finish
you
this
answered
thought.
my question. No, well, I want to get to your thoughts, because you said that one of the reasons you used 2017 was because it was, you said, I wrote it down, the most recent clean year, right?
Correct.
And then I think you explained, you said because the op-ed was written in 2018, right?
Correct.
But the op-ed wasn't written until December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
So the first, if 2017 was clean, then the first 352 days of 2018 were also clean, weren't they, sir?
If I may explain, Mr. Wiggum testified that for the first half of 2018, Mr. Depp chose to take some vacation time. Also, he chose to go touring in the summer with his band, and then he did a film towards the end of 2018. With the publication of the op-ed in December of 2018, that would have impacted the prospects for that film that was done in 2018. So he chose to do just the one film in 2018. And then the impact of the op-ed on that film would have meant that it was not a clean period. You could not have looked at that film to get a good sense of what his earnings should have been, because he didn't have the chance to earn box office bonuses or
Okay,
proper
well-
participations.
Well,
So that's why 2017 is a much, much better year to use than 2018.
Well,
And
let's
also when
break
you
that,
take a
let's
look
break
at the
that down.
bar for-
I think let's break that down a little bit. You said that 2017 was a much cleaner year, but isn't it also true that there were other reasons why 2018 wasn't clean? For example, the April 2018 article by Dan Wooten calling Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
That did occur in that year, yes.
The June 2018 lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater, correct?
Yes.
And how about the October articles reporting that Disney had decided to move on from Mr. Depp and not cast him in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm sorry, what effect would that have had?
Well, it came before the op-ed, so it's another reason why 2018 isn't a clean year in your mind, correct? An article
No,
2
those
months
aren't the
before the
reasons
op-ed,
why-
an article
those-
2 months before the op-ed saying that Disney had decided not to cast Mr. Depp. That would also keep 2018 from being what you would call a clean year, correct?
I've described the reasons why I believe 2018 was not a clean year.
Okay. Now, you're aware, as we talked about, that Amber's op-ed wasn't published till December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Depp could not have lost out on any opportunities as a result of the op-ed prior to December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2017 as a result of the op-ed. Fair?
Fair.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2016 as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And so in calculating your damages, you didn't use 2016, you didn't use 2018, but you chose to use 2017, correct?
Yes, for
And
very
Mr.
good
Depp
reasons.
still made more in 2020 than he did in both 2016 and 2018 before the op-ed was published, correct?
Correct, and that's
Nothing
just
further.
based
Thank
on
you, sir.
earnings.
All right, redirect.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. You explained 2018. Why didn't she use 2016?
Well, first of all, 2017 was a more recent year. 2017 was a year in which Mr. Wiggum indicated that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. He had a studio film, he had a independent film, he had an endorsement deal. 2016 is further back in time. As I understand it, his earnings capacity for that year would have been just about the same or even higher than 2017, because there was an endorsement deal that Mr. Depp passed on that would have been worth a lot of money, according to Ms. Jacobs. So 2017 made the most sense.
Why did you ultimately use the method that you did to determine the lost earnings?
Because it just makes sense. It's the correct approach to take. You're taking a look at what Mr. Depp would have been expected to earn in a typical year, and then you're comparing that to the period of time where you're analyzing following the op-ed from December of 2018 through October of 2020. So you're taking a look at what you would have expected him to earn. It's very simple compared to what he actually did earn.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall? All right. Sir, since
they're
you're
so
subject to
desperate.
recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, but since you are giving expert testimony, you're free to stay into the courtroom, okay, sir? Thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you, everyone.
watch your step there. All right.
Plaintiff rests his case.
All right, plaintiff rests. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go
All right,
ahead
so
and take our morning
we
recess.
just ended with
Maybe
Johnny
a little
Depp.
longer because I have a few issues to take up with the attorneys, but then we'll proceed after that, okay? So please do not talk about the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
They left a lot of people on the. They left a lot of people on the bench. A lot of people. That's crazy. I expected a lot more witnesses. I mean, there are piles of witnesses that they didn't bring, and again, a lot of it is because of time sensitivity. But Johnny Depp's team, they just rested with that. They left a
Why don't we go ahead and
lot.
take our recess till 11:45,
witnesses
and I'll
out.
come back and entertain any motions at that time, okay? All right, thank you.
Now, that nurse actually brought up something that I thought was really fascinating in her discussions. She brought up diagnostics, and she brought up Amber Heard's explanation of diagnostics. One of the things that she talked about was codependency disorder. Right, that was a fascinating one. Now, we may have Amber Heard's team is going to start testifying, which, like I said, I find that to be fascinating today, though. But codependency disorder, that's what they noted here. Now, codependency disorder, defined as an emotional or behavioral condition that affects an individual's ability to have healthy, mutually satisfying relationships. This is her own discussion about it. Now, that's also called relationship addiction. That's another thing that you refer to it as. Did he just say he rested his case? Yes. So that was JD's side. They went in. They decided to rest their case after. Again, I can't believe all the witnesses that they left on the side. All of the Eastern Columbia people, they left an army of them. And again, it's because of time crunch. They get roughly 3 weeks to present their case. You have Amber Heard's that have 3 weeks for their, and in 3 weeks of your time, that includes your rebuttal time. You know, that includes anything that you want to bring or you want to do. So, you know, you have to remember that. Tell everybody that, you know, that we're live, number one, and that Amber Heard's team, they're going to start up, because this stuff, it's going to be fascinating watching them try to build their case. It's all going to be about tears and tears and tears and claims. You know, that's how it's going to go. You know exactly how everything with this is about to start rolling, but make sure people understand that. Now, one of the things in relationship codependency that you have to understand, like that's noted from Mental Health America, is that relationship codependents often form or maintain relations that are one-sided, emotionally destructive, and or abusive. So she was trying to set the stage for saying that her relationships are dysfunctional. But the interesting and part of that, first of all, part of the codependence there, you know, is the existence of physical, emotional, or sexual abuse. So she already set the stage early on for claims of abuse by Johnny Depp. She was setting the stage as from go. I mean, if you look at her initial breakdowns, she was setting the stage for Johnny Depp to be accused of something. I find that to be fascinating when you look back. Again, as a provider, I am not a YouTuber by profession. I YouTube, but I'm actually a mental health professional by profession, and as such, you know, when I talk about this stuff, when I look at those types of claims, like I said, the first things that jump out to me is the fact that she was setting this stuff up to make sure that any kind of claim that she wanted to bring, that she could win with it, and she could win with it right from go. I mean, that's a scary thing when you think about it, because anybody, you know, if they want to entrap you in something, if they want to bury you with a claim, like, again, she set the board from go. She wasn't. I think she was always planning on burying him with a claim. I think I think if you look at all of the statements, if you look at everything that she brought in, and again, that was from the beginning. She wanted to. She had to do it. Hey, Raquel, I'm going to catch a super chats while we're here. See if there's any questions. Thanks for the 5. Night Tug and chat. My epileptic brain needs sleep. Later, alligator. Catch you in a while, crocodile. Yeah, you're going to miss out on that one for sure. I bet you said that right before we found out they were closing. Ooh, that's going to be good. Jill Lovinger, thanks for the 2. Doubt she testifies. She's not in the right costume. I don't think she'll testify today. I think they got to set some of the stage first, but she's going to testify soon enough. I think they got to set stage first. I mean, that's just my opinion. Again, I don't know. There'd been a lot of discussion about how many more JD witnesses there were, and I started telling people I don't know because I'm hearing that they left out Adam Waldman, for example. You know, I'm gonna throw this in here since the Heard side decided to put this out. Apparently Waldman mentioned being in contact with many different places in his deposition, and one of the names, well, I mean, you could draw your inference there, but that's where they got their claims from, hey, that umbrella guy is in contact with. Apparently, the other side has been discussing his deposition, and they've been discussing it back room. I have a nice source that's been talking about what their discussions are. They don't realize how many leaks they have in that. And I'm going to say that either Eve Barlow or Amber Heard was talking about that deposition, and they were talking about all the things they were in discussion with, and that's where their claims of people like yours truly, they'd been in discussion with them. And I found that fascinating. I think the reason they didn't bring Adam Waldman in, though, is because that's more about the counterclaim. Because you'll probably still see Amber Heard try to sue Johnny Depp. I very much expect that. Yeah, thanks for the buck there and the super sticker. Appreciate that. M. Torres, thanks for the 2. Her side was going to ask the judge to dismiss today. Yeah, that's just a basic move. That's not gonna happen. Actually, I have more question about whether or not Amber Heard would get her case dismissed because she fired her PR team, and her PR team was fired because of her bad headlines. Right? She was mad about bad headlines. How does she know they're bad headlines again? Could somebody tell me that? Because I'm curious about that. Because that means that she would have to be keeping up with this case, right? If she's keeping up with this case, that she's a witness, right? You're not allowed to do that, huh? Moses CGS, thanks for the 2. Rotten Squeak needs to look into clown career. Heather Painter, thanks for 5. Tug, don't you have a pic of AH that looks like a cyst or yeah. Actually, a lot of her. So there's a lot of her injury photos that I've said forever I thought was a cyst or a sty. You know, and that's fascinating because in her injury or in her reported injuries, in her pictures that she took claiming that they're injuries, that's automatically what I thought. I thought, man, she's got a cyst or a sty, and then you find out that she had one removed. That's why I said that that's fascinating because, again, I mean, my mind automatically went to in her pictures. It automatically went to the fact that she has a cyst or a sty, and then she had it removed. So, I'll pull that up if I have a chance. Veronica Sawyer, thanks for the 3. This is going to be really nasty from now. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of claims. It's going to be a lot of push for emotion. It's all push for emotion. Me Too people, thanks for Katrina. Thanks for the 8. A lot if Me Too people pulled out their support for AH. Is that IO? The one Johnny House, still friends with her? Wow, scary how she set him up. Yeah, IO, there are questions about whether they're friends or not. I mean, they've unfollowed one another on Instagram. Okay, so here's one of the things that I kept saying looked like a cyst or a sty. This is why I kept bringing that up. So her pictures, the guy who took her pictures, Josh Drew, this under her eye, it looks like a sty under her eye. It does, though. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. You know, everyone that's seen it, again, remember her, like when you see this, if you're like, oh man, look at the backgrounds and stuff too. Like her shirt is a solid white shirt. Look at the washout. Look at the washouts here. Like she very much made sure not to present those parts of her picture to her treating physician. That's something else that I think should be discussed. That it's not just her pictures. It's if you look at her pictures, like look at the background and stuff. You don't focus on her. Focus on the things that are around her, or how just out of whack the backgrounds are. Like I said, this picture right here, for example, I kept my mind processes this as a medicine cabinet with a mirror in the background. One of those mirrored ones with a reflecting light, because it doesn't. Hey, dank anime trash. Thanks for the 2. You think AH is scared to take the stand? Well, it's going to have to be the performance of her lifetime. Yeah, I think so. And she needed a PR team that lines up with her, because she knows how this is going over right now. And watch all those places turn. Watch all those places turn. Sean, thanks for the. Have I confirmed that the alleged injuries might be Botox injections? Yeah, well, there's a lot of mites, and yeah, looking at them, they definitely look like them. The thing is, without medical records indicating anything, Olive Juice, thanks for the 5. I know he's lived through this before, but now they're coming into the public light. I really hope Johnny's team's prepped to find strength. It's going to be rough when she gets up there for him, because again, the media and the public are very fickle, and they're going to. They're gonna lead themselves around by emotion. They're gonna be like, "Oh my God, she claimed this." That's what's gonna happen. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Why didn't they call a photo expert? Well, apparently this is how I'm going to take this. So the judge must have, even though they didn't turn everything over, the judge must have sided with Amber Heard on that. Huh. Now, we've never seen the decision on it, but see, they had a photo expert that was supposed to get all the photos in the case by November the 30th. They never had anything turned over at first. And then after March, months after the fact, they had all this stuff dumped on them. And JD's team said, we can't do anything with this. They asked the judge to intercede. And I'm taking it the judge didn't, because they haven't mentioned a photo expert or anything else. So unless they're going to have them as some kind of rebuttal, and they didn't build any statement with it. Again, we'll have to see if that comes up, but it doesn't feel like it's going to. Absent Dallas, thanks for the 5. Our attorneys are as hateful and reckless as she is. His team is as cool and collected as he is. Easy math. Gotta love Johnny and his people. Yeah, I think I hope that Ben Chu, one of his criticisms has always been that he's not a killer on the stand. Let's just say he's not somebody that that was Adam Waldman, and Adam Waldman isn't allowed to be on the case right now. So I hope he is. I hope that side comes out, and I hope they destroy. We'll see. I bet you a lot of the cross though will be done by the female. Because, otherwise it'll be perceived as a victim, attack on a victim. Water Girl, thanks for the 2. Can Depp's lawyers kick turd off stand for PR? How well, they should be having a meeting with the judge about it for sure. Because that should be a way for them to challenge the case itself. Because again, she did something that, when you look at it, it was an admission that she's been keeping up with headlines. Like that should be a problem. That should be a huge problem, It's just a bunch of nuts, though. There's been a lot of crazy, statements about like paid off staff and stuff, and people need to be careful about those. Honestly, because the power of gossip, as someone else noted, that's there. The power of things. You have to be very careful about assumptions in any of this stuff. When you look at this. Again, you have to be careful about drawing inference for anything that's going on. We don't know. you know, we don't know just as much as never give anybody credit for not being incompetent or anything else too. I mean, just to be honest about it, you have to watch that. Let's see. Susan, thanks for the 10 there. Thank you. Now, thank you. I appreciate that. 18, thanks for the 5. You think she'll get out of answering questions by sobbing and being like, I'm sorry, I can't talk about it. I hope they don't let her off the hook. I don't think they will let her off the hook necessarily, but I think she will do a lot of crying. I think that'll be part of it. I think that was always going to happen. She was always going to use, you know, that is a powerful weapon at her disposal. I mean, just to be honest, it is a powerful weapon, you know, something that you have to really be cognizant about, because that's one weapon that JD does not have, that she does have, you know, and I've always thought, man, you know, that puts you at a disadvantage. What's his face? Thanks for the 5. I heard Simp Musk bought Twitter to cover her for hurt again. That's very good. Yeah. Well, it's also to cover for himself. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. Is Amber Turd taking the stand today? We do not know, but I do not think that she would. Surely they don't start their case with her on the stand. I mean, again, they could. They could, but I don't think that she'll be the first person to start the stand, the testimony, surely. Then again, like I said, you don't really know. I mean, when she takes the stand, it's going to be chaos. You're going to have videos dropping, people talking about things. I already noticed something that I need to do a video on today, because it's like, wow, there was a huge disclosure in some of the early testimony about her anyway, something that apparently like the news and everything else didn't catch. And I definitely want to go over in there, but I want to break it down. And that's, like I said, that's on top of, again, the codependence, the relationship codependency. I mean, that's a huge one for me too. As a provider, like I say, when you hear that somebody has been baiting this anyhow, with faking PTSD, they're faking other claims, you know, and you're seeing that in your scaling. Again, when I hear somebody is self-professing 19 out of 20 issues that come up in scaling, what you do is you ask people, you know, like trouble sleeping, and she went over 19 of 20 of those, and that just, it would be so rarefied, like statistically, it's almost irrelevant if something like that came up. The worst conditions, because, you know, the scalings are made to catch people with PTSD because of war, but because also of abuse and other issues like that. And yeah. Cheryl B, thanks for the 5. The new PR guy already got reprimanded for having his phone out. I wonder if they're recording. I hope they chew and spit them out like bad gum. Well, they there's rumor out there that the PR guy has a very shady past. I was looking at Instagram. So there's an account that, again, this is, until I see proof of this, this is all rumor, but there's a place called the JD Podcast, and they put out a statement of, quote, the guy, this is talking about the PR guy, David, is a predator himself. He had, I had him kicked off the dating app, I guess it's Raya, because he tried to force himself on me after a date and got angry when I said no. He is really crazy. Years later, he texted me out of nowhere, asking me where to get cocaine in Hollywood, and also saying he would pay me $200 Venmo if I sent him naked photos. I haven't spoken to him in years at the point, and I don't even live in LA anymore. He's nuts. So they posted that conversation there. I'm coming. It's back. So they're going with their motion to try to strike. Give me 1 second.
Tony's case 254.
So this is their
Virginia
argument to try to
134.
remove. They're already in it.
So the issue here, Your Honor, is a couple-fold, and I'll take the statements, well, two of them in one category and one of them in the other category. But I think we're all clear that the sole issue here is whether Amber Heard can be held liable to Mr. Depp for defamation arising from the 2018 op-ed and the 2018 op-ed alone. And to establish that, Mr. Depp has to prove the following elements. He has to prove that the publication of the op-ed and that it was written by Ms. Heard. He has to prove that the statements in the op-ed were both false and defamatory. So falsity, and that they contained a sufficient defamatory sting, and he has to show that the statements were made with the requisite intent. In this case, actual malice on the part of Amber Heard. I'll save that argument till the end, Your Honor, and I'll focus on the first two at this point. And because it seems like plaintiff is proceeding under a theory of defamation by implication, under the Pendleton case, 290 Virginia 162, plaintiff bears the burden of proving that the statements at issue were designed and intended by Ms. Heard to imply a defamatory meaning. Designed and intended to imply a defamatory meaning. So, and to satisfy those first two elements, publication and falsity and defamation or defamatory nature of the statements, Mr. Depp bears the burden of proving that by a preponderance of the evidence. And to satisfy the requisite intent and show that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice, he has a heightened standard of proof that he must prove by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with that malice. So just want to talk about the two statements on domestic abuse in the op-ed. And Your Honor's well aware of the ample Virginia case law talking about how you have to view the op-ed as a whole. You have to view words in context. So these are the statements that read, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And then the other statement that says, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, those statements are entirely opinion, except for, according to Mr. Depp, the discussion of domestic abuse. So the statement, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and the statement in the second sentence that Mr. Depp was a man accused of abuse. The rest of those are inactionable opinion statements. Now, the evidence adduced thus far, Your Honor, shows that Mr. Depp can't sustain a claim on these for two reasons. First of all, the statements are true on their face. I don't think that there's any dispute about that, and that's been the subject of some testimony in this case. 2 years before she wrote the op-ed, Ms. Heard did, in fact, become a public figure representing domestic abuse when she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp was indeed accused of abuse. Those are facts that are true. Now, to the extent that Mr. Depp will argue that he's proceeding on a defamation by implication claim, again, the court should grant the motion to strike because the undisputed evidence is that he did, in fact, abuse Amber. Now, there's a dispute in this case. There's ample evidence that he physically abused Amber, but we acknowledge that there's a dispute in this case on that. But what there isn't a dispute in this case is non-physical abuse. Both Mr. Depp and his expert Shannon Curry have testified that abuse may come in many forms. It may be physical, certainly, but it may also be verbal, may be emotional, may be psychological. You'll recall Mr. Depp even kind of setting the baseline for what abuse was when he talked about the non-physical abuse that he allegedly suffered at the hands of his mother. He said it was worse than the beatings, and the example he gave was that his mom used to call him One Eye as an example. Because he had a lazy eye, I guess, as a child. That was something that Mr. Depp himself said was abuse, his mom calling him One Eye. So we setting aside the evidence of physical abuse in this case, which is already overwhelming, Mr. Depp's claims relating to these two statements should be stricken because of the ample and undisputed evidence in the record of non-physical abuse by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There's evidence in the record of recordings, messages, including messages written in blood, with his finger, blood and paint, vile names, shouting, menacing and threatening statements. There's the video, the kitchen video in Sweetser. There's the audio of him calling Miss Heard, like I say, numerous vile names. There's the audio of him asking her to cut him and whether she wanted to be cut. So there's there's plenty of evidence out of the words or out of the mouth of the plaintiff in this case that constitutes non-physical abuse of Ms. Heard. Again, under the standards set forth by his expert and the plaintiff himself. Those are far worse than his mother calling him one eye when he was a child. In addition to that, Your Honor, there's Travis McGivern's testimony from yesterday in which he testified that at a minimum on the night of March 23rd, 2015, both parties were being verbally abusive to each other. Mr. McGivern also testified about Mr. Depp, quote, rearranging her closet, throwing racks of clothing down onto the floor and throwing at least one rack down the stairs. Now, in California, property damage alone can be a basis for getting a temporary restraining order under California law. So further evidence of non-physical abuse or non-physical toward Ms. Heard. You saw the cupboards in the Sweets or Kitchen video. And then Dr. Laurel Anderson, Your Honor, testified that she believed that the parties engaged in mutual abuse and that at least some of the time that was initiated by Mr. Depp. This is all evidence. We haven't gotten to put on our case yet. And
That's not even what they said.
This case proceeds, and that will start now. But this is all evidence that has come in while plaintiff controls the playing field of what evidence has come in, and he can't overcome that. In this case, Your Honor, if Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard physically, verbally, emotionally, or psychologically even one time, then she wins on those claims. Then she wins. It's that simple. And the evidence is overwhelming and undisputed in the ways that I've just described that he did. So for that reason, Your Honor, those claims should be stricken. And I'll just cite the Union of Needle Trades versus Jones case. This is 268 Virginia 512 that states, if the plaintiff does not establish the falsity of the statement by a preponderance of the evidence in his case in chief, he has not met his threshold burden, and the trial court should strike the evidence and grant summary judgment to the defendant. That's exactly what should happen here. Now I'll move on to the second issue, which is the headline containing the phrase sexual violence. That should be stricken for a couple reasons. First, Your Honor, the evidence has established that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. Mr. Doherty from the ACLU, that's the only evidence that's come in this case thus far. Plaintiffs control the evidence.
Well, I understand, but there's also a stipulation that Ms. Heard would not be called in the plaintiff's case because they would then use her testimony for part of their case. In your case, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, I agree. And that goes to a different issue that I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that the court should strike because they haven't put Ms. Heard on to testify about the headline.
But I assume part of that would be that they would, I guess they intend to get from Ms. Heard is that she either wrote it or republished it.
Yeah, what happened the next day is Ms. Heard posted it on her Instagram account and said, look what I published yesterday in the Washington Post. So she adopted the title, and her name was on the article which contained the title.
And Mr. Ronborn, the only reason I'm sorry to interrupt you, only because I know that was a stipulation, so it's hard for me to say that that's all the evidence for motion to strike if there's a stipulation that they're still going to get more evidence in on that particular issue.
I think, and I'm happy to hand the court the transcript of the April 8th hearing, because one of the things that we're not arguing today is that because they haven't put in evidence of I think it was a tweet, but Mr. Chu says it was Instagram, I don't know, whatever it was, that because there was...
It was a tweet adopting the op-ed she published the day before in the Washington Post.
Okay.
All right, so what I'm not arguing today is that because they haven't gotten that tweet into evidence or had Ms. Heard say that she tweeted that we're entitled to summary judgment at this point. I'm not arguing that, but that's all that we discussed on April 8th, and I'm happy to hand the transcript up, Your Honor. And we actually it wasn't a stipulation, it was simply an agreement that they didn't need to call her in their case in chief to make that point. And then Ms. Bredehoft said, we'd have to agree on the language of any stipulation, and they haven't proposed anything to us and haven't gotten back to us. So I think that that's only relevant. We're not basing our request for motion to strike here on Ms. Heard not having testified to sending that tweet.
But you're saying for the motion to strike, the only evidence before the court is that the Washington Post wrote that title.
Correct, and that's very different from what happened the next day. The stipulation didn't go toward who wrote the title. That was never part of anything, and it's undisputed, and Ms. Heard will testify that she didn't write the title.
Well, I understand that, but I think
it's not undisputed, Your Honor. I apologize for interrupting.
Okay. But I think the issue is whether it was republication.
Well, and I'll get to that next.
Right, I know, but the problem is, how do I do a motion to strike when that evidence isn't before me yet?
Well, the republication isn't. So the evidence that's before you is that the Washington Post wrote the
Whoops.
headline, or that Ms. Heard didn't. And that's the only evidence, and that's
Right.
not going to change. The tweet, which was the only subject of the discussion at the pretrial conference, where there was no stipulation, it was just an agreement that we're not going to base a motion to strike on them not introducing evidence of the tweet. That was what it was. I'm happy to hand the transcript up if Your Honor would like to see that. But that isn't actionable because under the Lakova versus Halper case, 995 F3rd 134, retweeting a link doesn't constitute republication. Now, that case dealt
Well,
with
it does if
hyperlink.
you add something to it, but I just don't know the evidence.
Your Honor, very quickly, it's a judicial admission. They admitted in Ms. Heard's answer, she admitted to the tweet. So that establishes that she adopted the op-ed in its entirety, and it was discussed. We talked about judicial admissions. One was the op-ed itself. The second, and this is reflected
Your
in the
Honor, if I could
transcript.
finish my argument, I mean, I would
understand.
appreciate.
I can't wait to oppose this. anyway.
That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That,
Go ahead.
so,
sir.
and
Can't wait
again,
to oppose
we
it.
can, we can look at the
You
transcript.
understand my concern.
I do
though.
understand your concern, and I guess what I'm saying is that there's two levels. One is there's no dispute, and there's not going to be a dispute that she did not write the headline. So then you look at, is the tweet actionable? And the argument here is that as a matter of law, retweeting something isn't actionable. And so,
Okay.
as under the Lakova case, 995 F3rd 134, and that case dealt with hyperlinks and how those aren't actionable. But to be very clear, nothing that was discussed on April 8th, nothing that was discussed at that pretrial conference was in any way relating to any stipulation about who wrote the headline. It was simply that they need not call Ms. Heard in their case in chief to get her to say that she sent a certain tweet. And that tweet's not in evidence yet, but I assume that they'll try to put it in evidence at some point. But that's, the tweet doesn't need to be in evidence for you to strike this claim on that basis. So even assuming that the headline implied certain conduct by Mr. Depp, again, Mr. Depp can't meet his burden of proof on this. Third, Your Honor, he can't prove that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. Mr. Depp hasn't introduced evidence sufficient to permit him to meet this. Now, again, this is a heightened burden of proof. He has to show actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. And as the Bose Corporation case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it talks about the role of judges as gatekeepers of the Constitution, of the First Amendment, and the role of barring entry of a judgment that's not supported by clear and convincing proof. Now, that case was about appellate review of First Amendment issues, but the same holds true for Your Honor here. Here, Mr. Depp hasn't introduced any evidence, and there can't be a reasonable inference drawn that would permit a jury to find that he's proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard wrote the words with actual malice. And again, we go back to the testimony of Mr. Doherty, which was their witness. They put him in, and Mr. Doherty, the only evidence relating to intent or anything relating to this op-ed, which was, again, maybe Mr. Chu will try to say that we stipulated to Ms. Heard's intent on April 8th, which of course we didn't. But the only evidence that has been presented in this case, Your Honor, by Mr. Doherty was that the op-ed wasn't Ms. Heard's idea, that the ACLU asked her to write the op-ed, and indeed that they even wrote the first draft, and then that Ms. Heard vetted the finished article with her lawyers and with lawyers from the ACLU to make sure that it wasn't problematic. That is the only evidence in the record. And on that evidence, there cannot be a conclusion that Ms. Heard acted with the actual malice that's necessary, particularly when you consider the heightened burden of proof. So reviewing the op-ed as a whole, with the court acting in its appropriate function as a gatekeeper of the First Amendment, we ask that the court strike plaintiff's evidence and award summary judgment to Ms. Heard, either in whole or in part. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Oh, they're going to.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ben Chu for plaintiff Johnny Depp. It's just still morning. Your Honor, if I may approach.
All right. Thank you.
Set this argument on fire. This is a typical move, by the way. Anybody that
I've just handed to Mr. Rottenborn and Your Honor an opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Heard's affirmative motion to strike, but I think we've anticipated the arguments made, such as they are. The court should deny defendant Amber Heard's motion to strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom. Your Honor, going back to the standard, as Your Honor is well aware, in considering a motion to strike, the trial court must view the evidence and all reasonable inferences drawn from the evidence in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. Any reasonable doubt as to whether the plaintiff has produced sufficient evidence of the wrong alleged must be resolved in the plaintiff's favor and the motion to strike denied, unquote. And that's the Boeing case, I believe Mr. Rottenborn referred to, 243 Virginia 81 at 81, 1992. Quote, the weight and credibility of the testimony of witnesses are solely matters for the jury. The jury may accept that part of the testimony it believes and reject that which it does not. It is also within the exclusive province of the jury to draw any reasonable inferences from the evidence before it, citing Rate versus Minix, 275 Virginia 579 at 585. In deference and respect to the court's time, Mr. Depp incorporates by reference the legal analysis set forth in the court's opinion letter dated March 27, 2020, overruling Ms. Heard's demurrer to the 3 defamatory statements at issue. And that letter opinion is attached as Exhibit 1 to Mr. Depp's opposition. That's where the court fulfilled its proper gatekeeping role that Mr. Rottenborn referred to. As a threshold matter, the elements of a defamation claim are the following: publication of an actionable statement with the requisite intent, citing the Shaker versus Bonfault case, 290 Virginia 81 at 91. As to damages, they are presumed here because Ms. Heard's false allegations of domestic abuse, sexual assault, and rape constitute defamation per se, citing the Tronfield case, 272 Virginia 709 713, a 2006 case. As the court noted at page 3 of its opinion letter, typically an editorial or op-ed column is ordinarily not actionable because it appears in a place devoted to or in a manner usually thought of as representing personal viewpoints. However, Virginia recognizes that, quote, a defamatory charge may be made by inference, implication, or insinuation, citing the Carwell case. And a statement expressing a defamatory meaning may not be apparent on its face, citing Pendleton, with which the court is quite familiar, 290 Virginia at 172. Accordingly, in order to render words defamatory and actionable, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but may be made indirectly, and it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed, if it is in fact defamatory. Carwile 196 Virginia at 7. And based on the authority and reasoning set forth in pages 4 through 8 of the opinion letter, the 3 statements at issue are actionable under a theory of defamation by implication. Mr. Depp established in his case in chief that Ms. Heard in fact made all 3 of the defamatory statements at issue. As the court admitted into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the op-ed Ms. Heard published in her own name in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018. And let's take the 3 statements and the proof that has been adduced. Statement number 1, Amber Heard, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Per page 6 of the opinion letter, the first statement could reasonably convey the alleged defamatory meaning, i.e. that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, to its readers without extending the words beyond their ordinary and common acceptation. See Pendleton 290 Virginia at 172, also citing the Carwell case. Resolving every fair inference in Mr. Depp's favor, this statement could reasonably imply that the sexual violence Ms. Heard spoke up against was in fact perpetrated by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp produced several credible witnesses and documents proving that Ms. Heard was implying that he committed sexual violence against her. Mr. Depp himself testified to that, as did his sister, Christy Dombrowski. Mr. Depp's former agent, Christian Carino, testified that, as did his current agent, Jack Wiggum. But perhaps most convincing of all, and most disgusting of all, was the testimony of the ACLU's Terrence Doherty, a lawyer nonetheless. Mr. Doherty testified, among other things, that when when they were pitching the op-ed to the Washington Post, they stated, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Mr. Doherty also testified that everybody understood, as Ms. Heard and the ACLU clearly intended, that this statement and the other two statements referred directly to Mr. Depp. Quote, "This is an article that was in USA Today and specifically ties Amber's statement in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp." And when Jessica Weitz, who actually wrote the op-ed that Ms. Heard later adopted, she says, quote, to Mr. Doherty, "So much for not mentioning JD," when the USA Today made clear that they, like everybody else who read the op-ed, understood that, as Ms. Heard clearly intended, it referred to Mr. Depp, which makes her Instagram post 2 days before the trial began, that she didn't mention Mr. Depp, all the more outrageous. Your Honor, there is Ms. Schulman, also of the ACLU, acknowledged that Ms. Heard's op-ed referred to Mr. Depp. So it's very clear that the ACLU and Ms. Heard intended, that was the whole purpose of this, so that they could get interest in this and it would coincide with the premiere of Aquaman, because otherwise no one would have been interested in anything written by Ms. Heard. Mr. Doherty also testified that Ms. Heard only paid 1.3, actually she didn't even pay all that, out of the $3.5 million that she had pledged to the ACLU, and then they helped her lie about it. And it's one thing, Your Honor, for her to stiff the ACLU, which frankly played a reprehensible role in this case. It's quite another for her to fail to honor her obligation to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with sick and dying children, and that she failed to do as well. And as Your Honor has mentioned, the fact that she put her name on that article means that she is responsible for all of those statements, which she specifically adopted later. And I'll go through the other two statements quickly, Your Honor.
Well, can we stay on this one for one moment, though?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because do you agree that the only evidence before that we've heard in this trial, as far as the title of the op-ed, is that even Mr. Doherty, I believe, testified to it, that it was something that Washington Post wrote?
Well,
for the one online.
He's not our witness, Your Honor. That's a witness from the ACLU.
Well, I understand, but it's the only evidence I have.
I respectfully disagree, Your Honor.
All right.
What the only real evidence Your Honor has is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is Amber Heard putting her name on the entire article, including the title. That is the only evidence before you. The ACLU was a co-conspirator with Ms. Heard, and whether they say, oh, maybe the Washington Post wrote it, that's not the end of the story. All she has done is create an issue of fact as to whether she wrote the title or not.
So you're saying just having that exhibit in evidence is enough?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Your Honor. Her name is on the article. Okay. What does an average reader expect? So that alone is sufficient to beat a motion to strike. If they want to come back later and say, gee, she didn't write the title, as if that were a defense, I hope they make that argument. I hope they make that argument to the jury, because it's about as credible as her argument that, oh, I wasn't referring to Johnny Depp. She didn't have to. And the testimony of Terrence Doherty was very clear that when they took out the references to Johnny Depp, no one was interested in this article anymore. So she said, put it back in, make it more spicy so people would read. Otherwise, she couldn't get it in the Washington Post. It would be back in Teenage Vogue, which is the other publication that was considering publishing it, because no one was interested in what she had to say unless she was defaming Mr. Depp. But if I could go to the second statement, I'll try to be quick, Your Honor. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. As for the second statement, defendant called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply that she became a representative of domestic abuse because she was abused by Mr. Depp, not just because she spoke out against alleged abuse. This inference can be drawn without extending the language beyond its ordinary common acceptation, citing Carwile, 196, Virginia at 8. Your Honor, quote, to constitute a publication, it is not necessary that the contents of the writing should be made known to the public generally. It is enough, it is said, if they are made known to a single person, unquote, citing Snyder versus Fatherly, 158, Virginia, 335 at 350. Everybody and his grandmother testified that Ms. Heard was referring to her bogus ex parte TRO that she obtained on May 27th, 2016. And it was interesting that Mr. Depp's own lawyer said that she wasn't even provided notice. So Ms. Heard made very sure that Mr. Depp wouldn't have notice of the ex parte TRO. And Ms. Heard herself, the evidence shows, knew that Mr. Depp, having just suffered the loss of his mother, was already on the other side of the country, was already in New York at the time of this TRO, and was heading to Europe for several weeks. So she knew she didn't need any protection from him. This was just a scam for her to get the $7 million in the divorce settlement that she said she gave to the ACLU. She swore she gave to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and she pocketed instead. Mr. Depp, Ms. Dombrowski, Mr. Carino, Mr. Wiggum, and the inimitable Mr. Doherty of the ACLU, which lent its once respected name to Ms. Heard's defamation. So while Ms. Heard may have avoided any direct mention of Mr. Depp's name, there is extensive testimony and evidence in the record showing that the implication of her op-ed could not be more clear, i.e., that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard during the course of their marriage. Under Virginia law, quote, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but it may be made indirectly. And it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed if it is in fact defamatory. Citing Carwile. Well, we can argue as to how artful it was, but the implication was very clear, as the court has previously ruled, or not law of the case, but as the court has persuasively written in its opinion letter. Let's move to the falsity of Ms. Heard's ever-evolving and ever-escalating change of IPV and sexual assault. Mr. Depp's sworn denial is all he needs to survive a motion to strike, but there's a lot more than that, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief. 3 police officers, actually 4, but the 3 who testified already, Officers Sines, Haddon, and Gatlin, testified unequivocally that Ms. Heard did not have a mark on her on the evening of May 21, 2016. And I could go through, I'll just go through very quickly. Officer Haddon, strike that, Officer Melissa Sines on jury trial day 10. Question, did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard? Answer, I did not. I didn't identify her as a victim of domestic abuse. The next day, Officer Melissa Sines. Okay, at this time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard? Officer Sines, I did not. Question, okay, were you looking to see if she had any injuries on her at the time? Officer Sines, yes, I was. Question, and so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate? Officer Sines, correct. Question, okay, and was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination? Answer, yes, the hallway was well lit. Officer Gatlin's testimony was the same, and he had the body cam. Officer Haddon's testimony was the same. The testimony of nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Borem, who, like the police officers, did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belie Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse. Isaac Baruch and Alejandro Romero both testified that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly and in the clear light between May 21, 2021, which was the last time Mr. Depp saw her before leaving on the Hollywood Vampires tour. The next time he was to see her was when Ms. Heard begged him to come see her in San Francisco, which is hardly the act of a domestic abuse victim. So we have Isaac Baruch and Mr. Romero saying that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly in the interval of time between May 21 and May 27th, when she obtained the farce ex parte TRO, and they saw no marks on her face and no swelling. Two witnesses, Mr. Baruch and Brandon Patterson, saw the video of Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney pantomiming the fake punch after this alleged incident of abuse. Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, and several other witnesses, including Dr. David Kipper, saw no violence by Mr. Depp and no injuries to Ms. Heard. Indeed, witness after witness has come forward to testify that Ms. Heard, far from being a domestic figure representing domestic violence, unquote, is in fact a recidivist perpetrator of domestic violence on Mr. Depp and others. We have the testimony, the harrowing testimony of Mr. Depp himself, who described several witnesses. One, as Your Honor will recall, when he was hiding in the bathroom after escaping one of her attacks, and she claims to have hurt her foot kicking the door. Mr. Depp opens the door to see if she's hurt, and then she kicks the door in on him and punches him. We have the incident of December 15, 2015, when Ms. Heard threw punches at him wildly at the back and side of his head. Mr. Depp testified that he ducked and covered to protect his face. Eventually, he turned around to grab her and stop her arms from flailing. December 15 in the Bahamas, during an argument, Ms. Heard grabbed a can of mineral spirits and threw it at Mr. Depp's face, striking him in the forehead, bridge, and nose area, and the jury saw a photograph of the bridge on the bruise of his nose. We have testimony from Mr. And by the way, Tara Roberts, who is the manager of the island, confirmed that the incident with the mineral spirits. You have Mr. Depp's testimony of what happened on April 22nd, 2016. And we've heard testimony today from Erin Borem-Filati that Mr. Depp was very responsive, was very sociable, was not in any way inebriated that day when Ms. Heard says he was, and she attacked him that night as well. And I'm getting to the end of this, Your Honor. We have Ms. Heard's own admissions. We have her admitting to hitting Mr. Depp, and her only contention was that she wasn't punching him, she was just hitting him. We have testimony from Travis McGivern that on February 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw and hit Mr. Depp with a can of Red Bull and then sucker punched him with a closed fist. Finally, we have the rather stunning testimony of Ben King, quite a credible witness who accompanied Ms. Heard on the flight back from Australia, where Ms. Heard admits to him in a rhetorical question, quote, "Did you ever totally lose it on someone you love?" Which was, we would respectfully submit, an admission of her severing the top or the tip of Mr. Depp's finger. Finally, Your Honor, statement number 3, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Again, quoting very briefly from page 7 of the court's opinion letter, quote, drawing every fair inference in plaintiff's favor, the court can fairly conclude that defendant's statement that she saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse could reasonably convey to its recipients that she saw how Mr. Depp was protected by institutions, that he abused her and spoke up against it. Your Honor, again, we have multiple testimony from multiple people, including Jack Wiggum and all the others mentioned, that this was a reference to that. Your Honor, again, the lies that have already been exposed that Ms. Heard has told about the charitable contributions, the incidents in this case, and again, I'll just cite a couple of more, the testimony of Isaac Baruch. When Mr. Baruch saw Ms. Heard on June 3, after she'd gone through with the sham ex-party TRO, and Mr. Baruch was asked, did she say anything in response? And Mr. Baruch testified, yeah. In response to that, she, meaning Ms. Heard, looks at me and said, I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this. And that's what she said. Well, the lawyers are making her do all of that. And apparently she wanted the $7 million for herself. She even lied about the final insult left on the marital bed after her 30th birthday party. And it was quite telling that she admitted to Starling Jenkins, a former United States Marine, that this was a terrible prank gone awry. Well, she lied about that too. In fact, she said Mr. Depp was crazy to even allege that she could have done such a thing. Well, she admitted it to Mr. Jenkins. Per Tronfield, as cited earlier, Mr. Depp does not have to prove damages because this is defamation per se. In fact, these involve some of the most heinous crimes any man or woman can be accused of. However, he has done so. Jack Wiggum tested yesterday that the impact of the op-ed was catastrophic on Mr. Depp's personal and professional life, that it was a $22.5 million loss on Pirate 6 and another $20 million on others. We've had the testimony, so we had Mr. Wiggum testifying as to the 22.5 lost on Pirate 6 and another 20 lost on the other films, the other studio films, the indie films, and the other ways Mr. Depp would have made income. We have Richard Martz's testimony, Douglas Banya's testimony, and the testimony of Michael Spindler just this morning. Finally, Your Honor, none of Ms. Heard's affirmative defenses, which would include, her trying to create an issue of fact on the title, can support a motion to strike, as to which she bears the burden of proof of her affirmative defenses. Quote, whether the defendants have met their burden cannot be resolved when considering a motion to strike. See 243 Virginia at 83. And just to respond to Mr. Rottenborn's citation to the Lakova case, which we hadn't seen until he mentioned it today, I would only note, Your Honor, that defendant admits that she tweeted a link to the online version of the op-ed at paragraph 97 of her answer, though again, the admission of Exhibit 1 is more than enough to survive the motion to strike. And the Lakova case at 995 F3rd 134 holds that republishing a hyperlink doesn't necessarily start the statute of limitations, not that a hyperlink cannot be defamatory. So with that, Your Honor, we respectfully request that the court deny the motion to strike in full, and let's hear from Ms. Heard. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus on what our specific arguments are for the motion to strike, Your Honor. Mr. Chu spent almost 30 minutes of the court's time talking about the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Hurd hasn't even put on her case, and I can tell you she's not the abuser, and if the case moves forward, she and her witnesses will put on even more evidence of the physical abuse she suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. But that's not the basis for our motion right now, Your Honor. He talks about how Mr. Depp had a sworn denial, and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her. But again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse. By his definitions, by his standards, by the standards of his expert, there is no dispute that Mr. Depp abused Amber. And therefore, if he did it even one time, there is no dispute that even under their theory of the case, the implication that they want the jury to draw from the article, which again, I'm not arguing for the purposes of today, because under the legal standard, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to waste the court's time with that. But even under their standard, the undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Ms. Hurd, and therefore that those first two statements were false. That's our argument on that. As to the headline, it's funny, Mr. Chu, we played 2 or 3 hours of an ACLU deposition. Now he says, well, that wasn't our witness. It was his witness, Your Honor. He just spent 10 minutes talking about what Mr. Doherty said, and Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is undisputed. They could have put anyone else on. They could have called Ms. Hurd for that, because that was not part of the stipulation at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Ms. Hurd will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But they've had 3 weeks to put on their case, Your Honor. They've controlled the playing field of evidence. There is no dispute that Ms. Hurd did not write that headline. No dispute. Simply saying, well, her name is attached to it, that can't overcome the testimony of the ACLU. They call them a co-conspirator. Of course, Mr. Depp chose not to sue them. But the testimony of Terrence Doherty that she didn't write that headline, that takes care of the sexual violence headline, Your Honor. And I'm not going to take up any more of the court's time addressing portions of Mr. Chu's argument that don't go to our motion, unless Your Honor has any specific questions. But I want to be respectful.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. For this motion, I've taken the arguments of counsel, and last night I reviewed all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter. So as to the second and third alleged defamatory statements, at the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in the light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that the statement was published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder. So the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3. The motion to strike as to statement 1, I'm going to take under advisement, because if it's not a stipulation, I'm not sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Hurd is part of the plaintiff's evidence, which is not in evidence at this point. So I can't rule on that statement whether or not it is just a tweet or if it's some sort of republication or something. I don't know, because I haven't seen it yet. So as to the motion to strike on statement 1, I'm going to take an advisement, because ruling on it now, it would be premature, because I just don't have that evidence in the case. Okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Since
Mr.
it's
Rottenborn.
12:30, you want to just take lunch?
You just
go ahead,
got
lunch,
wrecked,
come back at
son.
1:30?
You
Does that
just
sound okay?
got wrecked. Oh, we got so much to talk about right now. You
All right, do you
got
wanna do it now?
wrecked, my boy.
Okay, sure. All right.
Oh, my God. They just got wrecked out there. Now, of course, that was going to fail. Like, that is a desperate move. But what they did was they opened the floor for Ben Shu to get up there and destroy her. I mean, he got to destroy her. That was that worked out terribly for her. He stood up and he was like, Amber Heard is his abuser. Oh my God, they made a mess of that. And you know, their argument was, well, he's making that for an audience outside of the courtroom. Well, you know what? Message received, sucker. Yeah, the world is listening. And you know what the world just heard? The world heard in very clear, very concise terms. She is an abuser. Karina, thanks for the 5. Mic drop, indeed. Don't cry, baby. Thanks for the 5. Wrecked Rottenborn. I mean, he got destroyed just then. You see that? My wife walked in. She was like, "Woo!" He got wrecked up there. I mean, that was destructive. The one thing that they held in they held to see for later is the headline. There's the argument, well, she didn't write the headline. See, that's the game that they wanted to play. The ACLU, they had been gaming for months. They brought on the best attorneys that money could buy. I mean, you're talking about people that had the highest connections in politics. You're talking about, again, some of the most powerful attorneys. And they wanted to play a game where they destroyed one of the biggest names out there. I hope the ACLU gets wrecked too, because you know what? The ACLU, they also admitted culpability in this. And if Amber Heard goes down, the ACLU, they're going to go down in flames too.
1:30. Okay, go to the recess in 1:30.
All right. They're going to recess. We're going to talk about this stuff now. Oh, man, that was something. Like, they opened the door for testimony that they did not want to have. That was good. That was funny. That was funny. I expected them to do that because, you know, again, Yellow Flash reported on it yesterday. But that's a typical move. They'll try to get this knocked out. And it's funny that it was so transparent for their arguments that they had already prepared an argument for it. They prepared an exact argument for every point that they made. They got nothing dismissed in there. Again, they're going to hold the headline under advisement. But that was the ACLU gaming, and they did it for months. I did a live stream talking about Eric George, who's the attorney that spilled all the tea on Amber Heard. It's the guy that we found out about her connection with the ACLU, about the plots behind the scenes and on. And that shows you her level of involvement. And she was. But beyond that, him standing up there and saying that she is the abuser here. She is Johnny Depp's abuser. And that's the thing. Like they want to go with this idea of, at worst for them, that there was mutual abuse. She's admitting culpability. She's admitting that she's a freaking abuser. Like, she's done. Like, she has burned her life down because of some petty freaking revenge where she thought she could get out there. She thought she could leverage #MeToo. She thought she could point the finger, just burn someone down with impunity because he would never fight back. And she was wrong. And it's beautiful to watch. Oh, as stupid is as stupid does. And stupid writes op-eds. What? My wife gave me one. Like, whoa, that was an own. That was an own. I mean, man, I don't know how else you frame that. That is what getting destroyed sounds like. Oh my God. I expected some entertainment, but that was some fireworks there. And remember, we haven't even gotten Amber Heard on the stand yet. But what they were trying to do was dodge. Their plan was to try to, again, they're trying to dodge culpability before they get up there. They're thinking, oh man, if we could secure a win before anything happens. Ha ha, no muss, no fuss. Yeah. Aaron thinks of the 5. Well, he's been crying because he just got dunked on. I ain't even lying. Yeah, you just got dunked on. Yep, destroyed him, for sure. Chrissy, thanks for the 2. Was the jury listening? I think the world is declaring the Karen Griffin, thanks for the 10 there. As far as I can tell, in rebuttal, Rottenborn didn't even deny that she was an abuser. They didn't. They didn't even deny that she was an abuser. What they're denying, see, that's the thing. That's what I keep saying. They have decided to try to win the battle, but they have lost the war because they have admitted culpability. She is an abuser. They are admitting it. They're allowing that to go forward because they feel like a female abuser won't have themselves destroyed, you know? Yeah, remember that wonderful statement by her, you know? Tell the world, Johnny. Tell the world, I, Johnny Depp, am a victim of domestic abuse. See if they believe you. And I think the world answered, and they said, yo, we hear you. You just got wrecked. I have never been, I have to admit, I'm invested in this. Like, I want to see, like, screw a court outcome. Like that right there, that is the shot that resonated across the world. Like that right there is going to end up in every headline. Hey, I hope you fire this PR team too, because no amount of spin is ever going to save you from that one. I mean, oh my God. Man, some days are very entertaining. And like I said, they opened the door for that. Like what I'm amused by is that they opened the door for it. Yeah, be careful. Oh, what an interesting one. Thanks for the 5 and that super sticker. I know that was hilarious. Jenna Lee, thanks for the 8 there. Judging her job, no bias. Yeah, for sure. Milan Bay, thanks for the 2. My heart was in my mouth. Go Judge. F the ACLU. That's right. The ACLU, like I said, they are a definite co-conspirator in this. Johnny Depp called them out as that. And that's language that I've used for the longest time. That is language that I like in all of that. They are a co-conspirator organization. That's what I call them every time when I talk about them, because they are. But being a co-conspirator doesn't imply that you weren't part of the, that you yourself, when you were plotting with them, you weren't part of the conspiracy too. She just tried to game saying, it's their fault. She's thrown everyone under the bus, just like she always does. Again, she has burned every bridge imaginable, trying to get herself out of this. And remember, the ACLU letters on this subject too. I mean, they are very clear. They are very, very clear, very concise about what went on. They tell you straight up, this was all about Johnny Depp. Their argument, it wasn't about Johnny Depp. Boom, judge said, yeah, it was. The one statement that they cannot shake, her screw up, her biggest one. 2 years ago, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. That right there. How is that not about Johnny Depp? How is that just about her? How does that work in at all? How is that about anything else other than her? I would love somebody to tell me, because I when I'm looking at that, yeah, that's definitely about it. Impressed, thanks for the 5 and that mic drop. Oh no, there's a laugher. My bad. That's good. I see mic drops everywhere too. Brown Eyed Girl, thanks for the 2 there. She's scared, throwing a tantrum to the end. Oh, you could see it in her face. She did not like that at all. She was not happy at all. My God. Ben Chew, I mean, he destroyed her. I'm going to pull that up. I've got the footage here. And Ben Chew didn't just destroy her when he started talking. Like Ben Chew wrecked her. It was beautiful. Let's watch that part. I want to watch that beginning again. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna pull it up. I actually have I have this set up where we can play it because I want to watch it again. I want to watch that part again. It was good. Yeah, it's hilarious. Like I said, that was the shot heard around the freaking world, man. It's amazing. Amazing that they opened the door for this mess. Like how do you do that? How are you not smarter than that? Come on. So let's pull that up real quick. 1 minute here. Let's set that there. Let's turn that on. Let's listen to this for a second.
We ask that the court strike plaintiff's evidence and award summary judgment.
Mr. Rottenborn and Your Honor, in opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Hurd's affirmative motion to strike, but I think we've anticipated the arguments made, such as they are. The court should deny defendant Amber Hurd's motion to strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Hurd herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Hurd physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom. Your Honor, going back to the
Boom.
As Your Honor is well aware, in considering a motion to strike.
That's amazing. That is amazing. I mean, him pointing the finger at her across the courtroom and being like, boom. He dropped the thunder on her there. My God, that was done well. I cannot argue anything against that. That was a force of nature when it came up. Oh my God, I can't believe they walked into that. Like the amazing thing here is they didn't just allow that to happen. They walked into it. They walked themselves in, and Chu and team, they prepared that the night before. They knew what their arguments would be because they're transparent. They made the same arguments again and again. I mean, they are transparent. We all know what their arguments were going to be. I mean, when they took the stand, I knew exactly what they were going to say. I'm sure all of you knew exactly what they were going to say too. What a bunch of idiots. God, that was good stuff. Sometimes I love trials. That's why I like trials sometimes. I mean, he pointed at her and he was like, she's the abuser. Yeah, God. Talk about getting wrecked, man. Oh, it's going to take me a minute to actually get past that one. I mean, like I said, I don't know how you even think you open that door and it doesn't turn out badly for you. God. What's funny is if you watch her team over there. One second. I mean, this is going much worse than she thought it ever could. You know, she thought that she would be good to go and there would be stuff. And again, she's going to put on a case and she's going to try to prove that Johnny Depp was an abuser. You know, again, even the media is saying the worst case scenario for Johnny Depp. Again, Depp may lose a case, but she just lost her career because of her nasty, vindictive, spiteful behavior. She's done. And I mean, like I said, I don't know how she could have walked away. All she had to do was walk away, but she couldn't. She could never walk away from Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp, she had to own him. She had to destroy his life. She had to make it where if she couldn't own him, no one else could. No one else could ever get near him. He would be unapproachable. And when she did that, man, she destroyed her life for it. When did the jury come back in? When did they come back? Oh, we're on lunch break right now. They were making a decision over whether or not this case could go forward. I mean, they just tried to get the entire case dismissed. That's what that was. It was a very desperate ploy to get it dismissed. They knew that they probably would not win it. I mean, it was a long shot, but again, you know, that could have gone bad, and it went even worse. Nancy Perez, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Minority of Thought, thanks for the 2. All caused by a woman's spite. Exactly. Her spite, her anger, her hate. She wrecked herself. Like I said, she's the one who caused all of that. She can blame it on anyone she wants. She can point the finger, and I'm sure people will get fired after that. I'm sure that she will fire stuff. But Johnny Depp's team, they wrecked her. I'm making a video out of that. Johnny Depp's, let's see. Amber Heard wrecked by Johnny Depp's lawyer. Points finger and calls her out. I need to put that in a video. God, that made me laugh. Every now and then I get very entertained, and that entertained me because she deserved it. I mean, this has been years in the making. The man had his life ruined. He had his entire life freaking ruined because of this freaking harpy. I said she could have walked away at any time. That's all she had to do. Walk away. Because she won. She won. She destroyed him. She won. All she had to do was walk away, and she can't. Because, you know, and that's the thing with claims like this. Typically, the person won't walk away. You know, they won't. They don't. They end up doubling and tripling down. And just to be honest about it, the reason that they keep going back to it is because typically this is a form of abuse. Let's just be real about it. This is a form of abuse. It's very much so. Somebody could go out there and they could destroy you at the drop of the hat, and they know it. They can victimize you. They can continue to victimize you. They can do whatever they want to you. And people want to pretend that that's not the case. Well, I mean, you've seen what they get away with. You've seen what this case is like. I'm shocked that they walked their way into it. I'm not shocked. God. I can't believe some of the stuff we see. I mean, he pointed his finger. He points his finger and calls her out to the world. Okay, they somehow thought that would be a good idea. I'm clipping that. I'm putting it in a video right now. I'm dropping it. I've got to. I got to do it. Like, typically I won't mess with anything like that, but my God. That is an amazing video. I can't believe that happened like that. Like, again, she walked her way into that destruction, into that minefield. She thought that she could win. Oh, God. Like, you get desperate in there. You think, oh, you're going to win. No. Moon 10, thanks for the 5. Come what may. AH is done. JD will come back from this. The world knows. Exactly. Clearheart Apple, thanks for the 2. Rottenborn and Grandma just got wrecked. They did. Crazy Cat Lady, boom. She's felt in the fire. All those cats, they're like, Crazy Cat Lady. Fiery Demon, thanks for the 5 there. Call Amber Team. Use bubble gum because they just got chewed. That's funny. Call them bubble gum because they just got chewed. That's funny stuff. That's funny stuff. Corrupted, thanks for the 5. Why didn't the judge immediately grant JD and his team the ownership deeds to AH and her entire team? Because they just got boned. I know, they did, didn't they? Oh, that was beautiful. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. Google Ben Chew. He's been doing it since 1722. I expected some devastation today because of some of the dumb stuff that they were going to try to pull, but my God, that went bad. That went in a way, like I said, you expect it to be ugly, you expect it to be funny, but that was bad. Amber Heard on the stand next, says Jenna Lee. We don't know who will go up next. That's why I put it on the thumbnail. I actually switched it over, but her team is up. They've rested the case. So JD's team, that's why you got that move right now, because JD's team has rested, but we don't know who will be up next. The Los Angeles, thanks for the 5. What did I miss? Did Depp's lawyer win after both team lawyer talked? Yeah, they tried to, dismissal. They try to get the case dismissed. That's a standard move. You let them rest, and they try to a move where they could backdoor before they ever have to bring anything up. And their argument, they didn't lose the argument. They got destroyed when they made it. It was amazing. Yeah. Phoenix Pike, thanks for the 2 there. Amber's off to crying or boxed wine. Exactly. King Lucius, thanks for the 2. Just got back. What I missed, you missed a big thing. I hope you heard me talking there, because you missed a great argument. You should have seen it. Oh, it's amazing. A Step Beyond Healing, thanks for the 5. Can you talk about defense? Is that what that is in domestic violence? Isn't the same verbal abuse in my mind? And it seems defense is trying to equate those. Verbal, again, in this wonderful world that we live in these days, apparently verbal abuse, when they say, well, he said, oh, thanks, fat ass. Okay, that's apparently the same as putting your fist into somebody's face. And I'm not saying there's nicety or anything like that in it, but come on. Are we really comparing that to her putting a cigarette out on his face? And yes, there's defensiveness. Like you defend yourself with words. You defend yourself in these things too. Hidden things for the 2 there. Go Johnny Rangers. Good shirt idea, indeed. Ginger Likes, thanks for the 5. Thank you, Tug. You're absolutely awesome. Well, I'm just sitting here like you guys thinking, wow, what a freaking show. What fireworks. Yeah, I uploaded that, like I said. There'll be a million live clips of that, but I had to have one of that. So Vara, Sapphire Flame, thanks for the 10 there. That just made my day. Judge just mic dropped on AH and Rottenborn. Go JD. Thank you, Doug, for your coverage. Tennessee rocks. I will appreciate that. It was amazing. It was amazing to see. It was amazing to see how the judge actually was going to go with that. I wasn't sure how the judge would decide, but yeah. Phantasmagorical, thanks for the 20. Holy shite! My heart was in my throat. Love you, Doug. Love you, chat. Love you, Lola. I'm making fish sticks. Yeah, I was, that is nerve-wracking because you don't know how that's going to turn out, honestly. But it's a very desperate ploy to try to get that out there. Tamara's Bledsoe, thanks for the 5. They also let in the son case she used for testimony to check with all her witnesses and herself. That's what my thoughts could be about. Yeah, they were supposed to let the sun in, and yet they let the sun in. And we're not talking about the sunshine, that's for sure. Topher, thanks for the 2. When Johnny hugged his lawyers, I know, man. Like her face through that was awesome. I'm definitely going to go back and clip and play that because that's funny stuff. That'll be good to discuss in its own live stream. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. Just got the grumpy dropped right back on her. Indeed, she did indeed, didn't she? Lucy May, thanks for the 5. She said, tell the world, Johnny. And Rottenborg said, Mr. Chu must have written this out for the people outside. Well, she said to tell the world. That's exactly it, too. That's a very good point, actually. She did. She wants to pretend that this isn't... She wanted to keep the cameras out. For somebody that wanted him to tell the world, she definitely didn't want the world listening, did she? What a fool. She thought the world wouldn't be invested in this outcome of this case. That amazes me. That amazes me. You saw things for the 6th there. Can we get some auto-tune singing as a celebration? Yeah, let's do a little singing there for sure. Let's do it. Oh, Mr. Rottenbone got wrecked. Amber, did you feel that grumpy on your spine? It's like yeah, like you said, Minshew redelivered that grumpy, didn't he? D Ducks, thanks for the 5. I'm confused. Was the decision made already if the case might be dismissed? Yeah, the judge made it right there. She makes it the day before. She already knows what the arguments are going to be. So she already made it. And she said, no, no, you can't dismiss the case. So boom, she mic dropped it right then in the moment. Cadence, thanks for the 5. Daily Beast, AH's new PR team published Amber Heard's private nurse. I saw injuries on the actress. That didn't even happen. That's the thing. She had a lip bleed. Where did it come from? I have no idea. But exactly. These places lie and they lie and they lie. You know? But that's all they know how to do. They know how to lie. They're very good at lying, too. They are very good at lying. The thing is, though, that's why you and I had to watch this case live, because without the case being live, we would have the media telling us what happened just then. And you know what? The media is not the arbiter of truth. They are not. We have found that out over and over again. They want to be. But they aren't. Tammy Fuller, thanks for the 2. I bet she's ranting right now. She is. She's mad at her. I'm going to tell you. I know from behind the scenes sources, let's just say, that she's been threatening her lawyers. You know, you are doing a horrible job. You're doing this. You're doing that. She's been threatening them. She's mad. I mean, she is shook by this case because she's losing. See, she thought, again, she could leverage Aquaman. She could destroy this man's life. She would walk away with impunity. And you know why she thought that? Because she got away with it before. Why wouldn't she think that? Why wouldn't she think that? But this time, unlike the UK case, this time, people are watching. You and I see this happening real time. And the lies, they just don't cut it anymore. I love that. This needed to be live. You and I need to see what happens. So I love it. Midwest, thanks for the 10. Remember the hot versus crazy scale? Indeed, dear. Elizabeth Stafford, thanks for the 2. AH got her wish. Johnny fought back. So satisfying. Indeed, indeed. Sherry Ferris, thanks for the 5. And then super sticker, love it. Carol Ann Starr, thanks for the 14. Love your show. I love that you folks are here. Like I said, just share that we're live. It's all you need to do there, because a lot of people may have missed that one. See, people who don't pay attention to what's going on in the court, you know, they tune out because they think there's something menial going on. Yeah, that's not. Phew. That was just something. Hey, PD Bright Eyes, thanks for the 50 there. Hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp has the ultimate dream team, has their facts in order, and don't base it on hearsay or objections to every question asked by the witnesses. Thank you, Tug, for your reviews. Time for her to chew on her lips some more, indeed. Chew on those facts, lady. You know, I mean, that's the truth. Amber, why don't you chew on those facts? Oh, what a fool indeed. I love it. More than Minecraft, thanks for the super chat there. Side note, Johnny paid her attorneys, so who do they work for? Well, her attorneys now, she's actually... they're being paid by Elon Musk. Like, it is straight up, undeniable facts. Elon Musk is paying for her case. Miss Doglover, thanks for the 449. Can you play the judge's ruling and JD's reaction? I'll play it maybe in the aftermath of the stream, but right now it's so much. I'd like to have its own stream and talk about it, because I mean that is, woo man, that is some fire. True Blue, thanks for the 5. Loving this, thank you too. Loving this right now. Mic drop, take the stand. Amber, cry yourself out of this one. Woo, you know she's not going to take the stand today. I'm gonna predict she ain't going to take the stand today. Surely she's not going to try to follow that up. Even if that was the plan before, no freaking way. They'll put a disposable witness on there to try to simmer this all down. Eric Snowden, thanks for the 2. Replay judge ruling, please. Well, the ruling. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can pull the ruling while I'm setting here, because it's the judge's ruling was. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I think this is the ruling part. Okay. All right. You want to see the judge's ruling? I'll play it for you guys. Give me 1 second. So it's right here. So this is what the judge had to say about that motion part. All right, give me 1 second. Let me full screen that. You know what's funny is one of the things places tried to copyright claim yesterday was my own coverage of myself. Where I was playing my own coverage. That's like, what? Anyway, check this out.
Last night I reviewed all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter. So as to the second and third alleged defamatory statements, the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that the statement was published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder. So the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3. The motion to strike as to statement 1, I'm going to take under advisement, because it's not a stipulation. I'm not sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Hurd is part of the plaintiff's evidence.
Okay, so what they're saying, again, what they're arguing about is the title. The title. They're saying she didn't write the title. She didn't write the title. And they're going to introduce a tweet from her the next day that said, "Look what I wrote." So, again, they're trying to get out of they're trying to worm the rat up. You know what? Like I said, the case, yeah, that's part of it. But let's just be really clear about this. You know what's happened here? She has destroyed herself. Publicly. She is absolutely just wrecked herself, thinking that, again, she could go after Johnny Depp. She could destroy him so easily, and it didn't work. Oh, amazing. Midwest, thanks for the 10 there. Smash the like button, guys. We have 11,000 people. We're about 9 probably in the break. But yeah, hit that like. Tell people we're live, because this stuff, it's good. Let's be the change we want to see. Indeed. Oh, thanks for the super chat. No statement. Plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Chevy Lee, thanks for the 5 there. Thank you. The Aquaman people are all running around, changing his other's diapers right now. Indeed. Warner Brothers has to be like, oh my God, we backed that. Is that Memnoch the devil? I like that. I haven't read that in forever. Thanks for the 5 there. That's what I've been thinking. She played herself. Indeed. Thanks for the additional super chat there, too. No statement again, but plenty of statement. Thank you. Brian O'Shea, thanks for the 5. While it's great, Amber Heard is going down in flames. What about the ACLU? They're co-conspirators, liars. What about their reputation? Now, well, their reputation should be burning out there. But, of course, what they're going to do is they're going to hook themselves onto the recent Supreme Court stuff. Again, not getting into that. Just saying. That's what they're doing. They're shifting gears. They figure that they can get out of it. And a lot of people, they're allowing them to do it. They think that the ACLU is on their side. All they do is accrue political power. They lie, they manipulate, they cheat, they play you. You think that they care about your bodily autonomy? Yeah. You see what they think about a man's bodily autonomy. You think that reverses. They care about their power. That's what they care about. They don't care about either side of that argument. They care about accruing political power. People need to wake up, and they need to put them out of business. A brown-eyed girl, thanks for the 2 there. Can she start firing her lawyers on break? I'm sure she's thinking about it. She's like, how can I? Ringo, thanks for the 5. What's up, Tug? Hello, Earthlings. Hope everything is doing well. It is. It was doing good there. Soggy, thanks for 279. Did the jury hear all of that? Auto-tune song? Did the jury hear all of that? No. They decided whether or not the world heard it, though. That's what I'm saying. Hey, let's try blocks this time. Let's try blocks for a song. The world, they heard it, ain't no one, it burned her down. What a mess. She's like, oh man, do you smell something cooking? Because I think Amber just got deep fried. Sean Hartman, thanks for the 10. Did Rottenborn threaten more damning evidence against JD if the case continues? Yep. Look forward to seeing whether or not he's bluffing. They're going to bring out the pictures. Again, they're going to bring out all this stuff, and they're going to say, this proves something, that proves something. That's the way they're going to play. Surfer Rosa, thanks for the 8. The jury heard none of the arguments, did they? Nope. But the world heard it. The world, that's who heard it. That's what I think's beautiful. You know, again, the case matters to a degree. What really matters is telling the world what happened, making sure they saw it, because the world, they know. Elena, thanks for the 2. He sounded so passionate. Indeed. Laura Neal, thanks for the 2. Chewed up and spit out. Indeed. Debbie McGill, thanks for the 449. As soon as Amber sits on the stand, they better have her flung out based on her viewing medical or articles. They should. I think they need to. And thanks for the 5. The defense will have a tough time getting work after this trial. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. She needs Amica fast. That has to burn. I know, man. They keep trying to market. I'm like I said before, though, you know, if Amica will work on Freddy Krueger, it'll work on Amber Heard, right? You need some burns for that. That's Amber right now. That's actually not Freddy Krueger. Aaron, thanks for the 2. I sent a video. Please play it. I'd have to pull it up and load it and stuff right now. I'll look at it and see what it is, and when we're live, see what's there. Jennifer Harrison, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Hey, Gringo, thanks for the 2 there. Smash that like button. Indeed. Lisa Anderson, thanks for the 20. Any idea if JD could come back to the UK and sue the judge after this trial is over? Nope. That trial is over and done, pretty much. They will not allow the appeal on there. And remember, the way that they decided that, I mean, it's just such a mess. It's such a mess. Like, that ticks me off. So much of that ticks me off. But I'm glad to see how many things have changed since that trial. Miss Doglover, thanks for the 449. The Sun is a terrible rag. They were very cruel to George Michael, too. God rest his soul. They destroyed an innocent man by accusing him of killing a woman. They accused a man of being a serial murderer, and they were wrong. They destroyed his life, calling him creepy and all kinds of other stuff. So the Sun, yeah, they're definitely horrible. They've outed people as homosexual, trying to destroy their lives because they were politicians and they knew it would make good weapons. They've done some horrible stuff. Jennifer Harrison, thanks for the 2. To be a fly on the wall in Amber's room right now. Oh, God, that's got to be good. She's like, oh, my God, how could you let that happen? Oh, my God. You know, Lost Boys, remember that? Cry, little sister. I like that song. It really fitting right now, isn't it? She gonna cry. She gonna cry. King Lucius, thanks for the 2. How many times has a lawyer tried to get out of it? Quite a bit, indeed. Sadie, thanks for the 2. I feel they should have been a mic drop. Yeah, He might as well. He should have been like, boom. Oh my God. If Ben Chu would have like picked up the mic and he would have been like, boom, right after that. That would have been amazing. I have to admit, that would have been absolutely amazing. Hope Terry, thanks for the 10 there. Gen X, Team Johnny, keeping it real. Indeed. Eric Snowden, thanks for the 5. Johnny, we can be heroes. Love you so much. Winning. Petey Bright Eyes, thanks for that 50. I'll catch that again. Hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp as the ultimate dream team has their facts in order. Don't base it on heresy or objections to every question asked of witnesses. Thank Tug for your views. Time for her to chew on her lips some more. Indeed. Thank you for that. Nate Wood, thanks for the 3. And the fist bumps. Morgan Holmes, thanks for the 5. Depp brought the Avengers as his team. Hurd brought the Wonder Twin. Wonder Twin powers activate. Yeah. Form of a bucket. The other one's form of drooling saliva. What a bunch of idiots. Barbara Kangas, thanks for the 5. No statement on that one. Plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Barbara Kangas also, thanks for the 5. Biggest reason, I'm glad it's live. Alejandro, yeah, he was amazing. God, it was funny. Dolly Love, thanks for the 10. And the super sticker there, I appreciate the heck out of it. Thank you. Natasha, thanks for the 5. Did you see the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial theme song? It's hilarious. Objection, hearsay. It's comedic gold on YouTube. I'll look that up. I may have seen it, but I don't remember. I've seen so many crazy and funny things. Jill Logan, thanks for the 2. Wait, was that motion argument in front of the jury? No, it was for the judge. That was for the judge to get the case dismissed. My Zoe girl, thanks for the 5 there. Can you imagine how bad she's going off right now? You know she's losing her freaking mind right now. You know she is so mad in this moment. I mean, she is freaking out. She is angry, and it's entertaining too. It is definitely entertaining to think about. Hey, Jasper, thanks for the 2. Hope Amber got her crapping pants on. Indeed. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Dude, last week I had 5.6K, now 8.9K. Congrats. Yeah, I mean, it's been it keeps growing there for sure. And that's all thanks to you folks. If you keep tuning in, we can keep growing. So, and I thank you for it for sure. It'll be an interesting one with her on the stand, too. Tune in here, too, because I should know most of the incidents that she's talking about. And we have her own testimony to discuss that. And during the weekend, we will do really good breakdowns, thorough ones about what she's talking about. All of them. We can break all these people down, who they are, what they are, how they fit into this case, everything. MMJW, thanks for the 20 there. Please take a snapshot of Priest and Nunn in the gallery behind AH. Priest crossed arms until JD's attorney made his argument. Then Priest relaxed. Defensive body language. Not even God is behind AH. Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. I'll have to look at that then. I haven't looked at the gallery. I was paying attention to him, and I was watching the chat because the chat has been riled. I mean, I've been like, woo, because that was good. Again, they opened the door for it. They thought that they could force in just some kind of motion to get this stuff dismissed. And what they ended up doing is they burned themselves down with it. Oh no, you want some Amma cream for that bite? Oh look, it's Ben Chu. This is a dramatic reenactment of what we just saw. This is Ben Chu. there's Mr. Rottenborn. Don't worry though, Mr. Rottenborn. There is a cream for that. Look, it's Ben. Quit chewing on him, Ben. Get off him, Ben. Oh my God. That's a dramatic reenactment, of course. That's what Jaws was. Danielle Koss, thanks for the 5. If you're the objection hearsay song about Hammer and Rotten Bottom, I'll check that out one for sure. Next boy, thanks for the 5 there. AH's team has been passing notes to a new PR guy, caught comping with his phone for the second time now. He just needs to go, just like Eve Fartlow. That's funny, by the way. Shared, thanks for the 10. Like I said, I heard some crazy things about him. Thanks for that 10, the super sticker. Appreciate that. Teeth, thanks for the 2. Just got in. What's a good starting point to catch up? Right before break. Go right before break when you have you have arguments that start. Actually, right after the break, but before lunch. Just jump in right there and listen, because that's what matters. Listen to that. That's good stuff. Spicy Squeak, thanks for the 2. Can we get some sexy toast for the occasion? We'll get some out there. We'll double a sexy toast today. You know, I mean, that sexy toast. God, get some silent sexy toast. Look at that. Look at that sexy toast. He's like, I'm gonna rub that buttery goodness, baby. I'm rubbing that decision all over me like fine wine. That's the world right now. They're like, that argument. Lynn M, thanks for 279. See if anyone believes you, Johnny. Yep, he does. Yep. See if the judge believes you, rather. Yes, she does. Indeed. Chris, thanks for the 10. This is just oh so sweet. Thank you for all you've done throughout the whole thing to get the truth out there. Hey, you folks help get it out there. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't go anywhere without your help. Like, none of this stuff moves without your help. So, you know, you need to take a bow. You're the ones who make this stuff happen. It's amazing, too, like I said, to see, like, how real time what gets done with this, how it works out. I mean, it's beautiful. It's been a beautiful day. Lynn Ham, thanks for 2. I got that one. Thank you, though, again. John True, thanks for the 10 there. I wonder if EM wants to fire H's team himself. Exactly. Burning money equals climate change. Maybe he can have his own rockets that run on burning money. Yeah, I think we do see a rocket running on burning money right now. Indeed. It's called our legal team. You're right. Oh, Lord. That is funny. That has been ugly for her. It's been ugly for her, and it's been funny. Hey, Loopy, thanks for the 10. My new Amicus shirt comes later this week, and I cannot wait to wear it. Thank you for all you do and getting the information out there. Love to you and yours. Appreciate that. If you haven't checked them out, by the way, we have quite a few shirts. We have muffin shirts, Amica cream. We're working on a cat lady shirt, which I think will be funny. We have sexy toe shirts, just everything else. And again, profits, not proceeds, because I don't control all the money, but the profits will do one thing that Amber Heard didn't. We'll take them and we'll use them for charity. Bam. Also, we have a book out there. Check out the link in the top of the description. You can really help us out with that, too, if you have never checked it out. Thank you for that, too. Party Blue, thanks for the 5. Can they call new witnesses if AHT breaks on new accusations against JD? Yeah, they have other people. They can actually bring in other... They can. They're probably not going to bring in anyone else. But they had a bunch of people they didn't bring in, which I thought was insane. Generalized memory, thanks for the 2. It's Arnica cream. Arnica is for bruises. No, it's Amica cream. And Amica cream is for miracles. Like, that's what it's Amica cream. Amica cream. Apparently, you rub that all over your body and you grow halo and wings and you just fly around the room. You know, it's better than Red Bull. That's why Amber Heard actually threw a Red Bull can. She was like, Red Bull gives you wings. Pfft, what is this? I got Amica cream. Renee, thanks for the 10. Amber Heard, starring in OnlyFans. Indeed. Love all of Australia. That's hilarious. Marta Womack, thanks for the 4 there. And the super sticker. Oh, coffee. I could use some. Emma, thanks for the super chat. Do you think she thought this would work? Yes. Like that this actually was an option or just a show for the jury. They tried anything. They thought this would be an easy out. They would get to make their speech. Maybe they would get something removed. And maybe they did get the headline removed. Possibly. You never know that would work. The problem is they opened themselves up for a shot heard around the world, like I said. And you and I, we got to hear it. If they said, oh, that wasn't for the court, that was for the people out there. Well, you know what? Message understood. Lilith, thanks for the 5 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that. John Vinn's Diagram of Desire, thanks for the 5. Vin here, love the channel. Do you think Disney's scrambling to source those alpacas? I'm curious about the Disney reaction. I am. I'm gonna have to put my ear to the wall and see what I hear about that too. Kelly, thanks for the 5. Awesome coverage. Thanks. Your wood chipper noise in the courtroom. Is the screen coming down? Oh, is that what that is? Okay, I got you there. Judge explained it early in the trial. I had wondered. I didn't know what the heck that was. Amanda, thanks for the 14. I'm glad you explained that. Johnny should be allowed to appeal, though. The judge who ruled in the U case, his son, they did appeal. It got knocked down. Like, they did appeal, though. That was the thing. He exhausted all of his appeals. The judge got to decide on the first appeal, and the second appeal escalated above that. But you only get 2 appeals. That's it in the UK. So, yeah, you're talking about his son works for the boss. The son helped set it all up. Huge conflict of interest. There's actually so much more in conflict of interest too. I definitely agree, but he can't. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Turret chewed on the wrong shrooms. She's bad tripping. That's a bad trip. Thinking that she's probably like, God, I hope I'm high right now. This is a bad dream. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 2 there. AH team, okay. She may be holding them hostage. She may make claims about them. We heard about verbal abuse. I think we just heard some abuse. Gabriel Badwolf, I got that one. Thank you again, Gabriel. Melissa Gatewood, thanks for the 3. And the thumbs up super sticker, appreciate that. Average Broke, thanks for the 2. AH and Aquaman 2 for 10 minutes. How long does it take a shark to chew? Indeed. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 2. Sexy Toast wants Chew to take a bite out of him. He's like, I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. Indeed. Yeah. Oh, man, what a show. What a show. Right. Lamb DA, thanks for the buck there. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Erica Snowden, thanks for the 2. The megapint spilled on the couch. Indeed. Lab DA, again, thank you for a 5 there. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Again, thank you for that. Appreciate your backing. Let's see, thanks for the 5. Karma is a biche, and so is AH, and she will have to be someone's biche to living after this. Indeed. Horitz, Feinberg, and Horowitz, thanks for the 20. I don't know if any of AH's witnesses are willing to testify for her, considering she just what she threw against the wall before the trial, and the Hail Mary she threw at the end. That's true, too. Well, her witnesses, she's going to have a lot of people. Again, she only has one witness that claims that they ever saw any type of abuse. The other people, they say that they have a couple of people that supposedly witnessed the aftermath, but they have no one. Oh, you have her sister who says that the stairwell incident was true. And I really hope the sister gets to testify, because if she gets to testify, they get to impeach her. And she better, God, I want to see Whitney get destroyed on the stand, because she is such a liar. Like, she has lied and lied in this. Like, it has been a mess. It has been an absolute mess. And I really hope to see her get destroyed there. Stephen, thanks for the 5. When she realizes it's not a cloudy day, but a million arrows flying from the sky. Hell tug, indeed. She's like, oh, wow, it is nice and overcast. Server Jim, thanks for 2. Who's moving back to Texas? Indeed. Moving back in a shoebox. She's like, I gotta go ride the horses. Samantha Taylor, thanks for the 5 there. Sorry if I already answered, but it's the motion to strike mean dismissal. Thanks for everything. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get the case thrown out because they didn't have enough evidence to keep it going. That's what the claim was. She won outright. Like, he presented his argument, there's not enough to keep this going forward, and the judge said, yeah, because again, even if there's like she said, even a scintilla of doubt that could be there. If they have any reason, if they can win it all, again, that is a throwaway motion. You always present something like that. You go with it. You think, man, maybe I can win in this instance. It didn't work. Window to the Soul, thanks for the 3. JD is hot, don't get me wrong. Ben Shu, though. Like in the Ben Shu type. Kathy Shepard, thanks for the 5. Hello from Australia. Our federal government might be the next one Miss Turd has to deal with. Yeah, I was hoping they would step up before the case, but maybe they were waiting for the outcome to see what exactly happened here. Because they put on, they've been looking at her. He's Tell Me World, thanks for the 10 there. Since Johnny had to take Turd's abuse and couldn't leave, now Turd can't escape the trial. Oof. Karma is biting her rear. Indeed. She deserves. Man, again, she wanted to weaponize claims against Johnny Depp. She thought somehow, in some way, that this was going to work out positive. She deserves what happened there. Deborah Briscoe, thanks for the 20. Thanks so much, Tug. I thank you all. Again, I look at this stuff. I don't want to sit here and just watch it on my own. So I'm glad you folks are around to watch it with, because it makes for interesting viewing. It's something that, again, I don't want to sit here through the frustrating parts and not just listen on my own. I want to be able to talk about it. I want to be able to discuss what's there. And you folks, again, you've given me a platform to discuss this and anything else I want to. You build it up every day. So thank you. Sadie Group, thanks for the 5 there. What are the chances that most of the jury is not looking online after curiosity killed the cat? Some of the people are. They absolutely are. That they're looking to see what the public statements are. I mean, come on, let's be real here. Let's be real about it. We can say whatever we want. We can say that nobody does that. Nope, nobody wants to get caught doing that. That's the thing. Emma, thanks for the super chat there. Totally unrelated. My kids have seen me watching your coverage. They've asked questions. They have questions for you that I can't answer. Is he in a team with the zombies? Why is he friends with Umbrella? Yeah. Hey, sometimes, Umbrella's got to do what Umbrella's got to do. Those are Resident Evil questions. I love Resident Evil. Actually, the reason the channel is named that, this isn't for the kid. It's just for, just to explain this. I have a tattoo on my hand. It's an umbrella symbol. And I would post product reviews here. I would put some on Amazon, and then in the aftermath, I'd put them here because people would try to use them for scamming. And I was like, this will allow me to control that. If somebody puts them up for scamming, I'll ask them to take them down. Fair enough. Well, when I would put them up, there was this one guy that would just troll the channel all the time. There's always one person. And they were like, blah, blah, blah. Well, one day they said, it's that umbrella guy again. So that's why I was like, the ultimate troll back, that umbrella guy. So that's where it came from. I'd like to claim some higher form of thought, but no, that's where it came from. Moon Baby, thanks for the super chat there. No statement, plenty of statement. It is cool, though, that, Resident Evil, again, an umbrella symbol can be used anywhere, though. Like Capcom, it is definitely not a Capcom umbrella. Exotic, thanks for the 279. Which is Sexy Toast song from, or original? I can't think of the song. Somebody could tell you the song. It's just a vaporwave. Vaporwave is just a slow down version. So that's I can't think of the name of the song though. Quicksilver, thanks for 5. Not sure if anyone else has brought this up. If JD wins the case, does he go after the mouse next? Not the mouse, no, but he could go after ACLU if he wanted to. That's a lot of lawyers he'd have to go after, but it's really, this is more about vindication with bringing your name forward and, and winning from that. Does he go after them? Maybe. And I don't know, but, like the mouse, no. Like they can do what they wanted to do. I mean, with breach of contract, you could argue they had that and they walked away. I'm not sure how that would work, but again. Cheryl, thanks for the 5. I'm waiting for a you can't handle the truth moment. Indeed. Demonic Nut Gaming, thanks for the 2. Chewed Out, shared your channel and all TikTok videos. Well, thank you for that too. Yeah, somebody was asking me the other day, can you, they asked, is it okay if I if you're not just reposting my entire videos and stuff, I mean, you're fine. If you want to share clips and stuff, I don't care. It's fine. I'm not going to, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I appreciate it brings people back here, so appreciate you. I'm not in TikTok or anything like that either. You know, I may share a clip to Instagram or Twitter, but again, knock yourself out. Again, if you're not using my entire videos or something, I would ask that people not do that. But, you know, again, clipping or whatever, hey, knock yourself out. I appreciate it, actually. So, Mama Mac, thanks for the 5 there. Go, stupid stickers. Thank you for that. Warren, thanks for the super chat there. Just shortly switched to Q&A. The Law and Crime Channel, they said JD and AH are allowed to watch the media pieces because they're part of the party, and the party is allowed to do that. Yeah. I wonder what the judge. Let's see. Jonathan J, thanks for the 250 and the super sticker there. The hearts, appreciate that. Law and Crime. Oh, Law and Crime. Anyway, Pose Raven 69. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. The Law and Crime. I wonder how many channels they've struck lately. By the way, just as an off thought, you know. Man, it's been funny. Oh, that hurt my heart. It was so funny. It was good times. Expect no quarter. Thanks for the 5. You rock, brother. Best to you and your family. Hey, back at you for sure. Pose Raven 69. Thanks for the 2 there. No statement. Plenty of statement as well. This has been a fun break, I have to say. I love seeing, like, everybody's excited about it, too. Everybody, again, they understand, like I said, it has been years in the making to see somebody get vindication, and I'm glad to see it, and I'm glad to see it with other people. I'm glad to see this play out. Dennis, thanks for the 149 and the salt. Indeed, the salt is flowing. Lisa Anderson, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. CQ, thanks for the 5. Thank you, Tug. Do you think Miss Heard's writing down instead of to look up later? Probably. I can't believe she admitted to some of the, like, again, her relationship codependence. Like, I can't believe, like, she put in writing that she was planning on taking down JD. She put it down in writing. Like, her reports to her provider, they are class. It goes right with her mental health diagnosis. She was planning on weaponizing and destroying it. I got a real video for you later on too. I'm trying to decide if I want to drop it in the morning or tonight. Where God, some of the stuff she's done is just, it would blow people's minds where people haven't seen it. Kiwi, thanks for the buck there. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you for that. Dimitri, welcome and thank you. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I've got the tonight, because tonight. Ugh. I've got the footage pulled up too. Like to see what's going on. Are they back yet? No, they went on an extended lunch break. You know, they had the motion to argue, and instead of starting to present their case, because they when they tried for dismissal, again, you know, they have to get ready to set up Amber Heard's team to go. And God, it's funny. It's funny to think, like, what a screw up again. What a screw up there. After JD win, the Yorkshire should sue. Really, their terrier should be like, hey, you know, it should sue. It should be like, you wanted to blame me for dropping that grumpy. Yeah, here's looking at you. Exactly. Samantha McBoy, thanks for the 449. How's it going, Super Sticker? It is going glorious. How are you today? Oh, you're back? I'm not seeing them back yet. I'm looking at the footage. They're still broadcasting a wall, at least over here. I've got it pulled. They haven't switched over yet on the other one yet. They'll have places that are set up in the courtroom. They will go back to coverage faster than the places with live view. So that's what's happening with that. So they'll go back in a minute if they're back. We're not back yet. Like, our broadcast hasn't gone back yet. So sorry about your luck. JN, thanks for 5. Check your thumbs up, folks. I just had to redo mine. Hashtag #MePoo. Hashtag #MePoo. Yeah, they have to. What it is a lot of coverage comes from. It comes from the live view broadcast. Live view broadcast is again, it comes from the courtroom broadcasting outwardly. So you have to wait for them. They're not back yet. So sorry about your luck. Pin caps and band-aids. Thanks for the 5. She just created Strutting headlines with that. Any hopes of gaining public forgiveness is gone. Now she looks dumb. And she hasn't even taken the stand. Yeah, she made a mess of herself. She burned herself down with that. Vinner, thanks for the 5. You and Lost Beyond Pluto are my favorite, are my preferred channels on this. The live accompanying has indeed been pleasant here. I appreciate that. Yeah, for myself, like, I don't want to talk over the case. Like, there are some people, again, if you like coverage like that's your prerogative, if you enjoy it. But for myself, I don't want to talk over the witnesses, but I do want to talk in breaks, and I do want to throw in things every now and then while they're discussing something. But I don't want to wreck coverage, and that's the way I see it. But again, some people look at the case like they just wanted to watch a case play out. Like, I want to see how the case does play out. I want to see all the details to it. I want to hear them. I want to see what's here, and I want to see what's missing. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. Hey, what's up? Is it me? Or was the forgetful nurse very relieved once they moved past the high-profile male acquaintance? Any thoughts? Yeah, I'm gonna cover that. I'm gonna talk about that, I think, with a video, because I got an idea. But again, Barbara Kangas, thanks for the 5. What would happen if Amber fires her attorneys right now? She could, like, I don't know how that would play, actually. I don't know if she really could fire them. I suppose you could do anything that you wanted to, but yeah, that might be difficult considering you're in on this. You may be stuck with them. She's balling them out behind the scenes, though, I'm telling you. She's threatened them like about 12.5 times. She's threatened to, she wants them to know that she is displeased. She wants them to know that she is fired up. She is angry. I think it's hilarious. Like I said, I think it's absolutely hilarious, like how angry she has been in this stuff. Because she deservedly should be angry. The thing is, though, here's the problem with a person like Amber Heard. They can't look in the mirror and say, you know who I should be angry with? I should be angry with myself. Like, she will never point the blame inwardly. She will always point the blame outward. Is she beat Rottenborn already? Probably 6 times already. But she will never take credit for what she's done to her, to herself, to other people. Like, that's not the way a person like Amber Heard will work. They will take credit for all types of stuff, but like I said, they never look inward. They never say, this was caused because I tried to destroy someone's life. Again, what's scary about it, I wonder about, in her mindset, does she actually believe that she is a victim by now? Has she told herself that enough times that she believes her lies? I've worked with people that believe their lies. You know, they absolutely do believe their lies, and it makes you wonder, like, just how jacked up in the head they are. You know, if you repeat a lie enough, can you believe that it's true? You know, again, that's not any out being given to her either. Don't mistake that for an out when I say it. You know, she's definitely a monster and deserves what she gets. But I always wonder, does she believe what she says? Because like I said, I've worked with people that, you know, again, people that are just that far out there that they start to believe the lies. They start to believe the oddity. And it does make you wonder, yeah. Said she is an interesting case study, though, and this should show the world. See, here's your problem with listen and believe. Listen and believe empowers people like Amber Heard. You cannot allow a person like an Amber Heard to be given free rein, because when you give free rein to someone like Amber Heard, you know what happens? Exactly what you say. I mean, we should all know better. We want to see. Here's the problem. All of us in society, we want to make sure that victims are heard. We're unfortunately that empathy, that sympathy that we want to attach, that can be misused, and it has been in this case. Very much. And it should be a wake-up call to anyone. That's what kills me about discussions about the Manson case, for example. I see people saying, well, you know, he has more accusers, or he has this or that. Did you not learn anything from this case? You don't take the word alone. You need to see what happens. And his filing, too. Like the people, his main accusers, they are a mess. They're a couple of them are like Amber Heard on steroids. So they use him a lot in this case, don't they? Be interesting if they both ended up, acquitted. But I hope people, they wake up to this stuff. Ian Hart, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. I appreciate that. Demonic Nut Gaming, thanks for doing. I don't post your clips. Just give my plug your YouTube. Oh, okay. That's fine, too. Thank you. I appreciate that, too. Yeah. It's better that way anyway, because if you do your own thing, people get used to you that way. So I'll have to check you out for sure. I'm not a big TikTok user, but like I said, if you clip in something or whatever, you can do that too. You know, you're more than welcome if you decide to. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 2. AH could be an ambassador to spoiled brats. Indeed. For a second, I thought you were talking about Charles Manson. You notice how they've used Marilyn Manson so many times in this case. You notice they don't call him Brian Warner either. They never call him by Brian Warner. You know why they call him Marilyn Manson? Because the headlines that he received about being an abuser, about being a monster, they figure, you know, that's probably a way to work around the positive headlines. All right, here we go. We have the judge popping back in. So I'm getting set up here. So they're doing an approach anyway and all of that. So I mean, we're good. They're taking care of their business. We have plenty of time to set up. Give me a second here. Yep. Boom. Look at that. X, thanks for the 4. Thanks for that coffee, too. I could use a coffee. The Warren, thanks for the super chat there. My father believes his own tales, always telling me how he met status quo in the 70s in the UK and how they had drinks at the wedding. He added they wanted him on stage, saxophone, but he denied. It never happened. Yeah, well, there are people that believe, they tell a story enough that they believe it's true, and that's, in some cases, like a tall tale, that's okay. Again, you're like, yeah, Dad, whatever. But in something like this, whoo, man. Nicole Gibson Stubbs, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. I thank you for that. They're back? Yeah. I got them there, Southern Take. I got them all set up. They're handling business in the court, though, so there's no sound because they're doing, remember, anybody that's tuning in recently, remember in this case, what they have to do is they're not allowed to listen to anything that goes on between the judge right here. They have to kill mic feed. They can point the camera toward that, but they can't catch anything where they're talking about, they can't violate attorney-client privilege either. So that's why they mute out at certain points. That's why you don't get the discussions there, because there could be all kinds of things being discussed. Names could come up that are not going to be presented. If you notice the text messages, for example, text messages, they will redact things. That's, again, if you would tell people that we're live today. Again, will she take the stand today? People keep asking. I don't know, but her defense has started, so it will start. When they get back up here, they're going to start weaving a tale of horror most foul, and we're going to have the media is going to pick it up, and they're going to run with it like it's God's gospel truth. They're definitely going to do that. And it's going to be interesting to see, like, just how that works out, too. I'm tired of her not getting her comeuppance, and she deserved what happened. She got a bomb dropped on her. Nothing they do in the courtroom, no tale, will undo that in the public eye. Again, the jury didn't see that, but you know what? Johnny Depp paid millions, so you and I got to watch stuff like that right there. We got to watch vindication, baby. We got to see it in the court. We got to see exactly what went on. I'm glad, like, to be honest, because we needed somebody to fight this, and he put he put the remnants of what was left. He put it on the line so somebody could actually speak up, and they're speaking up for victims. I think there are a lot of people that it'd be very easy to just back down and let all of that just steamroll too. It'd be very easy, but he didn't. 9,000 of you out there too. If you do me just a solid like, easy there, and if you would like to subscribe, that would be awesome too. If you want to check out, again, we have merchandising. Again, all profits from that go to charity, the thing that she doesn't do.
Yes.
Let's see. I'm trying to see what she's talking about here. She's like, oh, now we're going to have to hear this crazy woman. Mr. Depp.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Cat lady. She's going to be the one leading a lot of this stuff off. Whew, it's going to be messed up, you know? I'm ready for her to tell her side of the story, so we can, like I said, I feel like I'm almost an expert on her story. I really do. I know there's other people out there that, of course, they know more, but I feel like I'm pretty adept at what she's alleged. My God, what a screw up by her before the break. Denise Clark, customer, thanks for the 10. True transparency. He backed up his words. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, you're going to have, you got
ladies and gentlemen. All right, be
the worst
seated.
parts of your
All right,
life
the plaintiff
on
has
display.
rested in the defense case. Your witness,
Your Honor, I'd like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the stand.
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Don Hughes. This is going to be, they're going to play the, here's our experts. This is what abuse is like. That's going to be the game, I think, at first. Cat Lady's going to be asking the questions, too.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Dawn Hughes.
And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And where is your practice located?
I practice in New York City.
What is a clinical psychologist?
Sure. So a clinical psychologist is somebody who assesses, evaluates, and treats individuals who are suffering from a variety of ailments or problems that they have in their lives. It could be a major psychiatric disorder, and it could be problems in living. Clinical psychologists also participate in training, in education, and in research ventures.
And what is a forensic psychologist?
So a forensic psychologist is someone who applies the science and principles of clinical psychologists to a particular legal question at hand.
And please describe your background in terms of your education, please, for us.
So I received my bachelor degree in psychology from Hamilton College, which is in upstate New York. I then received my master's degree and my PhD from Nova Southeastern University, which is in Florida. I then had to complete my year-long internship, and that was at Yale University in the School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry. And there I did 2 full-year rotations. I did a year rotation in the Substance Abuse Treatment Unit and another year rotation in the West Haven Mental Health Clinic, where we saw individuals suffering from a wide array of difficulties and psychiatric illnesses. After that, I had to complete my postdoctoral fellowship, which is another year that's required in order to get licensed. And that was back in New York at Cornell Medical College in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program there.
Please describe your training and experience in psychology and trauma.
So my experience in trauma has been predominantly throughout graduate school. I started at a domestic violence program that was housed within our community mental health center of the university. And that program, we saw both men and women who were coming through the program. The majority of the men were court-ordered for batterers intervention programs to participate in mostly group therapy because of their behavior in intimate partner violence, domestic violence. We also treated the female victims who were victims of intimate partner violence mostly in individual therapy, but we did run some groups there as well. After that practicum experience, I went to work at the Veterans Administration in their outpatient psychiatry clinic. And in that clinic, I treated mostly, this was Florida, so they're much older adults. So we saw a lot of Vietnam era veterans and actually World War II veterans in that program, and a few of veterans who served combat in the first Iraq War. Sort of overlapping in that time, I also was the research coordinator for the Child Sex Abuse Survivors Program, and that was also a treatment program that was housed within that same community mental health center. And we saw individuals, both men and women, who were coming for treatment to deal with the consequences, the psychological after effects of having been sexually abused as a child. After that, I completed my internship when I was at Yale at the substance abuse program because we know there's a high concordance, a high rate of trauma-based disorders with substance abuse. I put together a group, a women's group of female heroin addicts, recovering heroin addicts who also had either domestic violence or childhood abuse histories. So we did a dual substance abuse harm reduction model with the healing from the traumatic effects of the violence that they experienced. On my postdoctoral fellowship, I was in the anxiety and traumatic stress program. As the name sounds, we saw individuals who were suffering from trauma-based disorders and anxiety, mostly late adolescents and adults, men and women, from rape, sexual assault, violence. Some were simple assaults on the streets, being mugged, and things of that nature. I also did teaching and training for Victim Services, which is New York City's largest victim-based organization who runs a lot of services for victims of domestic violence and shelter-based programs. And I did some education and training for them and teaching for a number of years.
Thank you. Let's talk about your current occupation. What positions do you currently hold?
So I currently have a private practice in Manhattan, and I also have a faculty position at Weill Cornell Medical College. I'm a clinical assistant professor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry there. This is what we call on the voluntary faculty, which means you don't get paid, but you participate in bringing in the interns, selecting the interns for that year. In that program, I teach, I think for the past 7-8 years, the ethics seminar to the interns, and also participate in other didactics that they have. I'm also called upon to sort of troubleshoot difficult scenarios that clinicians, either trainees or full-blood clinicians, might have if there's an issue of intimate partner violence or child sex abuse and they don't really know sort of what to do in that situation. I get consulted to do that. And then most recently, I was part of our program's COVID response team, where in pretty much March, April, May, June, July 2020, where New York City was the epicenter, we sort of mobilized and were really doing psychological first aid and helping our hospital-based workers deal with the stress and the trauma from seeing so much death and destruction because of COVID in those first months of New York City's COVID wave.
What does your independent practice entail?
So my independent practice is predominantly, I say 3 things. The bulk is I see individuals in therapy, 2.5 days. I see people who come to my office who are mostly dealing from, the traumatic effects of victimization, childhood abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, domestic violence. And I see these individuals in therapy. I do have a percentage of individuals who do not have a trauma history, and that's usually the anxiety disorders that I see. They may have panic disorder or generalized anxiety disorder or other difficulties and just relational difficulties or problems in living. The second big part of what I do is this, forensic psychology, like I am doing here today. I evaluate individuals who were involved in legal matters. I consult with prosecutors and district attorneys and U.S. attorneys on their cases, and just something that has to do with the legal system. And then the other smaller percentage is the engagement in professional activities in the profession.
Do you have any areas that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
And what is interpersonal violence?
So interpersonal violence is the umbrella term for when one person does something violent or abusive toward another. And that includes domestic violence, childhood sexual abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, physical assault. All of those type of behaviors we understand as interpersonal violence. And then the traumatic stress is the consequence of that. What happens to individuals when they experience these sort of life-altering events, these really adverse life events? Traumatic stress is one of the outgrowths and the psychological consequences that people have when they've been exposed to these type of traumas.
So intimate partner violence, rape, and sexual assault are major areas of your focus of practice?
That's
Is that
correct.
fair to say?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I'll just move on. What types of patients do you treat in your private office?
So I treat adults, mostly men and women in my practice. I sometimes will treat late adolescents, 17 or 18. They'll come to me usually after a rape or sexual assault, and I'll treat them in short-term treatment. But mostly adults who are, have sustained some kind of traumatic event in their lives.
Approximately how many victims of interpersonal violence have you examined or personally interviewed over the course of your career?
Hundreds upon hundreds.
And how many years have you been practicing?
Well, I started practicing in graduate school in 1992, and I was licensed in 1996, so 25, 30 years.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Please describe to the jury what board certification means and what you are certified in.
Board certification is the highest degree of postdoctoral certification that a psychologist can obtain. And I am board certified in forensic psychology, and that means that I have just amassed a competency in the area of forensic psychology.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
Yes, I am.
And in how many states are you licensed?
I'm licensed in 3 states, in New York, North Carolina, and Connecticut. And then I have some temporary licenses in other states as well.
Have you published in the area of your specialization?
I have. I am not predominantly a researcher or somebody who writes. I'm a clinician. I'm doing direct clinical service. But over the course of my graduate school and postdoctoral time, I have published some things, yes.
And have you published a book chapter relating to rape and sexual assault?
Objection
yes,
leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I have. Rape and sexual assault in adult women.
And have you published any book chapters relating to structured or clinical assessment of risk or violence?
Yes, I co-authored a book chapter entitled, this is a Structured Clinical Assessment of Risk and Violence.
Okay. Have you given any other trainings or presentations to mental health professionals in the area of trauma and abuse?
Yes, I've given many trainings at national conferences, at legal conferences for attorneys, for mental health professionals, on understanding trauma and how trauma may show up in the courtroom, on understanding what a victim of intimate partner violence might look like, of understanding the difficulties that a rape victim might have to come into court to testify, and training just regular sort of mental health professionals on how to understand trauma, how to look for trauma, what does it look like when it comes into your office, how do you treat it, how do you assess it. All of those factors I've done a number of trainings on.
Have you been invited on any occasions to train attorneys and judges on trauma and violence?
Yes, I have. I was invited by the Judicial Conference to be part of the training curriculum to train our New York State Supreme Court justices on issues of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress. Some of the things that I've just been talking to you here about how to understand what happens in those situations, how to understand the myths and misconceptions that may abound in these situations, and how you can sort of more accurately understand what a victim is talking to you about and telling you when they come into your courtroom.
Have you given any presentations to judicial symposiums on domestic violence?
Yes, I've also been contacted by, sometimes judges will have symposiums in their courtroom. They will make a decision to hold a particular symposium on particular topics, and I was asked to come to presentations for judges on numerous occasions.
And what, if any, presentations did you do on understanding women's use of force in IPV?
That was a recent presentation. I think that was invited by one of the judges of the Office on Domestic Violence in New York. And the title is When Women Use Force in Situations of Intimate Partner Violence. And my topic was to talk about the complexities of that issue and what does that look like and how can we differentiate if both people are fighting, how do we know that this is intimate partner violence? So what does the research tell us about that? How do we understand that and how can we really accurately assess that? And that was sort of the bulk of what that training was about.
What professional organizations do you belong to?
I belong to a number. I belong to the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the United States, over here, headquarters in DC. Because it's so big, there are subdivisions of American Psychological Association, so I belong to the Division of Trauma Psychology. I belong to the Division of Psychology and the Law, the Division of Psychologists in Private Practice. I belong to other organizations, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, which, as the name says, it's an international society where we our interdisciplinary, mostly psychiatry and psychology, researchers and clinicians to really understand and further our awareness about trauma and traumatic stress. I belong to the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. I belong to the Anxiety Disorders of Association of America. I'm a fellow in the American Board of Forensic Psychology. I don't know if I'm forgetting any.
Okay. Are any of these specific to interpersonal violence or trauma?
Well, clearly the trauma division of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation, and then also the Anxiety Disorders of Association continues to talk about trauma because prior to this new DSM-5, it was PTSD was originally categorized under the anxiety disorders. So there are still colleagues and researchers in the anxiety disorders organizations who talk about PTSD and trauma.
Do you hold any leadership roles in these organizations?
Yes, I am currently the president-elect of the Trauma Division of the American Psychological Association. That is an elected position. You have to be elected by our membership. And now I serve as with the presidential trio. So there's three of us. You serve with the immediate past president, the current president, and the president-elect. So it's a 3-year term. And what we try to do is continue to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology and also interface with the larger American Psychological Association organization to continue to disseminate best practices and have just a voice for trauma psychology with our larger body and policy making. I've been involved in the Trauma Psychology Executive Board since its inception. I was a founding member of that division. I served as a membership chair, a program chair, an awards chair. I was the APA Council of Representatives, which means I was also elected to serve a 3-year term and sit on the governance board of APA, representing the Division of Trauma Psychology. So I've been very actively involved in the trauma division.
And what is the Division of Trauma Psychology?
So the Division of Trauma Psychology are psychologists who come together who want to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology. We want to make sure that we have our finger on the pulse of research and evidence-based interventions for people who are struggling with traumatic events that have happened to them.
Okay. Have you served in leadership positions of other professional organizations?
Yes, I was. There's a New York City-based organization. It's called the Women's Mental Health Consortium, and that's also an interdisciplinary organization. It's psychology, psychiatry, nursing, social work, and this was formed in order to give women sort of a referral base and more information about mostly like reproductive psychiatry. We know that certain difficulties and psychological difficulties that you have can erupt when you're pregnant or postpartum. So we wanted to have a number of resources available to women in the New York City area. I was a membership chair there for a number of years, and then I was the president of that organization, I think 2009 to 2017. I don't have my CV, but I think that's about right.
Why is participation in professional organizations important in your field?
Well, it's important to me because I do believe very much in service. I do believe very much in giving back. I do believe that it's important as a psychologist who believes strongly in trauma psychology and helping people that I can be part of a voice at the table, part of that push to get policy and understanding, especially with the insurance companies, to make sure that people are getting, the appropriate care that they deserve. So it's something that just has always been part of my life in varying degrees. And as a psychologist, I feel like it's a very rewarding part of my job.
Do you attend professional conferences?
Yes, I do, typically multiple times a year. Of course, COVID threw a little bit of a wrench in that since some things are virtual, but yes, I routinely attend conferences.
And why do you think that's important?
It's important to stay abreast of developments in the field. It's important to meet with your colleagues across the country and see what they're doing and what they're hearing and what's working and what's not working. So when you're at a conference and somebody's presenting new or novel research, then you can take that information and bring that back to your clients and bring that back to my forensic work. So it absolutely enhances the work that I do.
Have you ever been qualified to testify in the field of psychology as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I was first qualified in 1998, so since then, about 50 times.
And how often in that 50 times has the specialty been in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress?
Probably more than half.
Okay. Have you ever worked for or testified for the prosecution in criminal matters, like the district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office?
Yes, I have, frequently.
Okay. Do you testify for both sides in lawsuits, plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever worked on other cases that didn't go to trial?
Many.
Okay. Have you ever found an individual that you evaluated did not suffer from the effects of interpersonal violence or PTSD?
Frequently.
Okay. Have you ever not been qualified in court where you have been proffered to qualify as an expert in the court?
No.
Your Honor, I would at this time move to qualify Dr. Hughes as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
All right, any objection?
No objection to qualifying her as an expert in forensic psychology.
All right.
More specifically, forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so moved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, please tell the jury what domestic violence, intimate partner violence means.
Sure. So I'm probably going to be interchanging the language, domestic violence and interpersonal violence, and for purposes here, these are the same thing. So intimate partner violence is a pattern of manipulation, fear, and coercive control that happens within an intimate relationship. It constitutes using a variety of abusive behaviors, and that can be physical violence, sexual violence, psychological aggression, emotional abuse, stalking or surveillance behaviors, and economic abuse. The abusive behaviors occur over time, not all at once, and they're also interspersed with very normal times, times without violence, times with love and happiness, and it's this interpositioning of the violence with the love and the abuse, with the love and the care, that makes it very difficult for a victim to extricate herself from that situation and from that relationship.
And what would you say is the overarching dynamic of these relationships?
So the overarching dynamic is the abuse of power and control of one person wanting to have dominance in that relationship, say over most things that the couple or that the victim does or does not do.
Please tell the jury what coercive control means.
So coercive control is a tactic of victimization. The goal of it is to establish dominance. What coercive control does is that it imposes negative consequences for noncompliance with your partner's expectations or demands. And what that does is it erodes away at the victim's autonomy and her independence.
What is physical violence?
So physical violence is when one person uses their body against the body of another with the intent to cause injury or harm. That can be push, shove, slap, kick, punch, beat up, meaning multiple types of physicality in one instance, throw, slam into a wall, push into something hard that you could hurt yourself. Clearly, use of a weapon would be a physically violent act as well.
Does size and strength matter between the parties?
Yes, very much so. This is very well documented in the literature about violence and abuse in relationships, and that's just physics. That's just proportional force. That if a 185-pound man is going to push a 120-pound woman, that's going to feel quite different than a 120-pound woman pushing a 185 pound man. And it's just about proportional force and the size and strength differential. And that is why specifically, if you look at wrestling or boxing, they match weight classes. And they do that for a reason, because they know that it's not fair if somebody is bigger and stronger than the other. So it's certainly not the only factor, but it is a factor that one has to consider if a relationship is violent.
What is psychological aggression?
So psychological aggression is threats and the imposition of threats with the intent to control someone's behavior. So it's doing a threat so that you will modify your behavior and do what your partner wants. Some psychological aggression techniques are intimidation, slamming your hand on a table, punching a wall, throwing something, mumbling under your mouth, cursing, screaming, sort of these high emotional valence type of activities that can cause a victim to feel afraid and feel intimidated. And then if there has been an act of physical violence where that contingency has already been established, that this person, your partner, has said, okay, I not only have the ability to use violence against you, I also have the willingness to do it. The intimidating tactics take on greater flavor. They take on greater salience. They mean more because you know what could be coming down the pike.
What is emotional abuse?
So emotional abuse functions to denigrate a person's sense of self-worth and their self-perception. It's about name-calling, being very mean-spirited, putting yourself down, using gender-based language that's offensive, racial slurs, all types of behaviors to really make a person feel less than they actually should.
And what is sexual abuse?
So sexual abuse in an intimate relationship functions to establish dominance and establish power. What it is simply in the psychological and psychiatric communities is forcing someone to do something sexual against your will when you did not want to. It can be forced sex, either forced vaginal, oral, anal sex. It can be forced to engage in any other type of sexual act that you may not want to do. And when I say force, it doesn't mean it has to have physical force. There's a lot of psychologically coercive tactics that are used that many times when violence has already been established in the relationship, the victim often feels that she can't say no for fear of reprisal, for fear of retaliation, for saying no to those acts. So sexual abuse, does happen in intimate partner relationships. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to ask about it because it makes people very uncomfortable.
Is digital penetration of the vagina sexual abuse?
Action leading.
What, if any, role does digital penetration of the vagina play in sexual abuse?
What?
If it is non-consensual, then it is abusive.
What, if any, penetration of inanimate objects into the vagina plays a role in sexual abuse?
Again, the operative word is consensual. If you are not consenting to those acts, then it is sexually abusive.
Is there a distinction between sexual violence and sexual abuse?
Not really. Sexual violence is a term of art. It is the overarching umbrella that we in the psychological and psychiatric communities talk about. So if we are looking at our diagnostic and statistical manual and say, what are the traumas that could cause PTSD, it's listed as sexual violence. So it's an umbrella term that allows us to understand it could be childhood sexual abuse, it could be a rape, a sexual assault, it can be sexual abuse in an intimate relationship. So it's really just an overarching term that we use in the field.
What are
So it doesn't mean, I think people often mistake it to mean that when you are being sexually abused, that someone's punching you or someone's hitting you or someone's doing something like that because you hear the violence. It does not mean that. That could happen, but that term does not require that, nor does it mean that.
What are stalking or surveillance behaviors?
So stalking and surveillance behaviors are a common tactic of typically men who use violent behaviors in an intimate relationship. What they do is they allow the woman to know that wherever she is, wherever she goes, he's going to know. I'm going to maybe look at your phone, see who you're talking to, track you on Find My iPhone, look at your Instagram, look at your emails, really having a way of knowing all of the personal information about you. And what that does, it again erodes the victim's autonomy and it erodes her sense of privacy. She doesn't feel that wherever she can go, that somewhere he's not going to be part of her life in a very objectionable way. Sometimes there's the pop-ins. They'll show up at places that they're not supposed to be and that we don't want them to be, just as a way of checking. Sometimes they'll have friends or family check up on their partners to make sure where they are. What time did you get home? But you didn't turn off your phone at this time, but you came in the door this time. Like all of the sort of constant questioning and interrogation about an individual's whereabouts.
What about economic abuse? What is that?
So economic abuse is a way to, again, continue to maintain control over your intimate partner. Sometimes it's withholding information about the finances, of not letting you have access to the finances. If you can't have access to a credit card or a checking account or, Apple Pay on your phone, then you're rendered usually much more economically dependent on your partner, and that limits tangible options for you. For individuals where that sort of tangible options isn't there, we see the economic abuse or the economic restriction when one partner refuses to share any information about the funds. So it's not like I can't go shopping because I won't have money, but I don't have any decision-making in our family money. I don't have any idea of what we're doing in our family vis-a-vis our finances. So it's a way of definitely keeping that very separate and not in a consensual. Some couples make that choice. One person does all the money, that's fine. But when it doesn't come from a place of consensual choice-making, it can be abusive.
So you just described a number of these abusive behaviors. Are all of them present in every domestic violence relationship?
Right. No, they're not all present in everyone. And that's why it's very important to do a thorough assessment of a relationship that may be mired in violence to see which ones are present and which ones have a great impact in the relationship, which ones are sort of making the structure of this relationship.
After a sexual assault in an intimate relationship, how might a victim in those circumstances interact with her partner?
So this is one of the myths that people say, well, if she was sexually assaulted by her partner, she would have just left. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what happens, especially when it's your husband or your boyfriend or your partner. So what women do is they bury it. They compartmentalize it. They put it away. They avoid it because then they continue to reach out for the kind and the loving man that they got into this relationship with. The problem is that it does fester belief and causes more sort of psychological distress in the victim.
Notice all victims'
What if any
description
role can
is she
shame
or her,
humiliation
this person.
play in this
No
coercive
man can be.
dynamic?
So that's one of the emotions that the victim is usually trying to suppress and compartmentalize and avoid and put away. One of the most frequently felt feelings after something so incredibly humiliating and violating is shame. And shame is a very sort of difficult emotion for people to have to live with and to have to experience. And then a lot of times what we see in these relationships, especially ones where sexual assault is perpetrated, there's typically the emotional abuse as well. So now if you're called names like a whore and a slut and easy and fat, and you're feeling the shame from the sexual assault that just happened, it sort of acts as a compounding effect, and it sort of kind of slowly deteriorates the psychological functioning of the victim, and where they're just really trying to get back to the good guy, get the good guy to come back, but they're suffering these symptoms underneath.
What about intimidation? What role does intimidation play in the coercive control dynamic?
And intimidation is one of the huge factors that we see in coercive control. Again, the goal is to get your partner to do what you want them to do. And if you've established that you can use violence and other sexual violence and physical violence, slamming your hand on a table, throwing a glass, breaking a door, throwing anything, causing a fit, yelling and screaming, that can rise the fear level in a victim that she may modify her behavior quicker, and he might not need to use physical violence. because he's already established that that fear is there.
What, if any, role could writing obscene messages play in being considered intimidating behavior?
Objection leading.
I said, what, if any, Your Honor?
Overruled.
I mean, certainly writing obscene messages to your partner could absolutely be an intimidating behavior.
What, if any, role does emotional abuse or degradation play in the dynamics?
So emotional abuse and degradation, as I stated before, functions to decrease your sense of self-worth. It decreases your sense of agency. It makes you feel bad about yourself. And when you feel bad about yourself, you're less likely to actualize and see options for leaving. You're so sort of mired in this dynamic of abuse that you come sometimes to believe the bad things that the person is telling you about. So, you know, maybe I am not talented and fat and lazy and stupid, and it interferes with that ability to problem solve and figure out, you know, can I get out of this relationship? And sometimes you feel you don't even deserve to get out of the relationship when the abuse is so chronic and so repetitive.
What role does surveillance as a means of control play in that dynamic?
So surveillance...
Objection leading.
I don't think that's leading, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
So surveillance functions to let the victim know wherever you are, there I am. So it makes her feel not secure in her movement, feeling that she has to restrict her movement. Her movement is not hers alone. It usually increases hypervigilance, it increases fear, it increases the need for yourself to mark where you've been and what you've done so that you can go back and prove it to your partner, because you know that there is going to be an interrogation later. When this pattern has been established, show receipts, you know, show me your iPhone, where were you, what's your Google location at? You know, those are some types of surveillance behaviors that puts the victim very much on edge and increases that level of anxiety and trepidation.
What role does possessive jealousy play in these relationships?
So possessive jealousy is a very difficult dynamic in intimate partner violence. It's very common in situations of coercive control. It's rooted in possession, that the gentleman feels that he can possess her and that he can have her whenever he wants. It's very possessive dynamic. But the accusations, the problem is when you make the accusations, the woman's forced to refute the accusations. So they're continuing in this dynamic where she's trying to prove, I didn't do what you said, this didn't happen. And then unfortunately, sometimes it escalates because the man is not taking the no for an answer, because this is a perseverative obsessive pattern that's very difficult to penetrate, that often these type of conversations lend themselves to physical and sexual violence.
Does this dynamic happen overnight?
No, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. We don't, you know, a woman doesn't get into a relationship with a man who's beating her up and sexually assaulting her and calling her names and doing all that. You know, she gets into the relationships for all the right reasons, just like we all get into relationships, for love, for companionship, for kindness, for a future. But then slowly, you know, all of these behaviors start to take form. And I always say it's sort of like sucking the oxygen out of the room, and then before you know it, you're suffocating.
So, and that brings me to my next question. What role do physical abuse and coercive tactics play interspersed with normalcy and positive moments?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I'll figure this out some way. What role does love and normalcy play in these dynamics you've been describing?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So love and normalcy are almost always in these relationships. That, you know, when you are in a lull and the violence is not happening, you're back to sort of the loving man that you wanted, the person who you wanted to be with. And when you pair sort of this violent dynamic, physical violence, sexual violence, with love and attachment, it creates a trauma bond. It creates a psychological bond. An emotional dependency is created. So it makes it very difficult for the victim of the abuse to sort of extricate herself from that relationship, and for her to even believe frankly. I mean, that takes a lot of time to even believe that she can and that she should.
And what, if any, role does that dynamic you've described have in the victim thinking they can fix the problem?
So what do we know from the research? The research with working with battered men who come into treatment is that the only person who can change the abuse is the abuser. So no matter what the tactics that the woman uses, she's trying to do all these different things to fix him, to have him not be violent, to have him not be sexually violent, to have him not be obsessively jealous. And all those things don't change his behavior because it's up to him to change his behavior. And this was played out a million times in the batterers intervention groups that I led. And the men would tell us, it doesn't matter what she does. I don't care. So the problem is that the woman continues to think that she can fix it, and yet she can't. But she's the one who's then rendered sort of helpless and hopeless because everything that she's trying to do is failing.
What is the cycle of violence?
So the cycle of violence is one way to describe this domestic violence pattern. Typically what we see, and the cycle can be different in a variety of relationships, but typically what we see is in the first phase, so sort of multiple 3 to 4 phases. In the first phase, there's a tension building phase. You're sort of starting to feel that apprehension. He may be throwing his papers on the table a little more. He may be slamming the fridge door a little more. He may be mumbling under his mouth a little more. He may grab a glass a little more forcefully than he normally is. And then there's the incident phase. Then there's the blow up, where the violence, the abuse, the screaming, the sexual violence or the physical violence, all that occurs. Then we come to the contrition phase. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It wasn't me. I'm not going to do it again. The promises for change. And then we sort of slide into the calm phase where, you know, this isn't going to happen again. I'm back to stable ground. I'm going to live in this place, this sort of honeymoon place. You know, the problem in the calm phase is we often see the rationalizations and the justifications for the behavior. It's not like typically the man is taking full responsibility for what he did, but it's calm because there's no, you know, violence and no sort of tension at that moment. And then it recurs. And then it recurs. So you're stuck in this vicious cycle of trying to figure out, how can I be with this man who hurts me, and yet I love him so much.
And what, if anything, does the term love bomb mean?
So the love bombing is, it's more of the colloquial term for the younger folks here, but, you know, where you shower someone with affection and love, you know, in this contrition and calm phase where, you know, everything about you is special. You're the best thing in the world. I'm never going to do anything to hurt you again. I would never let anyone hurt you. And it could be sending flowers and buying gifts or going on trips or your favorite restaurant. And that is, you know, a way of where the man is trying to make those amends. And then it gets the woman hooked. So they get hooked on the kindness. They get hooked on the love. They don't get hooked on the abuse. I've never met one woman in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that I've evaluated who was not concerned about the violence. They're all concerned about the violence, but they go for the love.
So in your experience with these dynamics that you've described, does the victim ever yell at her partner?
Absolutely.
Why?
We know from the research that women use verbal and physical acts of aggression in these relationships. That's not uncommon. This has been researched for 5 decades. And a woman may yell at her partner because she's angry. And anger is a very normal emotion to having been abused. She can also be afraid, but they don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can absolutely, as human beings, feel 2 or 3 or 4 different emotions at once. You know, people do often say to me, oh, she would never yell at him if she knew he was going to hit her. And that's not true. That's just patently not true. That's not supported in the research, and that's not supported in my clinical practice. You know, the problem is there's a classic double bind, and the violence has been so normalized in the relationship now. She gets hit if she does yell, she gets hit if she doesn't yell. So for women who feel at certain moments that they need to preserve some sense of their autonomy and their independence and stand up for themselves, they will yell and they will fight back, even though the risk of violence is there. So it doesn't mean that she's not afraid and that she's not concerned about the violence. And it doesn't mean she doesn't also use placating and compliance strategies most of the time as well.
Does, in the cases that you have and in your experience, does the abuse typically take place in front of others?
No, I mean, this is classically what we talk about behind closed doors. Most of the intimate partner violence, the domestic violence, happens, you know, in the privacy of your own home. So sometimes we see the remnants of it, the after effects, or victims talk to their friends or family about it, but very rarely are you seeing it happen, the actual blow-up phase happen in the middle of witnesses and other people.
What does the term bystander effect mean?
So bystander effect means what happens when people are aware that domestic violence is happening? What happens when they're aware, even if they're not seeing it, that it could be happening? And what happens is we know that it's very difficult for people to stand up and say something. It's very difficult, especially in situations where there's a larger community of folks and the person who perhaps is perpetrating the abuse is the leader of that community. It becomes very difficult to go up against that, to go up against the sort of the head honcho of the community. People are very fearful of losing their jobs. I've seen this time and time again in the cases that I've worked on, either the Boy Scout cases or the clergy abuse cases, you know, all of those type of cases where the USA Gymnastics, where when we go back and we look, we see people knew. But the secretary doesn't want to lose her job. She has kids to feed. The guy who, you know, checks you in, he doesn't want to lose his job because he has a mortgage to pay. So people are quiet and they don't say anything. You know, and then other people are very, it's a very worrisome dynamic. They don't want to put their foot out there if they're wrong, and maybe I didn't see it right, or I don't really know what happened. I certainly am not going to jeopardize my job if I don't really know what happened behind closed doors, even if I see a trashed room or a bruise. And then people still believe it's a family matter. You know, it's between Amber and Johnny. Let them figure it out. You know, I'm not going to get in the middle. So those are dynamics that happen.
What's the objection?
Motion to strike.
What's the objection?
We identified two names in the answer.
Overruled. Next.
The expert used Johnny and
Did you finish your
Amber.
answer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What about mutual abuse? What is that? What role does that play?
So mutual abuse isn't really a term of art that we use. What we look at is situational couple violence and intimate partner violence. And when we look at situational couple violence, that really does characterize the majority of types of violence and abuse that happens in relationships. That's when a couple gets out of hand. They may push, shove, slap, yell, say some things that they don't want. And it's not that those behaviors are okay, but those are sort of what our larger scale community-based studies say happens in these relationships. That's distinguished from intimate partner violence, what I'm talking to you about, that has this constellation of symptoms and is rooted in the abuse of power and control.
Is there research that addresses this mutual abuse?
Yeah, there's research that addresses what does gender symmetry look like, male and female. Are they the same? And there's certainly, as I said, research that on the lower end types of violent behaviors, push, shove, slap, you know, we may see similar rates between men and women. In psychological aggression, yelling, name calling, putting down, in some of our big community scale studies, we may see similar rates of perpetration in those behaviors. But then there are, you know, other situations where we don't have gender symmetry. And what the research talks about very clearly is you have to examine context. You have to examine the differential of power and control and coercive control in the relationship to make a full determination.
Do women use violence in relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've known this for 5 decades in our research. We've been studying this since the 70s. And when we look at what happens, women do report their use of violence. The majority of violence that we do see is what we call reactive violence or self-defensive violence, or sometimes violence that's perpetrated independently of an assault, of something that's going on. But mostly that when the partner begins to become violent, then she may become violent and fight back. And that's not an uncommon dynamic, that if somebody is being pushed or shoved or hit, that a person would fight back. That has been established in the research.
And what, if any, effect does that have on changing the power dynamics or the structure?
Well, you have to find out, does it? Does her use of violence change the overarching power structure of coercive control and violence and abuse in this relationship? And you have to examine those variables to see, does it or does it not?
Can men be victims of intimate partner violence?
Absolutely. Certainly, we know that we have to be careful of gendered stereotypes. We can't go in and think, oh, only the woman is the victim, and only the man is the perpetrator. That just does not comport with the research. We know
30
that
minutes of it.
the research also shows that we can have domestic violence in same-sex relationships. My very first case was a same-sex domestic violence homicide in Brooklyn. That was in 1998. So I've been examining and treating individuals in a variety of types of violent contexts. So we have to be careful that that bias doesn't get in our way when we're evaluating a particular situation in a particular case. That said, we do know that there still are differences. In a heterosexual couple, in a male-female dyad, the research still is clear that there are differences. Men still perpetrate more severe acts of violence. Women are still more likely to be injured. They are much more likely to suffer sexual violence at the hands of their partner. They're more likely to be intimidated, afraid, and they're much more likely to be killed. So we know that those differences exist, but we do examine, in those individual circumstances, knowing that either one could be a perpetrator or a victim.
So how are you able to determine whether a relationship is a situational violence or intimate partner violence?
So I thoroughly examine all of those other variables. I look for the coercive control, who holds the power in the situation, who's able to say no, who makes the decisions, what are the consequences if you don't follow the decisions of your partner, is there sexual violence, is there intimidation and fear, are there statistical factors that are associated with severe and lethal domestic violence. So there's a lot of data that we have in the field that we can use to assess a particular relationship and really find out what's going on.
Statistics
Does
are going to tell
alcohol
me.
and substance use cause people to be violent?
No, it certainly doesn't cause people to be violent. We have plenty of people who can be, struggling with substance abuse and addiction, and they're not violent. But when you have a substance abuse and addiction, and you perpetrate domestic violence, it does create a much more disastrous effect. It is a co-occurring variable, and we know that also from the research that the majority of the women will report that when their partner is drinking, the physical violence goes up. So a lot of the times when he's physically violent is when he's been consuming drugs or alcohol. When he's not consuming drugs and alcohol and he's not violent, those other behaviors continue to persist. The coercive control, the surveillance, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the psychological abuse, those usually persist. But the alcohol can just throw lighter fluid on a flame in a situation of domestic violence.
Is there research that looks at how women cope with the violence and abuse in their relationships?
Yes, there is.
Please tell me about it. What does it say?
So there's been a lot of research to talk about what do women do. That's the question that everyone wants to know. Why doesn't she just leave? And in asking that question, why doesn't she just leave, we actually are able to say, well, let me tell you what she does do. And what the research shows is women do a lot of things in that relationship. So there's sort of three main categories. One are the formal responses, the formal things that she does. Call the police, participate in prosecution of your partner, go see a therapist, go to a shelter, go to a hospital. These are sort of the very formal strategies that women can use. Then there are the informal strategies, and that's talking with your best friend, talking with your mom, talking with your friends, trying to get that emotional support from your social network. But the most common one is these personal strategies. And the personal strategies are really talking with your partner. They're trying to fix the relationship from within the confines of the relationship. You know, trying to get him to go to counseling, try to get him to go to church, try to get him to understand his ways, try to get him to get into AA or sober counseling or harm reduction model to help with his addiction, compliance with his demands, anticipating his demands, all these coping strategies that are sort of, you know, embedded within that intimate relationship.
Let's talk about the calling the police. Is that a common response?
It's not a common response. Many women do not want to call the police on their partners. You know, using criminal justice interventions in crimes of women and children are the least likely to be called into law enforcement. And most of the time when the police are called, it's because a particular incident has got out of hand and she feels unsafe. And the only way that she feels I can get this incident to end and stop is by calling law enforcement.
And if police are called, does the woman typically participate in the prosecution?
I mean, this has been a problem and a difficulty for prosecutors across the country since I've been doing this work. I'm actually frequently called by the prosecutor to testify about a fact pattern because the victim won't come in and testify. So dropping restraining orders, not participating in the prosecution is a very common dynamic in situations of intimate partner violence, domestic violence. And what we know and what we know from our law enforcement data and colleagues is that when you get that 911 call, they're very specifically trained to say, that's likely not the first episode. The chances are there have been more severe episodes before you get this call. So you can't go on the scene and think that this is the first episode of violence. And that's why a thorough assessment is supposed to be done when police officers arrive on the scene. So usually that episode that calls the police is just meant to stop that incident in that moment, to get a sense of safety. But most women don't want to participate and go forward with restraining orders.
Why do women in violent relationships stay in the relationship when the man's hurting them?
I mean, they stay for all the reasons we talked about in the cycle of violence. They stay for the loving man. They stay for the man who's kind. They stay for the man they decided to marry and had hope and promises for their future. So there's a lot of sort of love and attachment is why they're connected to their partner. Some people stay because they have economic reasons and they don't have tangible resources to leave. Some people have children in common and they don't want to deprive their children of a father. So some people fear retaliation. If I leave, I'm going to get seriously hurt. And frankly, the statistics bear it out. The most dangerous time for a woman is when she's leaving that relationship. Her likelihood of being killed grows substantially at that moment. So leaving sometimes isn't a best strategy. Staying keeps her safe. So there's usually a whole multitude of factors of why a woman decides to stay in the relationship. And again, as I said previously, it doesn't mean she's unconcerned about the violence. It's just she hasn't figured out a way out yet.
What, if any, role does emotional attachment and love play in that?
That's, you know, probably the biggest one is that you have this, we talked about that trauma bond that has developed, that psychological attachment to your partner. You don't want to leave him. You've connected with him on so many other levels that giving that up just feels like a threat to your integrity. You're just sort of, and a threat to his, because you're just so intertwined and attached.
What, if any, role does hope and optimism play?
Hope and optimism are really what keeps victims alive in these situations. That's what gets them going from one episode to the next, to get up the next day and maybe he's not going to drink today. Maybe it's going to be on his good side. Maybe he's going to come home and not disappear for 3 days. Continuing to hope that some type of change is coming down the pike.
Now, you mentioned lethality a little earlier. Can you please explain to us what that means?
So lethality is means death, means fatality, and we have very well validated instruments and data that looks at what factors happen in a relationship where a woman ends up dead. And we do that through looking retrospectively, saying, here's, this person ended up dead, killed by her partner in a homicide, and let's see what factors were there so that we can work at preventing it. It's very methodologically sound over different case control designs over multiple cities, used by the FBI and law enforcement. So these are a number of factors that tell us that somebody is in a very dangerous situation. So some of the factors are an increase of frequency and severity of the violence, threats to kill, choking behavior, sexual assault, obsessive and possessive jealousy, controlling behavior, the perpetrator's use and abuse of substances, alcohol and substances, the perpetrator's threatening of suicide himself, right? Those are some of the top factors, and there are more that are very, very dangerous. When we hear that and we hear a woman is in a situation where those are present, then we are moving out of situational couple violence.
What, if any, role does destroying property?
And destroying property, destruction of property, personal property is also one of the risk factors for danger and fatality.
And what, if any, role does leaving threatening messages play?
Yep. That's also a risk factor for lethality.
What are the psychological and traumatic effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
Objection compound.
Psychological and traumatic effects are kind of interchangeable.
I'll sustain the objection.
What are the psychological effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
So these have also been well researched, and they are wide and varied. We see depression and depressive disorders, sometimes with suicidality. We see anxiety and anxiety disorders, a lot of stress. We see post-traumatic stress disorder. We see substance abuse and substance abuse disorders. We see trust difficulties and difficulties in interpersonal relationships. As a result, we see a lot of shame and humiliation. We see anger and rage, a whole sleep disruption, a whole host of difficult psychological consequences having sustained a relationship of intimate partner violence.
What, if any, role does low self-esteem play?
Well, low self-esteem is a very common after effect, and that, when you're embedded in the relationship, it also makes it just very difficult for you to climb your way out.
What is emotional dysregulation?
Emotional dysregulation, so it's a DYS, dysregulation, is when you sort of don't feel that you have control of your emotions. You feel like you're fluctuating, from one to the next. It's not the same as a bipolar disorder. It, can happen in short moments that, it's really because your central nervous system is so out of haywire from being exposed to so many traumatic events that you may feel things deeply and with a short trigger and in a very quick time.
In your experience, is there a particular way victims of intimate partner violence remember the violence they endured?
Well, memory for traumatic events is something that has been well researched. Sometimes people have what we call dissociative amnesia, where because of the physical or psychic pain of what they're going through, a portion of the memory either gets blocked or can't get retrieved. Whether it's stored or retrieval, we're not really sure. But most of the times, the memory is really about when you have multiple repeated events of the same type of thing. So if you are abused multiple times and the abuse is very similar, it's very common for the victim to lose discrete details of a particular incident. They may not retain the memory for the complete incident, and that might not be to dissociative amnesia. That just might mean to forgetting because you have so many chronic events that have happened to you.
Are there common myths or misperceptions about domestic violence?
There are. I hope I've dispelled some of them here already, but I mean, the myths, certainly are that women are meek, are passive, are, just sitting there and letting the abuse happen, that women don't fight back, that women don't yell back, that some old ones, that they like the violence, they're not concerned about the violence, that if it was really bad, she really would have left. If it was really bad, she really would have told the police. All of those myths and misconceptions that just don't comport with the research.
Are there also myths about trauma survivors, how trauma survivors present?
Yes, there are, and what we say is, how lay people think someone who suffered a traumatic event is supposed to act. So in the immediate aftermath of a trauma, people think, oh, they should be hysterical and abreacting and emotional all over the place. And that's typically not the first reaction of a trauma survivor. The first reaction is, suppression, emotional numbing, emotional constriction. How do I get through this? Women who are beaten, they get up the next morning, they get their kids dressed, they get them to school, they go to work, they do a presentation in their office, they go on with life. The most normal thing that a person does who's experienced trauma is to get up and try to be normal. They're striving for that all the time. So sometimes if you see somebody who is more emotionally constricted, looks maybe stoic, looks like they're not feeling, it doesn't mean that they're not having internal reactions. We say this in the field of clinical psychology all the time. The inside doesn't match the outside. What you're seeing on the outside may not match what's going on for the person inside, because they have to be so controlled, because the fear is that if I let out a little of this emotion, I'm not going to be able to put the floodgates back on. It's just going to be too overwhelming. And that's true for people who are involved in litigation, and also true for my private patients who are, even though they're coming to me for help, they try very, very cleverly to not want to feel the difficult emotions of the trauma that they experienced.
And is it also possible that they can look very friendly and smile and laugh and things like that?
Yeah,
Action compound.
Sustain.
What, if any, please describe some of the ways that a victim can hide that, as you just testified to.
We call that the appearance of normalcy, the appearance of competency, right? And it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that they're not normal and that they're not competent, but it doesn't give you a bird's eye into their inner experience. And that's what we do in the rooms of therapy, where we really help people deal with that they keep to themselves. But yes, someone can be smiling and happy. It doesn't mean that they're not suffering inside.
Is there a single profile that fits all women in domestic violence situations?
No.
Is there a single profile of a man who perpetrates intimate partner violence?
No.
Your Honor, I'm at a point of moving to a new topic area. I don't know what Your Honor wants to do, because I know we switched the lunch route. I'm perfectly happy to keep going, but if this was a good stopping point, we could make that for the break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
As a provider, man, I hate people like this. I hate it. I refuse to work with people that will not acknowledge that men can be victimized. And her language showcases what she feels about that. Her language. She talked about males as batterers. She called it, she slipped in language. She worked in Johnny and Amber as an example. As a,
All right,
what
Dr.
the
Hughes,
heck?
since you are testifying, please not discuss your testimony, including the attorneys at this point, okay?
That should have been
All right, we'll come back at
stricken.
3:15 then, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
That should have absolutely been stricken from the record. There should have been no way that held in there. And yet, here we are. Yeah, so her statements there, woo, man, I tell you. So she kept saying things like, let me see. I was actually taking notes in that. It erodes at the victim, her. Again, it was her. She. I mean, that's all she would add in. And, she's part of the Women's Mental Health Consortium. She says that she does that to give women a referral base. Again, this is why men do not seek help. Because when you run into mental health is primarily funded by women seeking mental health, not men. Because if men go to it, they're dismissed. Many providers will treat you like trash. They will treat you like you're an abuser. As we've talked about before, the guy who tried to set up the first mental health clinics in Canada, he did that because when he left a violent relationship, he was referred by the police to anger management because obviously he had something to do with it. But I mean, they play this, again, this is what they have. Like, has there been one word in here that proved anything? No. It was funny because they have to give caveats for Amber Heard in certain things. They said alcohol, for example. She's an alcoholic. So does that cause you to be violent? No. Alcohol doesn't cause people to be violent. It is a co-occurring factor in that, though. It can. Why? Because, well, if you say that alcohol or drugs are actually a primary factor, yeah. At the same time, though, when we're talking about risk factors for lethality, she said, well, destruction of personal property, that's a risk factor for lethality. So you're going to tell me that when you look at somebody who slammed counters and stuff, yeah, I remember back in 2016 when we heard about the poor incident of Amber Heard being killed. Oh, wait, that didn't happen. It's just a bunch of bullshit. All they did was excuse violence from women. She brought up the idea that violence utilized by women or voice. Does a victim ever yell at her partner? Yes. The woman uses verbal because she's angry. It's normal emotion. So when the fuck is that violence? Is yelling, is it violence or is it a normal emotion? Well, from what I understand, if a man yells, it's violence. But if a woman yells, that it's freaking, it's a normal emotion. Amazing to understand that, isn't it? They brought up size again. That's what Amber Heard used as one of her discussion points. Tell the world, she talked about weight and size, and they used it in this, They absolutely did, and I'm not surprised by that at all. But they brought up violence, and they excused violence from women. And I thought that was astounding. It's astounding to hear. Again, male aggressor always, female aggressor, victim, always a victim. It tells you something. Tells you a lot about the people that you're seeing here. Let's see some comments. John Heisenberg, thanks for the 449. All I heard was men bad, women victims. She closed her entire practice down to come and testify. I wonder how much she's being paid. Well, that's what they said about every witness that JD put on, right? They're all mercenaries for hire. Wally, thanks for the 2. Tug, my man, that's just wasting the court's time. Well, that's what they have. That's the thing. But you know what? As a provider, that pisses me off. Because as a provider, I will not work with a fucking misandrist. I won't work with them at all. I will not work with a misandrist. Because at the end of the day, anyone can be a victim of that. Anyone can be a perpetrator. That's the way it is. Josh, thanks for the 2. She wasn't biased at all or paid off. No, not indeed, Aaron, thanks for the 2. Biased much? Indeed. Cheryl Laura, thanks for the 5. She needs to say the victim, the abuser, not he and she. Well, it just gives you she needs to be more professional. Well, no, that's how a lot of professionals are. That's how they see it. That's the world to them. They mean that. When she says he, she actually added Johnny and Amber in there. They should have struck that. I mean, she added into the conversation. She replaced he and she with Johnny and Amber. And I think for the super chat there, shocking sees a psychologist. Not really at all, actually. That's how a lot of people are. A lot of providers are. Because again, they get into things with that they have a confirmation bias. They've decided that, again, male victim, female, and they think, she said that we can tell what goes on by statistics. You're going to judge this relationship by statistics? And again, she's going to, she hasn't even gotten started yet. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 5. Alexa, show me the personification of misandry. Exactly. Impressed, thanks for the 5. Is she going to explain how dropping a grumpy on the side of the bed is a sign of her being abused or afraid? Apparently, she was so afraid she shit herself. She just forgot to put her pants back on. Estrella, thanks for the 5. The more she talks, the more I picture Johnny as a victim. Still waiting on the sweaters or the long sleeve shirts. You know why they have to bring in mental health professionals to testify? Because they have no physical health providers. As a mental health professional, it is unethical. It's a word. I was looking for the right word. It is unethical for me to approach. She can testify as someone on this, but like as a therapist or somebody that works with you, it's unethical for me to get up there and say that someone else is an abuser because you are my client. As my client, I believe you. I automatically believe you. I'm your advocate. It's unethical. But, you know, hey. Nathan Jasmine, thanks for that. I never laid a finger on my ex in anger, but she had no problem hitting me in the back as hard as she could. Women can be abusive too. There are many abusive women out there. You know, I've been around them myself. You know, I've had relationships before that were, you know, women get mad, hit you, you know, stuff, and that's normal. That's a normal thing that men experience. And again, I think back to look at it. You know, the world and its description of things has changed, but you look at that behavior. I mean, that behavior. A lot of men, they deal with that. You know, my relationship now is good, thank God. But, you know, I mean, if I look in the past, like for other relationships, I've had crazy stuff. And you just, you write it off as, well, that was my crazy ex, you know. You don't even think about it as abuse because men are trained to think like that. Because, again, mental health professionals, they sound like this. There is no place if something really goes on. So you just write it off as, that's just that crazy thing. My beef's Bush, thanks for the 2. AH isn't small, thin in stature, but not Tiny Tim. That's true, too. Kiko, thanks for the 2. Did she ever even evaluate either of them in person? She probably evaluated Amber Heard, I'm going to guess. That's just my guess here. They're gonna shift gears and stuff. I hate mental health providers that are like that because there's so many like that. Scott Wiggum, thanks for 5. First question, is it common for men who are victims of abuse to want to leave and remove them from said situation? That is a very good question. Thanks for the super chat as well. I hope JD's team rips her a new one on cross. Oh, they will. There's no way she walks easy. Pituitary user, thanks for the 5 and that super sticker. Appreciate that. Empress, thanks for the 20 there. Did she ever treat Amber or examine this case, or is she just going over all of her opinion? Well, she's going to walk us through, the dictionary on violence and only add she and he qualifiers. That's pretty much what I feel like. The original Roxanne, thanks for the super chat there. No statement on that, but plenty of it in backing. Thank you. Thank you for the backing of the channel. Lauren, thanks for the 5. Literally describing AH and JD, just gender role reversal. Every abuse thing should describe AH does to Johnny. Hope his team jumps on this. Indeed. Marie, thanks for the 5. She pretty told any men on the jury that they will always be the aggressor if they ever find themselves in a DV situation. Yeah, that's a message to men. You know, you're screwed. Like, just eat it, be quiet, and hope it goes away. Because if you ever have to go on the stand or have something to go on, Mindy, thanks for the 10 there. Was in a marriage with a diagnosed BPD. When I finally fled the divorce to get out of the abuse, when I saw she wasn't getting help, I was hit with threats of abuse if I were to leave. That is classic BPD right there. That sucks. That is a jacked up situation, but that is classic thing that you'll see. The use of threats of, I will ruin you with these claims if you try to leave me. Shot Kitten, thanks for the 5. The witness is very reason men don't report abuse by women. Exactly. That's exactly it. And that is a provider. It's horrible. Eugene Knight, thanks for the 2. Should Daisy's team listen to her, let her listen to a few tapes? Oh, she would just dismiss it. She'd be like, well, she's saying this because she's using her voice as her strength. That's a coping mechanism. I blame DA. Thanks for the 5 there. She was so unprofessional, and her choice of pronouns on point. Once you ignore the horrible gender bias, could be a witness for JD. Unprofessional. Yes, exactly. But hey, men can't be, right? Taylor, thanks for the 5. Is this a vocabulary? What's the meaning of ... Exactly. Southern Tech, thanks for the 5 there. Don't worry, friend. Depp side will cross. She's set herself up. Remember what Chu just did when they tried to have it dismissed? I mean, that's true. I'm not worried about it. It bothers me as a provider. It bothers me because, again, I know the damage that this stuff does. I know the message that it sends. Leslie Motley, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker there. Appreciate that. Get that flex on. Antoine, thanks for the super chat. This so-called expert is high-ranked member psychologist in the APA, where masculinity has been diagnosed as a disease. That's true. Can't get more credible than that. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where, again, these are the same people that tell me that I need to go ask for help if I need it. I need to have emotions. Man, if a man has emotions or a man has any need whatsoever, look at how men are treated. Like, again, there are issues that harm men in situations, and this is it. This is a perfect example of it. Again, that isn't taking anything away from women. It's saying, like, anybody should be able to seek help. Anyone should be able to talk about what goes on, and people like this, they don't let you. Nita Taylor, thanks for the 2. Let's hope JD's team is catching it and exposing her. Oh, they are. They're just sitting on their hands waiting for it all to roll up. They are indeed. Lost in Wonderland, thanks for 5. This doctor gives me Justice Britt Kavanaugh vibes. She's something. And please, thanks for the 5. So Johnny was abusive for walking away or wanting to walk away. This lady was so boring, so much generic information, stuff we already know. Yeah, you're abusive no matter what you do. She basically laid down the foundation for anything that Johnny Depp did, whether it was walking away, that was a type of abuse. Asking questions about where you've been, that's abuse. Arguing, that's abuse. Trying to take anger out on an inanimate object instead of a person, that's abuse. That's also a risk factor for killing someone. Drinking or, getting high, well, that's going to turn into abuse. Again, everything. Beaver's Bush, thanks for the 2. Doc, spouse, beg for a muffin. Hashtag Dr. Trash Bag. For real. Hashtag Dr. Trash Bag. That's funny. Michael Singer. Line up everything she says with AH on cross. Exactly. That's what they need to do. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. This woman is so one-sided. She should be saying him, her, not just her, she. She needs to. Dedicated, thanks for 3. High Tug, what's your opinion of Duluth model? I think it's a very flawed model. I think there are many flaws in it. Krios, thanks for the 659. I'm so glad Dr. Curry did her testimony first, so we have a good idea of what professional psychologist versus a misandrous one. Yeah, you should have people out there that you should go and be able to talk to and get help from. And you can see, like, a good provider versus a bad one. Again, like, when I talk about this, I choose my words. I'm live enough that, again, I'm going to make mistakes when I talk. Because I'm not prepped for weeks to be on the stand. But at the same time, I even try to walk what I'm saying carefully because I don't want anyone to construe what I say as an overwhelming shadow. Like I said, when I talk about these things, I don't believe hashtag believe all women, and I definitely don't hashtag blame all women. I believe that women, just as easily as men, can be the victims of abuse, false accusations. It can happen with women. It's more prevalent toward men now because the cancellation of men is so easy these days. That's this systemic thing we've seen. People like that on the stand, they help lead to it. Original Roxanne, thanks for the super chat there and the super sticker flower. Thank you for that. Smooch Pooch, thanks for the 2. She is not getting a good Yelp review. She's getting torn apart on Twitter. You look at it. I may have been ranting a little bit too. Allie Beanitz, thanks for the 2 there. I can't believe what I was hearing. Pure bias. I know, it's just a mess. Big surprise. Thanks for the 5. So far, it seems she found her first conclusion. We're still looking for events, reasons to support it. By the way, she's apparently getting review bombed now. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Bina, thanks for the super chat. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Jenny, thanks for the 179. Weirdly, I just keep thinking, shrug. Where's the beef? Where's the beef indeed? JEDALS, thanks for the 20 there. Stopping people from leaving, depending on what state you live in, is considered entrapment or kidnapping. Pulling phones out of walls or hiding phones is also against the law. I hope Cross explores these things. All right, we're back already. Man, we hit some stuff, but my God, that seemed to go by fast. So they're bringing back in the jury. Give me a second. Judge, I thought that was trash, by the way, of the judge not to pull the statement with JD's name added into it. I thought that was trash. And Charon, thanks for the 179. Read some reviews on her WebMD page. I'm sure they're interesting. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. I actually believe that women track men's phones and locations a lot more than vice versa. I've been a victim of that very thing multiple times. That happens a lot, actually, very much so. Wow. Mary Levine Franco, thank you for the $200 super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you, by the way. Thank you for that. That's awesome and amazing. Thank you. Thank you for existing. Thank you for being here, Thank you for listening to me rant about it, too. As a provider, like I said, I want all of you to be able to get help if you need it.
Seated? All right.
And it disturbs
Your next
me.
question?
Anyway.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll talk after.
Dr. Hughes, did there come a time when you conducted a forensic psychological evaluation of Amber Heard? And please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation is.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
Okay. A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question. Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she malingering? Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case, and then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this was my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I was called to evaluate them.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard for a total of about 29 hours. I met with her for the first time in September 2019. I saw her for 4 visits in live in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021 and
You approach? Okay.
Huh. Why use any tools, though? I mean, obviously, she's already laid the groundwork that Amber Heard's female, so that obviously means she's a victim. Why did you need any more time? Were y'all just hanging out and, like, ordering bread or something? Because, I mean, I thought we already laid down the foundation of that. Female? Oh, obviously, you are the aggrieved party. I swear, this woman. Again, she is a paid witness. That's the argument for the other side all the time. So she is definitely a paid witness. You can tell she's a paid witness too. Hired gun. She's going to come in 29 hours. She's going to say she most definitely is better. You know what proves it to me? I can, again, you want the perfect example? Go watch James Corden show on YouTube with Amber Heard.
Dr. Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. I'm so sorry. Dr. Hughes, were you consulting anything? Dr. Curry's here, I guess, as well. That's
I'm
you messed
concerned
her
in my
with
cheat sheet of the dates that I saw Ms. Heard so that I could
Mixed her up with
accurately
Dr. Curry.
report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that report.
Okay, okay. And do you want to see that? Okay. Should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or does he want to?
Would you like to look at it now or before cross-examination?
It's just to post it.
Okay, before cross-examination.
Okay,
All right,
that's
that's
fine.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Please continue. I think you were telling us when you saw Ms. Heard.
Sure. So there were 4 dates in person in New York City for a total of about 21 and a half hours. And then I saw her in January 18th, 2021 over Zoom for 3 hours, and then December 27th, 2021 for 4 hours over Zoom.
And what did the evaluation consist of?
So as I stated, the evaluation consisted of psychological testing, a semi-structured clinical interview with Ms. Heard, a review of a whole host of documents relative to this case and medical records and psychological records, and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
Well, when someone comes in for the evaluation, you sometimes don't know what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely have to do a full clinical interview and have a sense of their life patterns, things that have affected them in their lives, you know, where they have worked, where they have lived, just get a full sense
the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I would like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions
Knocked
were?
offline by YouTube.
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence.
It's just crazy. I got knocked offline by YouTube. So I'm setting my broadcast back up again. No problem with our signal, nothing else. I feel like YouTube did this to Nick Rekieta 3 times when he covered another trial. Myself, I just got knocked out. Again, no problem with signal, nothing like that. No issues with stuff, just knocked offline. Couldn't sign back into YouTube. 9K to 5K course. That's the plan for it. Got to knock you offline. Got to knock you out while you're doing well, because you got to shield for those mainstreamers. Well, it ain't about missing anything worthwhile. It's costing you like 3,000 or 4,000 viewers is what it does, because it's a big, middle finger to make sure that you were building up real well. Got to knock you offline. Got to make sure that we handicap what you do. Too many viewers, yeah, for your own good. They were like, nope, got to go help out the other guy. It's typically how it goes. Oh well. We roll on. We roll the punches and we knock on. It amazes me, though, that stuff like that happens. At least I was knocked off with a testimony that I can't stand. That person was irritating anyway, in my history, it showed a different stream, ET. I'm not surprised. Like I said, it's not surprising. You start doing well, and they're like, got to knock you offline. Can't have you working. Can't have you doing a good job. You little independent journalist. Psh.
Testimony, her deposition testimony in this case, her deposition or her trial testimony in the UK case. I did the same thing for Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read other medical records in this case, nursing notes in this case, in the highlights. And I also listened to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
And what, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen, yes.
Okay. Now, the collateral interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct those?
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced this person. Sometimes our clinical notes don't give the full breadth of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a contemporaneous look at what was going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting, what was she saying about the relationship to her therapist.
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and May I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult the
dates,
notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates?
If she's asking me a question, I'm not going to
You're
answer.
you're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Oh, man. I really, I'm still getting set up over here. Thankfully, they've had some issues to talk about there. But my God, you talk about a mess. Johnny Depp's like, what a mess on their side too. At least, like I said, if YouTube was going to knock something off, they knocked me off in a witness I couldn't stand. So at least I'm happy about that. You know, if they're going to cause problems with this witness, because my God, this person. Making sure everything's good while we're set out there, though. We're building back too. We're rolling towards 7. We were at 10,000 people, but hey, share the link if you would, please, as we set up. This is one of the things that I've noticed from if you're too let's just say if you're too the side they don't want to win centric, that they let you know, and they let you know real quickly. They bust you in your chops for it. You know, it's kind of amazing. It's like a Yellow Flash was mentioning the other day. Once he started covering this trial, he started getting demonetized and all kinds of stuff.
So she treated with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier, before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Miss Heard. And she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie Jacobs in September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. And so and I guess you got ahead of me there, so you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
Okay. And when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of 19.
Yeah, they all were in
is
the
fine.
end of 19, yes.
All right. And you are you aware that Paige Heard has since died? She died 2 years ago?
Yes, I am aware, sadly.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the psychological testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you
Overruled, I'll
Can you please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell the jury which ones you administered?
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
So I administered.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
She can refresh her recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right, you just can't read, you're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
So I can look and just look up, and that's refreshing my recollection? Okay.
All right, if we could approach for a moment.
Here's a fun fact today that I just found out, by the way. People have been asking me about Nick Wallace. So Nick Wallace apparently unfollowed me the other day. I wonder, Nick Wallace, since you're shilling hardcore for Amber Heard these days, since we're in the middle of a thing, would you care to disclose how much money that you actually took from Johnny Depp supporters to cross those seas and get to the courthouse before you decided to go full-fledged Amber Heard simp? Just curious. Fascinating stuff. It's interesting. I think he got himself a mainstream job, and he's like, screw all you people. No more. It's amazing that. He actually hit me up in DMs not too long ago. I was like, some small talk. And it's like, all right, that's cool. And then, bam, 60 Minutes comes up. Actually, people asked me about his newsletter. I was like, I haven't covered that. The 60 Minutes stuff was like, yeah, that's pretty messed up. And then I'll look today. I'll look to see how his feed was doing, you know, because he's been live tweeting the trial. And
Dr. Hughes, can you tell the jury the tests that you administered, please?
Yes, I can. I administered the personality assessment inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the trauma symptom inventory too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist for the 5th edition for the DSM-5. I administered the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the Conflict Tactics Scale, the Abusive Behavior Observation Checklist, and the Danger Assessment Scale. And then I also did the Life Events Checklist, which scans and gets us to ask about a lot of traumatic events that an individual may have experienced, and we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Thank you. Were there any tests you administered to Amber Heard that were designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false production of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests, had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAS, the Miller Assessment, a Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, you know, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale. So on that test, sorry, not the scale, that test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms, I determined that that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to is it's called ATR, it's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated in people who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italices, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
You want to approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dr. Hughes, please continue.
So that is a very inaccurate way to describe that scale and that test. And so the ATR scale on this test is probably the least robust of our validity scales, so you would never make a comment like that based on one scale if you don't have consistency across data. And when you look at the consistency across the testing with the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that, that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data that Ms. Hurd is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactics scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing.
To refresh
To
your
refresh
recollection?
my recollection, just a glance so I
Yes,
can
you may
be
do that.
clear with the jury. So what the overall gist of the testing was that, and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Ms. Hurd and then also what Ms. Hurd did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And what
Objection, Your Honor. We're back to reading.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
I don't, go ahead. Go ahead.
Please continue.
So what these tests show was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Hurd. There was violence more on the mild level perpetrated by Ms. Hurd toward Mr. Depp with one severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me. There were scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Ms. Hurd reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out, we're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Hurd did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Hurd, what she was subjected to, and then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection, foundation.
She's talking about the test results.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
The obsessive jealousy, the control aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors that placed her in the increased danger range. And this is a range that, says that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with
So you must drive a
law
guy to
enforcement
suicide.
if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
So did the results of the psychological tests you administered to Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD, and that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms, and in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse or the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally, the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to Amber Heard's history of childhood abuse in making your diagnosis?
I mean, that was a significant consideration, given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, earlier on in the evaluation, and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD, if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma. The other aspect about her childhood abuse is that she was raised in a family of violence. She was physically abused by her father. She saw her father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, knotted out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say lastly, what that environment taught her was that she learned that she could love someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two should be diametrically opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen. And she also believed that she could fix him, just like she tried to fix her father and just like she tried to fix her mother. She truly, truly believed that she could fix Mr. Depp and rid him of his substance abuse problems. But that did not work.
Did you review Dr. Curry's CAPS 5 that she administered to Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS 5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws in how she chose to administer it and then some of the coding. Ms. Heard on that CAPS 5 to Dr. Curry certainly reported trauma-based symptomatology related to the abuse by Mr. Depp, but somehow that was not coded
factors.
as such.
And did you review Dr. Curry's MMPI 2 that she administered on Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with her interpretations on that test?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because this profile is a normal profile. There are no clinical scores elevated above 65, which is 1.5 standard deviations of the mean, which is what we use to determine clinical significance. And if none of those scales are elevated, it becomes very difficult for us to make assumptions about a person's psychology and their functioning. Now remember, the psychological testing generates hypotheses about a person that we then, using our clinical judgment, have to make a decision about. We have to make an assessment about it. And if none of those scales was elevated, and that was true, but the result of that is you have a defensive profile. You have somebody who's not giving you a lot of information. So the scales are all low. So there's no way you can take that MMPI and then say it meets, it's consistent with borderline personality disorder. You just don't have the symptom expression on it in order to do that.
And that's my next question here. What, if any, diagnoses did you make of personality disorders for Amber Heard based on your testing?
I did not make a personality disorder of Ms. Heard.
Why not?
For a number of reasons. Number one, a personality disorder requires a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts. Two key words: pervasive pattern, variety of contexts. That means if her emotional instability, her affect dysregulation, or her fear of abandonment is only occurring in the relationship with Mr. Depp, and we don't have evidence of it before, and we don't have evidence of it after, it is not.
All right. Do you want to approach?
I swear. Every test, yeah. 19 out of 20 factors that basically tell you that someone's malingering. No. You didn't figure that. I like how Dr. Curry didn't get the chance to do the same thing to this lady's testing, by the way. I find the getting to second guess somebody a little one-sided there, don't you? Kind of funny. It shows you the tactic, though. This has been the tactic from Amber Heard's team from go. Just attack. You know, they attack everybody, whether that's Johnny Depp, whether that's a witness. I mean, that's all they do. It would have been fascinating, though, like I said, to have seen what she thought about this lady's work. Because like I said, you want to see bias from go? Well, just look at her descriptors. You know, her descriptor language itself tells you that she is biased. Victim equals she. Batterer, he. I mean, you know what I find funny too? So Amber Heard's dad was a heroin junkie, we just heard, right? A heroin junkie that could afford private school. Could afford horses. Most junkies that I've ran into, they can barely afford sandwiches. They can barely afford upkeep, let alone, you know, dripping it down into the smack. But hey, you know, what do I know, right? What do I know? I mean, when you're talking about a heroin junkie, yeah, that seems to be pouring it on pretty thick. It's amazing. Yep. Heroin junkie horse trainers. I mean, again, you find people usually, your high function junkies. Even you were looking at how much money like these people were spending on wine, like an Amber Heard. My God, she's spending $10,000 a month on wine. Like if you had a junk habit, like that stuff that consumes you because you can never get to the top of it. It's just so crazy. She cheated on a test. I mean, this lady has credentials. I mean, hey, she has more credentials than me. I just go out in the field and I work with the poor. I mean, hey, that's just my life there. I didn't worry about the platitudes of the freaking other professionals because I work with any professional. But if you deny the existence of male domestic abuse survivors, I ain't got any use for you. Same way, if you're a misandrist or a misogynist, I have no use for either of them. I want all clients to be able to get help. I think that's a very fair way of looking at it. And this person is full-fledged, full-blown, full like tilt shows. I'll look at Amber. Amber, yeah. Oh, I gotta look really sad this whole time. I gotta look sad unless I'm talking to my lawyers. Then I'm gonna sing and dance and sing a song. A heroin junkie horse trainer. Oh, I mean, you learn. Her daddy in real life was arrested for dog fighting and other things like that. He was arrested for drug sales, but a smack habit? I mean, I haven't met many casual smack users either, like when we're getting down to it. That's not a drug that you just usually walk away from, Like if they just told me pills or something, I'd say, yeah, okay, I see that. But if they're going to tell me again a smack habit, that's a big difference. We're waiting. They're having a conference at the beginning, by the way. They're talking about something as far as scaling and whatnot is concerned. They're talking about what she's reporting here. Again, I think it would have been interesting to be able to. I'm hoping that they run the day out with her, so you start the day tomorrow with Cross. I would rather you not hurry Cross with this lady. I'd rather you eat her alive on Cross because you could. This is when the game comes down to it because every single thing Amber Heard reported is da 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 da. Man, you know how you tell? You know how you tell that somebody's a bias? Like I said, she meets with her. She met with her like a client. She discusses her like you're discussing a client, not a test subject. When you go and you evaluate somebody like that, you don't look at them as a client. You look at them as a test subject. That is your that is your goal, your objective when you're working for the court. You're supposed to go in and you're supposed to give a non-biased evaluation. If you are working with them as a client, the danger in that, if you're looking at them, again, as clientele, as somebody that you're trying to help, is the fact that you're their advocate. Once you take on somebody with therapy, or again, you look at them, you almost have to dehumanize to run tests. And, and I don't mean you have to be rude or anything. I mean that you can't look at them as you are their advocate. And this lady, when she speaks about Amber Heard, she sees herself as her advocate. And that is a problem because that makes you biased. Everything that you look at testing-wise, it makes you biased. Again, the things that we hear about, CAPS 5, and I'd like to see Dr. Shannon Curry recalled so she could talk about what's missing here. What impact will this have on AH when David calls her after court. Be called heroin addict today. Well, her daddy, she said a lot of stuff about her dad. You know, she's talked about him being an abuser multiple times. I always wondered how her dad takes that. Because again, you know, we almost accept those claims like they're real. And here's the problem. If Johnny Depp wasn't a physical abuser, then the stories about her dad, are they true? Do you accept those as well, you know? Type MDA, thanks for the 5 of individuals BPD. 30.2% were also diagnosed with PTSD, whereas 24.2% of individuals with PTSD were also diagnosed with BPD. Yes, I mean you have a high correlation with that. You also have, remember this is your problem with mental health science. And I tell you this as somebody in mental health. Mental health is art as much as it is science. You have science that backs categorization to a degree, but but diagnostician, being a diagnostician, that is an art form. And truly, when you're going in and evaluating people, you have to have a different mindset. Yeah, it's a different animal than being a therapist. This lady sounds like Amber Heard's therapist. You know? She's discussed a million times. Look at Cat Lady going crazy about that. She's just wagging that head. Whack, 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 whack. I always imagine her with a lot of wakas. Waka, 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 waka. You gobble up those power pellets, Cat Lady. God, look at how crazy. He's like, That's why, you know, she got bawled out by she got bawled out in the LA courtrooms by the judge there, because you could tell she's horrible to deal with. Like that judge bawled her out one time. We got the transcript of it. It was amazing. All right, they're back.
Dr. Hughes, what, if anything, did Dr. Cowan say to you about any type of diagnoses of personality disorders?
Dr. Cohen did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
And what, if anything, did Dr. Bonnie Jacobs say about diagnosing Amber Heard with any personality disorders?
And Dr. Jacobs similarly did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
Thank you. Now, let's turn back to intimate partner violence. What types of physical violence were reported to you?
So there were a number of physically violent behaviors that were reported, that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp perpetrated. He pushed her, he shoved her, he slapped her with the front of his hand and the back of his hand. He choked her, he slammed her into the wall, he pushed her and she fell down. He kicked her in the back. Again, without looking at my notes, that's what I can recall.
Okay. And what type of injuries did Amber Heard report to you?
She reported mostly bruising, pain, some cuts. She reported vaginal pain from some of the sexual assaults. She reported that she did have some scratches and cuts on her from broken glass. She reported that she believed she may have lost consciousness 2 times, once in the Australia incident and once in the December 15th, 2015 incident.
Okay. What type of coercive control was reported or did you find?
Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, coercive control was reported to you?
So the course of control that was determined in this relationship I found to be quite significant. There were many, many instances where Mr. Depp tried to control how Ms. Heard went about her career. He didn't want her to show nudity. He didn't want her to show boob. He didn't want her to act with certain actors because of this obsessive jealousy. He criticized her ambition. He'd rather she not work. He called, the ambition as something as a negative thing. It made her very fearful to have to look at scripts or talk about scripts or talk about movie roles, because he persistently put those down and told her she didn't need to work and she didn't need to do that and she didn't need to show her tits and ass. He didn't necessarily support her work. The way this manifested as well is that he called almost every actor that she had to work with, males and females. So no matter what show she was filming or shooting, he would call the leading actor, he would call the director, he would tell you, I got eyes down there, I got eyes down on the set. So she never felt safe to be herself and be an actress in these films or productions, because she'd have to come home and then endure his anger at her for doing something or for not doing something. When she was filming and he was in the same town, she feared that he would show up on the set and, to know what her call sheet, what she was filming that day. She, even told her assistant, don't give it to him, don't let him see it so that he won't show up. And sometimes he did. So it was very trepidatious for her and very anxiety provoking that he continued to do this. He tried to control what she wore. When she was going out with him, things were fine, but he told her often, no woman like mine is going to dress like a whore, and didn't want her to wear revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job audition, and he said, you're going to go out with those tits and ass? And she had to sort of go in and put on what she said, mom jeans, so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't look revealing, and continued to try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take. This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him, because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity. And we saw that on the Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister, when some things were leaked. He was obsessed, believing that it was Whitney who did it, and eventually Miss Heard had to succumb and say, okay, yes, it was, and then alienate herself from her sister because she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take the constant barrage of criticism. So there were many instances when, in terms of their interactions, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of, when we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you, your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this sort of withdrawal of affection, which was on his terms and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Ms. Heard knew he was always going to come back, and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
So she just followed him to the rooms and kept it going, right?
What is the effect of the coercive control on Amber Heard?
I mean, the effect was drastic. She talked to me that she, her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety provoking because of the accusations of infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, babe, there's no one here, there's no one here. That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant, and definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology getting worse over time.
What about sexual violence?
So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber, and that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine. Thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking kill you, and he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard reported to me of dissociating and going outside of her body, and the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
What, if any, psychological abuse did you find?
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors. As I stated, Miss Heard admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she did call him names and offensive comments and said things to him that were horrible, and that she was incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her a number of names, frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition was a weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
Can you tell me how you conducted your analysis to arrive at these conclusions?
Sure. So what I did was look at the incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these incidents of intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victim telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened at that moment? The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
Vague.
Overruled, I'll allow.
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I believe, without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Ms. Heard is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp to come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking and drinking, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you had fun with your escapades, and some more inflammatory language. And then in an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane.
She never once sought treatment for any of this stuff, though.
So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco before this Boston plane incident. After the incident, Ms. Heard told her friend Io, she told her friend Savannah, she told her friend Rocky. Ms. Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home. So she went to a hotel, because when Johnny was in these states, he would often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase. And he talked about that. That was the roxicodone before he detoxed. He was still in that, high substance abuse phase, that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe. There was a text from Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
All right, you want to approach?
So all of those claims there, everything, she never sought medical treatment once. So you're going to tell me he was leading her around like she was a puppy, but by her, let's just say her others. That's what I'm going to go with. Yeah, he took a bottle and it was so bad she disassociated. And her last thought was, I hope it's not the broken one. Again, she never claimed this stuff before, ever. These are brand new claims, because 14 claims is not enough. It's not enough anymore. Now she has to bring in, and again, this is a whack job insane. Like, I have no idea. Like, where do you draw the line with this? This lady's testifying for Amber Heard too. She's just sitting up here telling every one of her incidents. She's laying it down like she witnessed something, and all she did is have Amber Heard give her a narrative. And now she's a paid witness that comes back here and gives you that narrative back. Thank you for your narrative. Might I have another? And while I'm at it, would you pay me $554 an hour? It's like, oh, man. Like I said, I work with real victims. And real victims, one of the things, they show signs of abuse. This kind of abuse, man, woo. The stuff that it does to people, psychologically. You carry the baggage with you. You don't disassociate, and then you're just fine and dandy. This stuff like this, it messes people up. It messes people up to sit around and hear from it. I personally find it disturbing sometimes when I hear providers tell me about extremities, and that doesn't bother them either. Like me, woo, man, sitting across from too many victims, especially children victims, for too long. That mess you up. After a long time, I couldn't do it anymore. I had to break, because it breaks you. This kind of stuff again. All they've done is bring a bully on for hire. You can just claim anything. Again, you don't have to have what this shows you is the danger of listen and believe. Because all you have to have are claims. You don't have to have any evidence to back this up whatsoever. Do you think those photographs that we saw that were supposedly from May, do you think they back up these claims? Do you think those tabloid pictures where you saw some scratches on an arm, do they back up any of these claims about bottles and stuff? Absolutely not. When you listen to the audio evidence, again, they're bringing in things and saying he called her a lesbian camp counselor and therefore he violated her with a bottle. Wait, what? How do you draw that inference? How does that ever happen? It's just insane. What they've got to do, though, is they've got to play. This is what I told you their approach would be. It would be to lay it on hardcore, because they have to hit you in the feels, because they have to make him an abuser. They have to make him a monster. And the only way to drown out what he said, the power of his testimony, is to lay it on so thick. And the power of this kind of stuff cannot be overestimated either, or underestimated rather, because this stuff, it is powerful testimonial tools. It influences. It will make some people like look at it and pause. That's why the Johnny Depp's team has to be good when they take this person apart. They have to be good at it. Like I said, I would rather they start with a new day of taking them apart. Because you let this stuff sink in, but then the next day you just smash it. You smash it and you smash it, you know? Like I said, I would rather they run out the clock on the entire day. And there's only about, 37 minutes left on the day anyway. So that's the way you go with it. But again, we know, we have pictures of what's supposed to prove things. I mean, the physical abuse alone, the claims were insane. Like, because again, you have pictures, Tokyo, for example. She claimed that he was choking her and beating her in the back and doing all of these horrible things. But yet she wore a dress that same day. The same day she wore a plunging dress that plunged all the way to her butt crack. So you could see her entire back. You could see everything there. And there wasn't a sign of anything. And of course she says applied makeup. So you're telling me body makeup? Anyway, continuing.
Dr. Hughes, let's go past that text and talk about, go past that text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was, Mr. Depp apologized to Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp said in his UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot. Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control and engaged in bad behavior. He texted his friend Patty Smith a very similar type of text about how drunk and out of control he was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
I know. Sustain. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I don't agree. That's my objection.
Can you give another example?
I think those are all I can remember at this point.
Okay. What if any, sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive, the name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Now, you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury, why are therapy records important?
Therapy records are critical for a forensic psychologist. When we have the opportunity to go back in time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of their distress was, it really gives us a snapshot in time. So they become very critical as part of the overall forensic psychological evaluation, because we as psychologists understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real-time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him passing out and vomiting, constant concerns about not wanting
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help? Ms. Heard starts going to Al-Anon at this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out a way to support the man that she's dating right now and the man who she's falling madly in love with. There were reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012. With no indication of why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds so difficult. There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse and how he would, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, if he was not able to perform, he would get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did. Early on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did Dr. Jacobs diagnose Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
And is that important?
That's very important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You also stated that you reviewed Dr. Connell Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
And you also read his deposition testimony?
Correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cowan, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cowan, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cowan's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help her, help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Mr. Depp, Dr. Connell Cowan was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cowan. They did, both of them, both therapists, understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr. Cowan provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Hurd, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist, and you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question. The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Ms. Hurd. She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Ms. Hurd admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Hurd called her, in addition to calling Connell Cohen, and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me, and he pushed me, and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor.
What should I do?
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. What were your, what conclusions did you make as a result of what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion, this was a very serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Hurd.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you read?
Objection, compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Ms. Hurd. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating, and he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130. She was taking significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress, more affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses did Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr. Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix. And one of the things that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence, that there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
Objection, Your Honor. Can I be heard?
You can approach.
So the December 15th mess that she's talking about is a date where we have that next day she goes on the James Corden show. She didn't allege 2 bruises, by the way, since they like bringing that up. She said I had 2 black eyes. She said I had a busted lip. She said I had a broken nose. He stood on my back. He literally beat me about the head. She goes on a talk show the next day, has no marks on her whatsoever. So what is it? Did she have 2 bruises on her? Did she have broken face? I mean, that's why nobody got her help, because she didn't have anything wrong with her. In the aftermath, you have these people playing pretend, and that's the exact question you should be asking, what she just brought up. They didn't mobilize any help, and yet when you see proof of injury, you have a duty to report. You have a duty to report because, again, you consider this as something that could be life-threatening. That's exactly what people should be asking. Why aren't there any notes about it? Why isn't there anyone that is being mobilized to help out in this? Because you have no consideration for if Johnny Depp is an aggressor in these situations and they come to you as a mental health professional, you have no obligation. These are her providers. They're not him. He's not paying for them in the way he probably is paying for them, but she's not presenting it that way. She's presenting it as she's paying for it. She's alleging all of this stuff without any proof whatsoever. And again, this makes you truly wonder with these providers. Again, you come to me with marks on you. First of all, I have to report right away if it's a kid or the elderly, if I even think that's a possibility. But if you have marks on you, that's danger. I'm duty-bound, obligated to report it.
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame, blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of the promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, you know, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug-fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the coercive control and the possessiveness. That still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
Well, I mean, you know why.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Have you formed, based on your experience and based on your 29 hours of clinical evaluation of Amber Heard, what is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
It clearly is not. I mean, it's clearly in the disclosure. Point to where you say it's not. I mean,
Point to where you say it's not.
You're
Could you come forward?
Point to where you say it's not. Seriously? Seriously? You know what I'm hearing here is that I think this further cements the idea that she was going to kill the man. They were going to kill him in this relationship. That talk about knives and them all, she was planting all of the seeds here. He had $650 million in the bank. Then when he went broke in April, you notice how long the relationship lasted after that? 1 month. It lasted 1 more month. And then it was over. So all these years, all of that planting of seeds, everything else, yeah, he was going to walk away from this relationship. That's my opinion. I think we see more and more proof of that. It's actually very scary when you think about it, because again, they're talking behind the scenes about bringing knives to conversations. They're talking about it casually. Again, you see the stories that are being told. This is what I'm laying down. She's telling people that she's having horrible situations. Like listen to some of this stuff. Point to where it's at.
now, you indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion, in a nutshell?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
The basis of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics in this relationship, looking at not just the hitting and the yelling, but looking at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard, and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard as a result of emotional distress as a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Objection, compound leading.
Just
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, this might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court. I mean,
I'm sorry. Yes. you
Okay.
can- Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Hurd, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger it and make it worse. And have to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
what's the objection?
I think she's going to the, to.
Oh, I'll overrule objection.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Hurd was the statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to have anything related to it come up. And, she's done, by my estimation in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of would everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to go ahead and
Good.
break for the day. We can have
Good.
cross-examination
Yes.
and redirect tomorrow.
That's where you want
of this
tomorrow.
witness,
Yes.
Of Dr. Hughes.
Perfect.
So if you could have a good evening, do not discuss the case with anybody.
Perfect.
And don't do any outside research,
You need
okay?
it to break
We'll
today.
see you in the morning.
That's what you need.
Thank you.
Because you need to grill her tomorrow. What I just heard at the end, the worst thing was calling her sexual violence a hoax. So her witness just made it very clear that a man trying to clear his name, that Johnny Depp experiencing false accusations, is psychologically damaging
Okay.
for Amber Heard.
All right, Dr. Hughes, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody, including the attorneys, okay? And anything that you looked at, referenced during your direct examination, if you could just turn that over so they can review that before cross-examination, okay? All right, thank you,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, may I just, I presume she wants to be able to take that back with her. and
We can
review
get copies
overnight.
of it. We'll get whatever it is.
Okay, good.
We'll make sure you get copies of it, so make sure you get copies of it so she can keep her originals. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right?
I have copies of everything that I looked at. Other than
Okay,
my,
well, no, we're not talking right now. Court's in
other
session.
than my
Thank you.
post-it note that-
All right. So anything else then?
Yes,
So
she
we'll see you
cannot address
tomorrow
the
at
judge.
10 a.m., correct? All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
She can't address the damn judge. She should have actually given her a little bit more rebuke than that, because she already told her once, you can't talk to me. You're not supposed to talk to the judge like they're pals, like they're buddies. They ain't your buddy. They ain't your friend. You're going to get a lot of this, though. Again, you're going to have a call. Here. Let me show you, since they really want to bring this stuff up. Do you want to? Okay. Remember the day that they were talking about with her having marks on her face, her her issues, that they were, they were talking about her bruising and whatnot. She actually didn't claim that. What Amber Heard claimed was that she had a broken nose. She had 2 black eyes. She had a busted lip. This is a picture of her taken by the paparazzi on that day. How do I Where's Waldo this one in? Because again, what am I looking for? First of all, am I looking for 2 bruises, or am I looking for that litany of damage that's supposed to be there? I'm really confused by this situation. Which one is there? Are you telling me that, but then again, I guess calling out the story flaws, I guess that's psychologically damaging for Amber Heard. Because again, you try to clear your name. You look at this stuff. That's the game that's been played, and I'm sick of that game. I'm sick and tired of that game, because what we have experienced socially is a movement that is so profound in its ability to just shut itself off and not allow you to question what transpired, that even questioning this, even saying that is violence against a woman now. Again, there is a victim created. Again, I want to show you what they said, though. Like, I really want you to drink this idea in. They were telling you that Amber Heard, her reactions that caused this, that's his fault. Having a cigarette put out on your face, that's your fault. Anything that she does is a reaction to violence. She's been pushed to that because, of course, that's the way that it works. I mean, it's insane to listen to. It is just absolute insanity. Melissa Alonzo, thanks for the 5. The PR guy is talking to Amber Heard and her team in court right now. Of course they are. They're going to be ceding that. They're going to go to war with these. That was their plan. What they're going to try to do is they're going to try to change the PR perspective. And people have been giving a lot of attention to the mainstream. They've given a lot of love to places like Court TV, Law and Crime, and on. Watch them change up their narrative really fast when it suits them. Because they think, of course they've got to switch over. They can't just spend 15 seconds looking at something because they're fair with her, man. It doesn't matter. It's salacious claim outdoes any type of reality that's brought in. That's the way that this stuff works. Again, this guy, they were going to kill him. In my opinion, they were going to kill him. He had $650 million in the bank behind the scenes. They were talking about bringing knives to conversations. They were talking about all of these claims. She was seeding it over and over again. It plays just like a Lifetime movie. Then in April the 21st, he finds out, I don't have that money anymore. You know how long the relationship lasts until after that? May 21st, it's over. 1 month. 1 month. And then, as she said, she's the one who filed. She's the one who filed. Okay, well, I'll take you on your word then. All right. Very interesting how, all of that stuff, again, was all good to go. I think she laid down a really good foundation for getting her money and walking away because, of course, he's going to be a monster. And then I think that she was going to walk away with $650 million. I truly believe it. The more that I hear about the story and how it was spread, that's become more and more of my impression. It wasn't just about, I think, she also, though, like, you talk about being able to shame and treat someone like garbage, like, it's a man. They alleged 3 incidents of extreme sexual violence today. And they also alleged that he was impotent. If he couldn't perform, he would just become more angry at her. I mean, they said that he would do cavity searches. They said that he would carry her around with his fingers, I'm just going to say it that way, leading her around. And that in Australia, he used a bottle and she checked out mentally. She thought, I hope it's not the broken one. Again, no, don't need any proof though. Don't need any. I need Taylor. Thanks for the 2. Wonder if AH is getting tips from Jody Aries. I actually thought that when I heard this stuff. It sounds like Jody Aries, that, the whole claim thing, the way that played. I actually thought of that case when all this stuff came up. Katrina, thanks for the 5. They're so disgusting, they don't even provide copies. That's true. Michael Singer, thanks for the 2. Her new PR team at work run out the clock with our story. I'm glad they ran out the clock today because what you start is with a fresh perspective and you absolutely decimate them on the stand. I like that. Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. Straight up reading her script. Why is this allowed? Actually, she should not have been allowed to put in a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff, again, a lot of what she brought in was hearsay evidence. It's just Amber Heard just regurgitating Amber Heard's story. I mean, it's insane. Alex, thanks for the 5 there. So she was able to record him during his worst, but never when anything happened to her. Exactly. She never managed to get that recorder set up. She also felt pretty damn safe in, these situations. She felt safe enough that when he picked up her phone, and threw it down when in those incidents, which again could lead to lethality, this lady's saying, when she set up her phone and recorded him, she felt pretty safe in that. She was laughing about it and she was gaslighting. In Australia, she was writing on mirrors and stuff, talking smack back. But hey, again, you can treat a man like garbage, and it's just crazy to see. Again, you shouldn't be able to treat anyone like garbage. Tis God's love. Thanks for the 5. Her PR team got CBS and DCP in court. I couldn't read all of that. It's hard to. I'm not sure what that says there. I know that they had problems in court. I know they had some issues. Actually, so since they just report rumor and speculation, I want to read you something. Okay, like I said, this is about their PR team, and again, this was added by there's a Instagram account that added this called the JD case. All right, this is about the PR guy. Since they're okay with whatever accusations roll up, whatever just happens to find its way into the world, they put in that they talked to somebody. They said, David Shane, Amber Heard's new PR game. Well, he's a predator. She showed me proof that this happened. So here's the incident. It says that she talked to somebody, and it says she said again she saw the proof. This guy David is a predator himself. I had to kick him off the dating app Raya because he tried to force himself on me after a date and got angry when I said no. He's really crazy. Years later, when he texted me out of nowhere asking where to get cocaine in Hollywood, also saying he would pay $200 Venmo if I sent him naked photos. I haven't spoken to him in years at any point and didn't even live in LA anymore. He's nuts. Now, again, that's just accusations, right? But accusations, they're proof of sexual violence. So that's all you need, right? Samantha, thanks for the 5 there, literally said the essay was the most devastating, but didn't try to get that strike today. There were so many things, like they should have been hit, True Blue, thanks for the 5. Stop moving away from the mic. You're doing a cat lady move. Love you. Keep up the streams. What the fuck was the cat lady on about? And she gets struck off. She just rambles and rants. She does all kinds of crazy stuff. She's just a nut job there. Actually, I turned my volume down. I have to remember to turn it down. Flash messaged me early on, and he was like, "Yo, turn your broadcast up." And I was like, "Well, it's all the way up. I got to turn my mic down." So I forgot. I haven't boosted it back up. I probably need to boost it again. I'm going to turn my mic back up, okay? It's on to keep up with their broadcast. I have to turn it down to about 39%. So here, let me turn the volume back up where it's supposed to be. This is about where it's supposed to be. Mary, thanks for the super chat, 50 NOK. At danger of having missed something here, how does this shrink know about the recent testimony of Isaac B? Has she been watching the case? Oh, that's a good question. That is a good question, actually. Like, how does she know about the testimony of Isaac B? How does she know exactly what they said? Let me ask somebody. I'd like to know about that, actually. Jen, thanks for the 50 SEK. Hey, Doug, appreciate your coverage. Ken, this last witness hurt JD. Any witness can potentially do it as long as they're not crossed correctly. You can destroy them, though. I mean, you can absolutely destroy, but this is going to be what happens from now on. They're going to build a case without any evidence. They're not going to provide any claim or any proof to substantiate. Again, what you would like to see in a situation like this is medical proof. Again, you were drugged through broken glass. I mean, actually, you know, when I was in Russia, you know what happened? I got radiation poison, and I literally died there. I literally died. I mean, you don't believe me? What do you mean? Come on, I thought we just listen and believe, folks. I mean, really. Yeah. You know, I love their argument, though. You don't know everything that went on behind the scenes, do you? I mean, JD, like, you don't really know he didn't do that. You don't really know he didn't climb up on the grassy knoll and assassinate JFK. You don't really know he wasn't sitting in his bedroom building ICBM warheads. You don't really know, do you? It's like, are you kidding me? Okay, Fenner, thanks for the super chat. She can watch as an expert witness. Can expert witnesses watch? I'm not sure. Her non-party thanks for the two. She did complain about not being in his will. That's true. She did complain about not being in his will. She did indeed. I think that's strange, you know. Yeah, they can. Oh, that's what it is. I forgot she was an expert witness. First of all, I've toned out like part of her testimony. It's just kind of blackened my brain out. Am I tired yet? Yeah, I'm a little live wired, to be honest, from all the stupid from all of that. I mean, it kind of got me like, whoa, are you kidding me? You know. Let me see. Jeff, thanks for the 20 MXN. They'll say anything was created by the ACLU and the Washington Post. Yeah, that's true too. Crows of Judgment, what's up, man? Thanks for the 5 for your family. I never knew you passed away. You'll be missed. Thank you. R.I.P. me. I know it's sad. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. It's funny. Hoping that Ben rips this lady apart tomorrow. The gender bias, and more specifically in favor of AH, was palpable. I'd be retracting my no objection to calling her an expert witness. That's for sure. What's amazing, all expert witness means is, you know, I've got some credentials. It doesn't mean that, you know, your capability is not judged, truly. You know, and again, maybe she's great with some. I would be scared to truly have anything to do with her as far as a therapist, because my God, if somebody alleged something about you, whew. Thanks for the 5. Was she declared an expert before taking the stand, though? So how is she allowed to watch? You can watch after the fact. Yeah, I'd forgotten that she'd been declared, to be honest. After all of that, I forgot about her credential reign, because she reigned an hour of stories there. She told us an hour of testimony about Amber Heard. It was crazy. Barbara Beard, thanks for the 5. I hear Elon is buying all of Tug's followers a round trip ticket to Mars next year. Yes. Yeah, it's a one-way ticket to Mars, I'm sure. It's funny. Cuts down to L, thanks for the 2. She is screwed. Cross will be a bloodbath. Oh, man, you said bloodbath. That is violence. Sure. Oh, by the way, so I heard back, so actually ended up challenging one of 2 live streams that YouTube demonetized, and they gave me one, but they wouldn't. They said another one had a text exchange in it I should have blurred out. So apparently I'm supposed to blur out parts of the trial while it's live, or they don't do that to like news networks, but that's what they told me. And I was looking at the text exchange, and it was about the Bloodbath Disco book where he says, I effing love you, you see? Apparently that was gender-based slander, and you can't have that. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So they usually won't give me my my live streams anyway. I get a few here and there, but oh, that one. It's amazing though. 150,000 clicks. You can't have that, son. Trent, thanks for the 2. Love the show me where it doesn't say that. Yeah, exactly. I thought that was pretty funny. Like, she's just losing it. Old cat lady can't stand it when you challenge her. I'll have a cat lady shirt in the next day or so. Southern Take, thanks for the 5. Do we know who the new guy is? Spoke to both Amber and her attorney at the end and left with her. I have never seen him before. Was he that disheveled looking guy? Are we talking about the PR dude? You know? Oh, by the way, a lot of people were asking, like, what the heck's up with Nick Wallace? Okay, so anyway, let me mention this. So Nick Wallace, if you don't know who I'm talking about, he's the guy who was at the UK 2020 trial, live tweeting. He also at nickwallace.com, collected all of the documents there and everything. Good, right? People always assumed, he was a Depp, at least non-biased toward the Depp side of things. Well, then he asked for money to go to the trial. He asked for support for a newsletter, but he only asked Depp supporters because Amber Heard supporters, well, no support. So after he did that, people started complaining about the newsletter a couple weeks ago. They started saying it was really biased toward Heard, and I thought, that's weird, but I hadn't looked at it. Then I saw the 60-minute Australia bit that does have him in it, and I thought, whoa. And then one of the crazy women online that talks about like mental or talks about physical health, doctor, I can't remember her freaking name. She's like nut job crazy though. She had him on there in her channel. Yeah, so I find it, again, journalists, I don't, who cares? I just block them and move on. I don't care about a journalist, but I do find it, I'd like somebody, I would really like a disclosure about how much money he earned from Depp followers for doing that, because he only asked Depp supporters to support him to go to the Virginia trial. He didn't ask, the crazy people. He didn't ask the Amber Heardites. He got his money, and then, well, Christina S., thanks for the 5. Message redacted. Maybe that went through. Maybe it didn't. If it did, appreciate it. If it didn't, and you didn't mean to say it, you got knocked down there. So, Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for $1.79. My dogs are more expert witness than that woman. Indeed. If you meant to, I would see if you tried to redact that super chat, like because you didn't get your message done or whatever, I'd make sure it probably pulled it. You can see it in your YouTube control panel. And if it didn't, you can actually reverse it really quickly before, if you meant to do that, just to say. Morgan Carson, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Heather Patton, thanks for the 5. Do you feel that Johnny lying about his finger and how he got broken is more characteristic of DV than the allegations Amber made to the doctor? Yeah, protecting, males, what's strange is even talking about males that are abused, because usually you don't even have a chance to talk about that. But yeah, if you look at that, I mean, that is very on course with a man suffering domestic violence. Covering for his abuser, trying to make sure that, everything's fine. There's nothing out of order, no reason to explode. Kara at 87, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, if all of that abuse was true, it was reported to therapists and doctors, why wasn't it reported to the police? Aren't they mandated? Yes, they are indeed. If they see, if they feel that it could lead to someone dying, yes. If it's going to escalate to that point, yes. And there's a duty to warn if it's going to lead to to death, yes. And also, if you see injury, yes. So that doctor saying she saw 2 bruises, yes, you have to report. You do. So that's very good. Somebody needs to approach that with their licensure, because if they saw injury and they didn't report it, then that's a problem on them. Morgan Carson, thanks for the 2. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. But yeah, if they're not reporting, yes. Denise Clark, custom art, thanks for the 10. If it was that violent, why didn't she call the cops and file police reports, especially with the bottle incident? Just saying. Sounds more like a movie of the week than true crime. It does indeed. It sounds like Gone Girl, doesn't it? Because that's what happened with Gone Girl, right? Diane Moore, thanks for the 5 there and the laughing super sticker. Appreciate that. Krista, they're going to shred her on cross. That's true. Thank you for the 2 with that one, too. Jenny, thanks for the 2. Health grades and well, MD. Need more reviews for Doc. I'm sure she'll have them. Dylan, thanks for the 5. See how biased she is. Anything that Amber could have done was either in self-defense or was low level, not literally as bad as what Depp said. Yeah, everything was in self-defense. Everything was, again, she could do anything that she wants. Again, I think she was prepping to kill him. I mean, just honestly. Wired Anonymous, thanks for the 5. Tug, can they debunk this doctor based on her gender bias? They can bring it up, yeah. They can bring it up, and they can ask her about everything. They can go after her. Just watch how many times old cat lady objects. But yes, absolutely. Absolutely. This is why it's a hard road for a man to get his name cleared, because all you have to do is set up accusations. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. One thanks for the 5. No statement in that, but plenty of statement in that. Thank you for the backing. Victoria Collins, thanks for the $1.49 and the diamond. Ooh, diamonds are my best friends. Thank you for that. Hey, Darren D's Dallas Detours, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, I was told by a therapist that if DV or SA is currently happening, they're made aware of it. They have a mandated duty to report. Well, DV to a point. If they believe if they believe it will result in death, yes. Yes, like they were saying here. And also, if they're seeing evidence of injury, yes, they are duty bound to report it. They also have, even the idea, elderly or children, they're being harmed, you have to report right away too. A Step Beyond Healing, thanks for the 5. Why not? I played audio where she mentions putting on makeup to faking bruises. I think this is in the phone call where JD is trying to settle. I'm wondering what they'll play to challenge her herself, because they're going to do a lot. Like, you think that this lady was wait until Amber Heard sits up there for 3 days and tells you her story. Teeth, thanks for the 5. The Irony of Gone Girl and AH book came out in 2014. Odds that AH claims started there. AH is Scholastic Reader too. Effing stuffed goose, indeed. I like how calling somebody. I like how getting mad in an argument. They said, again, this is what bothered me with the claims. You want to tell how biased this was? They said that being angry was a regular emotion and yelling when it came to Amber Heard, but if JD yelled or got mad, that was domestic violence. So it's a regular emotion for Amber. That's just emotionality. It's just regular, ongoing, everyday thing, and it's healthy, unless it's in someone else. That's bias. Moby, 3412, thanks for the 5. Will Amber take the stand now after Doppelganger Shrank told her to? I'm wondering, who they'll pad the days with first. I'm curious. Petite, thanks for the 2 there. Sorry, the book came out in 2012. Film, 2014. She probably saw the film, though, but actually, she started allegations in 2013. So, Morgan Carson, thanks for the 5. In England, expert witness can watch after giving evidence, but not before. That'll be something to look into. I'm actually going to look into that. So I'll have to see how that works about being sworn in after the fact or before the fact in the U.S. Ashley thinks for the 5 as a victim of SA and DV, there would be physical evidence. Yes. To lie about this is beyond a scumbag move. Yes, exactly. You know, and again, as a victim of SA and a victim of DV, you know, again, it's terrible that these people create a world in which people that need help, they need support, and beyond that, they need justice, create a world where nobody wants to listen. Nobody actually wants to hear what you have to say. Like, I don't want that world. I want a world where we can. I would like a world where I could listen and believe. I would actually like that. You know, because I would like it if we could serve people that were impacted by this. Which is crazy. Produced by, thanks for the super chat, no statement. Plenty of statement backing. Thank you for that. Barbara Beard, thanks for the 2. What happened with motion to strike? It struck out. It was a swing and a miss. It was a swing, batter. Oh, strike 1. Strike 2. Strike 3. And Rottenborn, he got owned or pwned. You should watch it. You should watch Between the Lunch Break. If you didn't catch it, watch Between the Lunch Break, the last one. I'm sorry, between the break before lunch and the lunch break. That's when all that happens, and it's good. It's good stuff. Katrina, thanks for the 20 CHF. Portuguese, we say, by the mouth dies the fish, or something like that. I definitely hope it'll be this woman's case. It's disgusting. She's cheating other testimony as caregivers, in fact, and it's so infuriating. Indeed, it was. That's an interesting statement. By the mouth dies the fish. Huh. I'm going to have to look that up and see how that, translates. I always like colloquialisms. We have a lot of our Southern colloquialisms, so I like to see what other people have there. I like different places. Thank you for that. Judy Jetson, thanks for the 5. I feel like after the studios have seen the public support, they are probably already calling him. It's all about the money. It really depends. They're afraid of Me Too. That's the problem. They are afraid of Me Too. They're afraid. And remember, your average person will hear about the trial and keep up with it, but they keep up with it through the mainstream media. They don't keep up with it in their days. That's an issue. That's why I preach about replacing the mainstream media, because the mainstream media is poison. They're not toxic. They're poison. That's why you need a replacement. You need people to understand where to look and what to find. I found it fascinating. Like I said, YouTube just sort of killed us in the middle of our day. We didn't lose power. We didn't lose connection with anywhere else, but YouTube we did. Couldn't get there. I thought we'd been struck, actually, because of the way we went down. I thought somebody had struck the channel, because that's the way that it responds typically if you get struck. Castaway, thanks for the 5. The act of leaving, the 2 of 4 counseling visits, then coming back every few minutes. What does that mean for him? Was she using documents? Well, one of those counseling sessions, what they don't tell you there, was it was 3.5 hours long. You have to sit across from somebody and hear them talk BS about you for 3.5 hours. He got tired of it. He walked out. People do that. It happens. That doesn't mean anything in a counseling session. I've had people do that plenty of times. And I've never had a 3.5 hour session, because I wouldn't put you through that, because that's insane. It is absolutely insane to think that you would go through 3.5 hours. I would have you come in for about an hour and 40-minute intake. And then I would probably do intake individually as well, just to see what's going on, and then I would do group intake. We would bring you both in after you both are established as clients. Vanderbent, thanks for the 449. The document seems like a super scuffed off brand version of Dr. Curry. Yeah, I'd love to see Dr. Curry be able to defend her work too. Wouldn't that have been nice? Bells in your head, thanks for the 5. How do you think Team JD will crush her? Also, I love your content and attention to detail. Thank you. First of all, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm a little, like I said, neurotic about my coverage and stuff. I would probably be, if I were younger, I would have been diagnosed as a kid, probably, as growing up with OCD. I mean, seriously, I say that as a diagnostician because I have a lot of obsessive compulsive behavior. But I found a way to channel that into things that are proper, things that work for me, like YouTube commentary that works very well. I can look at a case and I can just keep covering it, looking through the details, trying to understand it. How do I think they'll cry? They'll go in and first of all, they'll use the same strategy that the other side used. You're a gun for hire. You're a mercenary, basically, right? Yes. Okay. On top of that, did you ever talk to JD in this? Did you ever witness anything? Did you actually ever see anything transpire? What about what happened to JD? Couldn't he be a victim in this? How exactly does that happen? So you're going to tell me that, a man being attacked, his finger chopped off. Did you hear about him having his finger cut off? Did you hear about him having a cigarette put out on his face? Do you not think putting a cigarette on somebody's face, that is the act of domestic violence? Do you not think that actually should be a warning or a cause? When you look at it, one of those incidents where you talked about it leading toward lethality. Don't you think that might be one? That's how I crush her. I've just eat her alive with her own words. You flambe them. Thanks for the 10 there. New here. Love the insights and you're singing too. Please answer, how much money does AH really receive, including all the money? JD, okay, so she received 2 payments equaling $6.8 million total. So that's $6.8 million. She received $500,000 paid for her attorney fees, and she had removed, so they have community liability. That means, like when you're married, both of you accrue debt or whatever you pay on, you have to pay off all of that debt. She had all of that wiped out. She would have been one of the co-people for that. She would have had to take care of that as well. That was $13.5 million. So when you add that all up, well, you have, again, 6.8, another $500,000, $500,000, and $13.5 million. That's what she got out of the divorce. So it's a lot more than $7 million. But that's your breakdown. That's what we heard the other day, actually. We'd never heard the other part. It had just been $7 million before. So that's a good question, too. Danny JM, thanks for the 10 there. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate that for sure. I do. I appreciate you all showing up. We'll go tomorrow as well. And when we do, make sure, like I said, you can share, you can support that way, and it helps so much. Appreciate it. Olivia, thanks for the $1.79. AH really pissing off everyone, every section of society. Yes, people are mad today. Mad. I love it. Carol Clark, thanks for the 5. Professional first witness, got 2 intense. I thought she definitely. Well, that was her whole thing was to lay it on thick and to smash down the doors. Hey, thank you, Ann, by the way. I mean, that's her thing. She would have smashed that down, Gabriel, after the trial, I'm convinced Doug would make a good trial lawyer. I might make a decent investigator. I'd know who to hire for my investigation. I don't know about being a lawyer. I like doing this stuff. Is the one thing I would love to do is I'd love to be able to, make sure that all of this stuff made it into court and whatnot. But I wish the judge would have allowed them more time so they could have presented even more. There's a lot more witnesses, like Alejandro Romero. There were a lot of those. There are a lot, not just one. A lot of people that saw her then. Lilith, thanks for the 3 there. Super sticker, appreciate that. Zongi, thanks for the 279. Spanish. Did I say something different than Spanish? I don't remember what that's for. Marie Watson, thanks for the 20 there. I'm going to step away from the trial for a few days. The expert pissed me off. No, don't step away from them before you get to see her get crushed. Watch her tomorrow. Watch her get crushed. And again, the problem with stepping away is like if you know this trial especially, you can tell people what's wrong in it. Again, I understand it and being like, ugh, but at the same time, like people need a document speaking to the world, setting the record straight, and the people who know what's there and they know the problems. Your voice is powerful in this stuff, more powerful than you realize, because you know what? Like my voice magnifies with thousands and thousands of people, and your voice does too. You know, we're all like that. When we come together, we're powerful. So I understand thinking, oh, man, but at the same time, you know, you become powerful when you stand and you preach it, you spit that word. Atomic World, thanks for the 5 there. It's funny how this witness likes to point out drugs and alcohol abuse of JD, but seems to overlook AH with magic mushrooms, 2 bottles of wine daily. That's why she said alcohol. She actually added in a caveat for alcohol. She said that alcohol isn't proof of domestic abuse, but it's one of those, how did she put it? I'm looking for the statement, because she gave her an out with it. Alcohol does not cause people to be violent. She said instead it's a co-occurring factor. So again, she gave her an out because she had to give her an out. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Katrina, thanks for the 10 there. Hey, could you find out if JD has a P.O. box or anyone on his team has an address that we could probably use to send letters or gifts? Sorry, asking for a friend. Could you try to know? I'll look. I'm not sure. There's a place, but I'll see what I can find out. Okay. Thanks for the 4 there and the coffee. I could definitely use some coffee. Yuzaki, thanks for the 7 there. You missed my first message. A sign of lethality. Oh, is a huge shaped knife with Spanish words written on. Oh, that's what it was. I'm sorry about that. I rolled back and I've been trying to catch things in the moment and I missed them. Oh yeah, I missed Vonnie Vaughn too. Thanks for the 5. Someone caught Amber's lawyers passing their PR, a secret note. Is that allowed? Well, interestingly, I thought they weren't supposed to be communicating with people outside their teams, you know. Ashley, thanks for the 10 there. As a victim of DV and NSA, this chick lying about it's beyond scumbag. Any other survivors, feel free to reach out. We should stick together. Helps to talk to those who can understand. Yes, that's actually what Me Too was supposed to be. It's what Me Too was supposed to be, for sure. I agree. Soggy, thanks for the 279. Just what I missed. Sign of lethality. Freaking knife with Spanish. Okay, I see what there's there. It just jumped on me and I missed. I apologize for that. I'm glad you mentioned though, because there were a few people that I missed in there. Sometimes it jumps and I missed my spot there. Yeah, I haven't gotten to all super chats either. Dolly Life, Dan, I haven't caught everyone now. I'm working my way backwards as I'm catching and making sure that our conversation knows. And I'm working my way back though. But no, I haven't caught it yet. Did I miss your super chat earlier? Thanks for the 2 there. No, I haven't missed it. I just haven't gotten there yet. Marie Watson, thanks for the 10. It's just getting to me. There's a lot to process. Pisses me off. Someone can lie like that. I'm writing an article though to vent on it though. Yeah, I get it too. That's one reason that I like doing videos, is because it's cathartic sometimes to put down, you know, to, as JD said, to spray my rage. Now, what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to show you how Amber Heard actually, they talked about James Franco. I'm going to give you a true betrayal of James Franco. Since they wanted to bring him up, I'm going to tell you how Amber Heard truly betrayed James Franco, truly betrayed J.K. Rowling, truly betrayed Elon Musk, and dozens of other people. I'm going to give you a nice video. I'll drop it about maybe 6 in the morning, I think. Katrina, thanks for the 10. Oh, super chat there. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Zay, thanks for the 3 there. And the fist bumps. I love the fist bumps. I actually like the super stickers. I do like the super stickers. They're entertaining. I blame DA. Thanks for the 2 there. We need an address to send all those alpacas to. Did you see that somebody brought the alpacas to the courtroom. Did y'all see that at first? Somebody brought 2 alpacas with them to the outside, not disturbing, but bringing just to the court. Johnny Depp supporting alpacas. They did bring 2 of them. I thought that was hilarious, Tim, thanks for the 5. Why is this witness so unbelievable as a professional? What's going on with her eyebrows? This is getting on my nerves a little bit now. Yes, indeed. Kimberly, thanks for the 5. I bet Johnny is thinking, wow, Amber, this is low even for you. What rubbish. Yeah, I think finding out what someone that you loved is capable of and what they really are is really, it would take your breath away. Like, that's monstrous, I'm sure, to have betrayal that level. For them to, I get, like, there was animosity in their relationship, but my God, to take his entire life down, Lord, because he walked away. That's what she was saying. Love Apples, thanks for the 5. I just heard there's going to be a period of 10 days off the case next week. Why? Also, do you think the jury will be sequestered or allowed home? There's going to be a break in the case, and that's good. We get to catch up everything. So there will actually be a week off. Yeah. You're going to have like your time off from it, which is, like I said, which is good. You're going to have a time off period that was already there from the beginning. I'm not sure why they had their time off period, but like I said, that's good in a lot of ways too, because we can catch up everything. There's been so much in this trial already that I feel like every time I cover things, like for 3 live streams, I don't even get to half the stuff that's here. I mean, there's so many things that you and I still need to cover that we have never even talked about. So I think that's actually a good thing, to be honest. Shadow Weavers, Granny Grimm, Grammy Grimm. God, I think that's it. I can't read. Thanks for the 5 there. And the poor little guy with his broken arm. Oh, thank you for the super sticker. Lucy May, thanks to the 5. How do we send you pictures and info? And Dr. Hughes opened the door for Amber's past or her 2009 DV arrest. She lied under oath saying she never abused before. That's true. You may have some other stories that come in as well. That'll be fascinating, right? Lucy May, by the way, you can send me, anybody can send me email. I have an email address, 2 words stuck together. Granular, like the sand, Granular. That's Granular. Heaven, Heaven. Slap those 2 words together. Granularheaven @gmail.com. That is my email to hit me up. Why that name? I don't remember. But that's the contact I had. Oh, man. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 2. Worst display of victim blaming ever. I'm on fire. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Lightworker, thanks for the 449. This is an insult to DV victims. If a picture was shown by a real physical abuse beatings, it would be more evident. I know, that's what kills me about these pictures here. Like, there isn't real damages being shown. This kind of stuff, it's just all right, Robin Sidden, my bad. Thank you for the 5 there. Why is the testimony being loud? How is this not hearsay? Well, it's interesting. I thought some of it should have been hearsay. I thought some should have been called out, but the judge, they didn't. I thought that, a few times though, like when she's sitting there actually testifying, come on, man. Come on. You can't tell me that part of that wasn't hearsay. Like, there's no way. There's no way some of that was not hearsay. But again, ultimately, the judge is the arbiter of what is or isn't law, what is or isn't allowed. So if they say it's not, then I guess it's not. It sucks, though, I have to say for sure. Jay, I guess, thanks for the 5. They need to pull a turd and ask her if she was physically present at all these encounters, too, because she's stating them as facts. Yes, they will, too. I bet you they will. Shannon, thanks for the 10 there. I would place a high bet that this woman is heavily invested in the larger narrative at play with the Me Too movement. She is, actually, and doesn't want to be undermined by amorous fraud. She very well is. Like, if you looked at her credentials, she is very much invested in the idea. Again, as a therapist, automatically, you are an advocate for clientele. She crossed the line in making Amber Heard her client. Not like when you do, again, she's paid to do this stuff anyway, so she's going to go in and look at it from a biased lens. But the other side of that too, when you look at something like this, you have to look at it as objective. You almost have to remove emotionality from it. You're not their therapist. You're a person going in and examining the evidence, and she didn't just examine it from a cold scientific place. Tar the Lab, thanks for $10 there. No statement, plenty of statement and backing. Thank you for that. Marie Watson, thanks for the $5. I think they purposely didn't call them. I think they have something bigger up their sleeves and cross. Deb's team. We'll see. Maybe they didn't want to open up certain doors too. You know, maybe they didn't want certain questions to come up. Brad Patterson, thanks for the 10. How can therapists be trusted with trash like this when we know her testimony is B? This to me puts a big light on the therapist that just may be absolutely wrong. Does this affect psychology? I think it does. It definitely affects the willingness of men to come in. You know what I've really found disturbing about this case is that like JD's records, every one of his records, they were sequestered as well. Like how does somebody ever trust the fact that they can go out and be honest, be truthful about this stuff when at the end of the day, somebody may just take all of the stuff that you talked about in private that you were willing to reveal, but only because, you know, you thought that you could talk about that in confidence. I mean, how does that work? I wonder about stuff like that all the time, you know? Let's see. 1 second. Lost my place there for a second. Olive Juice, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on JD's comments about Amber's clothes? Well, there's a good thread on Twitter that talks about her outfits, and it talks about, you know, the matching and stuff. I think it's very well is spot on about some of that. You know, I think they do a very thorough job discussing that for sure. Just a second here. I'm saying I saw somebody send something and I'm trying to see what it was. Man, there are some absolutely creepy people out there. There's some creepy people out there. Ugh. I was looking at this one creeper that likes sitting behind the scenes and talking about my kids. He brought up my little ones with murder and well, I'm just going to say the word since it's already out there, with murder and rape. Somebody sent me some screenshots. I was like, ugh, these people are creepy, man. And no, law enforcement does not care. Even if people literally talk about harming children, they just don't care. Sammy, thanks for the super chat there. She's appalling, disgusting with the supposed expert. Hope JD's team destroys her in cross. I'm shocked. She is a mess. But that's what you get with experts. JD's expert was much more professional. Didn't go in and didn't spit in the face of Amber Heard and say, you know, oh, Amber Heard, you know, she was trying to shove a bottle, you know, and do this or that. Like they were a little more professional. But hey, Navy vet, love for the broken. Thanks for the 10. As a victim of child abuse and assay, I can remember the fact, but my childhood, I can't remember except for the horror. AH is a fraud and has his own idea what abuse is. Well, I did find it, like we were talking about, I found it fascinating that she was talking about how her daddy was a smack user. And yet, they owned horses. They also, you know, they had plenty of money around. Like again, full-blown heroin addict is not. They don't have money left around. You know that stuff. It ruins you. Olive Juice, thanks for the 2. Sorry, meant to reference to what Dawn said today. Oh, let me. Yeah, I think with the outfits, you know, I'd have to look back and familiarize myself with the outfit thing. I don't remember it all exactly. It's been such a day. I apologize, my brain. From what Adam thinks of the dead, AH showed her doctor a picture of her 2 bruises. Her doctor did not diagnose her with her disorders because they were never tested her for them. No, it's even more than that. Like, okay, as a mental health professional, you're trying to treat an issue. Like if my client self-reports they have depression, then I look at depression. If my client self-reports anxiety, that's that. If my client is also reporting they're being abused, again, I'm their advocate. You're right. You don't just not test for something. You, as a provider, are treating specific issues. The client self-reports issues, and you make diagnostics out of that. And also, as a therapist, you're not making a comprehensive study of a person. You're giving a diagnosis where you can treat. If a person, again, is self-reporting depression and you want to medicate for depression, you know, if they're telling you my moods do this or that, you're going to probably take them at their word, and you're going to say, well, that's bipolarism, or that's depression, or that's anxiety. Part of that experience is taking them at their word, because again, you're their advocate. So you oftentimes won't give unless somebody's coming in for, you know, specific relationship problems or anger problems or something of that matter, you probably won't give them a diagnosis like that. So, I mean, it's even more to the relationship of mice and gin. No, mice and gin. Like that. Thanks for the 5. It seems like she didn't want them to see her notes at the end when the judge mentioned making copies. She jumped in to say she has copies. That's true. That's true. She didn't seem to want anyone looking at her personal copies for sure. God knows what she wrote on her personal ones. Lucy May, thanks for the 5. Dr. Curry was in the crowd. She looked mad and ready. Rebuttal, maybe. And Dr. Hughes was 1 star on Google. Where's Google Guy to confirm? Indeed. How do they get away with what's going on the stand? That's just, it's part of courtroom behavior. It's part of the shenanigans that you see, unfortunately. Hey, Sim, what's up, Sim, man? 3 days left to get a free sketch card with a physical copy of Dell's from the Natverse, #2 on Indiegogo. Now at 126% and only 19 backers away from 100. Wow, Sim, if you're still around, drop a link in the chat to that. So, you know, I run with a lot of comic creators. There's a lot of, again, you have the industry that empowered this kind of stuff, and you need alternatives. We have our own book. It is pinned at the top. If you'll check that out, I appreciate it. People like Sim here, they actually create their books too. So they have Tales from the NAT-verse. You should check that out if he's around. I want to see him drop that link too. You should check it out though. It's good stuff to have alternatives that are backed out there. Sammy, thanks for the super chat. I can't remember if I hit that one. She is appalling, disgusting with supposed expert. Hope JG's team destroys her in cross. Yes, for sure. Katrina, thanks for the super chat there. There's a guy again on his phone. Kick him already. Indeed. You talking about the PR guy? Is that who we're talking about? Quincy, thanks for the 5. Here's the craziest thing. Her entire testimony is hearsay and nothing more. How is this viable? That's how they got away with it with expert credentials. They get to testify to, they get a load of lateral movement. It's just insane. Hey, thanks for the 20 there. Any doctor who would have seen the signs of SA during a routine checkup to say she was SA severely, but JD, but never went to get checked. I'm a survivor, and this is making me cry. Such bull. Yes, exactly. You can see how, and remember, like this is the problem. This is a true problem, because look at what it does to people as survivors of this stuff, but also look at how it's weaponized. It weaponizes claims because they're so egregious. People, like when people talk about this, the reason that it's powerful is because it is such a horrific thing. And someone going out and falsely representing it, I mean, that's the worst of the worst. Gloria Lewis, thanks for the 5. So why did she want to reconcile if he was such a monster? There's a good question right there. There's just a lot of crap. Justice for Johnny? Yes. Topher, thanks for the 5. Look at Johnny laughing and pointing at the lady, at his lawyers. Look at her read the script. Yeah, he knew what was going on. He was frustrated too. You could see it a few times. Samantha, thanks for the 5 there. I thought it was odd. She found no disorders on the personality test of thought who shows up with nothing. Sus. Well, she didn't. It's just like Christina here. Christina Bag says for 20. Thank you, too. She said the doctors paid for her. That's why she didn't find anything. It's very suspect, yes. Because if you look at that, of course, she was paid to find that this person suffered from domestic abuse. And she did. She found it, and she found it overwhelmingly, and everything JD ever did proves that he was the violent person in the relationship, and everything Amber Heard did, it proved that she was the aggrieved party. No matter how bad, no matter how terrible something she did, it all works as proof because he has to be the aggressor. It's the only way that she can win now because they had the entirety of their argument pulled apart at the seams, saying that at the end of the day, that the article wasn't about him. He didn't lose things. So again, they've got to make him an abuser. That's the only way they can win anymore. So they're going to lay it on thick. They're going to butter it on. Brad Patterson, thanks for the 5. Can't believe what I'm hearing. Depp's lawyer better shred the hell out of her. So many lies. They better. Wally, thanks for the 5. Basically saying you can't have emotions as it's all some sort of abuse. LOL, what a crock. And she's credible. LOL, shouting, verbal, crying, emotional, etc. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, she has crazy outbursts. Like what they also skip, what they were writing off was the fact that she has therapists saying that she has lack of control. You know, she's out of control, essentially. She's not using coping skills. She shows anger. Well, that's the abuse talking. Yeah, so you're telling me that the abuse she's supposedly going through, she's somehow displaying it at some random waitress while you're out? Yeah, that doesn't work. Reaver, thanks for the 5. Bald guy and the new PR guy right at the end. He comes forward to chat directly with Amber. Is that allowed? I sent you a screenshot of it in the mail. I'll look at it and see. They do a lot of things that, well, allowed. You got a question, right? What's wrong with this woman? Hearsay. Come on, I'm mad. Thanks, Katrina. That's true. That was like, come on. You got all this stuff. Are you kidding me? Jeremy Riddle, thanks for the 10 there. It's funny how this lady is saying all of this as if it's her own experience instead of she reported that. Oh, yeah. It's like she was standing there and saw it all. Saying it's facts, not accusation. Yep. It was like she was just standing there, I knew. Thanks for the 5 there. JD's lawyers will probably attempt to discredit or have her testimony wiped. They'll just try to destroy it. Digital Demonic Davros, thanks for the 2 there. Any evidence for sexual assault? Nope. Dismiss. Exactly. Should it be? Aaron R., thanks for the 10. I'm not a lawyer, but isn't this hearsay? JD's team surely is letting all of this happen on purpose, I hope. Well, they tried to strike some of it. Some of it, again, expert witness, they get so much movement in what they do. It's hard to stop them. Pin Captain Band-Aids, thanks for the 5. Disgusting, a real victim would ask to leave his testimony if they have PTSD, but she wants to see the jury's reaction. Yep. It also, you just get frustrated, man. I mean, asking you to sit in a room with someone for 3 hours and 45 minutes while they poke and prod at you. Yeah. Power Droid Girl, thanks for the 2. Isn't all this hearsay? Clear Heart Apple, thanks for the 5. This crack seems to know more than she should. She's clearly been getting notes from Heard about the case. Oh, definitely. Civility, thanks for the 2. If the bottle doesn't fit, you must acquit. Gross. What a test. They're like, no, not the test. Type Blame DA, thanks for the 5. Could JD use this testimony as evidence for not having any insight, pointing out where the hearsay when questioning her? Well, you also have, the story that they stick to, the foundation of it. Again, they keep adding things to a story where they think they can get away with it. And, like I said, who has medical evidence? Yeah, about that, right? Mickey, thanks for the 5. She doesn't have any eyewitness to back up her lies anymore, so now she needs psych to testify on her behalf. Yeah, the only person that she has that'll say that she ever did violence in response is her sister. And the reason her sister has to go on record, by the way, is because they have security that was there too. They saw her hit somebody, so of course they have to have somebody be right there. She got caught once punching JD. She got caught because she just couldn't control herself in public. She spit on him. She did all of these things in public. And, So she had to, of course, get one person, her sister, is going to say in one time that she saw JD try to shove her. They said, getting mad and throwing somebody's crap. So here's the question, then. If a female gets mad and they say, get the hell out of my house, and they throw all your stuff on the lawn like we see in movies, are we saying that that's domestic abuse? Because that's what they told me. Rearranging their closet is domestic abuse. And that's actually, if you're not careful, that could actually become one of the leads to lethality. So, yeah, all those movies that celebrated that, they were celebrating domestic violence, apparently, and they were celebrating lethality in relationships. How dare they? What a bunch of monsters. Wally, thanks for the 2. The bed. That doctor was boring. I thought they were crazy. I thought they were crazy. Generalized memory, thanks for the 5. Is anyone going to mention that the tests were done over Zoom? Hey, that's true. You cannot get new ones over Zoom. Plus, she slipped and said AH filled out a test herself. Yeah, you have some tests that you report with a doctor. You have some that you fill out yourself. It depends on what they are. But yes, doing things over Zoom, you can do that. But it's just fascinating because, like I said, she gave a lot. Again, you can tell she's bought and paid for because of the way that was conducted. There was no non-bias in the approach. Pin caps and Band-Aids, thanks for the 2 there. Isn't rehearsed at all. Yep. Sounds like that. Yep. It sounds like her opening, doesn't it? Mama CEO, thanks for the 2. He would see the movie after, so she hit it. Lilith, thanks for the 5. Yeah, exactly. So she had to hide. Oh, she had to wear mom jeans too. I was like, what does all this mean? They tried the he's a jealous freak. And, she admitted to jealousy and craziness. Like, she admitted several times. Estrella, thanks for the 10. I hope you really do. Marilyn Manson next. I don't know much, but I do know that 2 of my best friends saw a document or something and are so against him. I want to know the fact, love his music. You can look up his lawsuit. If you want to read it, it's actually very fascinating stuff. One of the things that 2 of his accusers did is they took and they hit up all of the people they thought they could weaponize, pretending to be FBI. They faked FBI credentials in something, which is just crazy. They handed out weird survey. I mean, it's just lunacy. But if you go on Twitter and you go to Marilyn Manson's page, at the very top, he'll have his lawsuit tapped to it, and it's interesting. Also, Colonel Kurtz. This is a good opening for that. So if you look up her YouTube channel, Colonel Kurtz, she covers that. She's done a good job with all type of exclusives and other items. I'm CEO. Thanks for the 2. He would see the movie after, so she hit it. Yeah, that's where I was there. Thank you for that. Lilith, thanks for the 5. Oh my God, I can't take this despicable woman anymore. Exactly. Stay for Love 21. Thanks for the 10 there. I love this channel. Thank you for your insight and appreciate all the hard work. Thank you for doing this for us. My favorite channel. Well, thank you. I appreciate that for sure. True Blue, thanks for the 2. Hold your fingers on chat to stop it from going so fast. I let it spin. Like today when it was getting hyper, I was enjoying watching it go crazy, so I let it keep spinning. I can slow it down. Here's one thing I don't like about slow chat. If I put it on, like I could give you 5 seconds between comments or something, But if I put it on way too fast or way too slow, it kills your ability to talk. And I always hated that because I hate restricting your conversation. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 5. Shouldn't her speaking to the jury as making a judgment of Johnny being an abuser be thrown out because she did not test him, have evidence not to scope? Well, that'll be an interesting statement that comes in as well, for sure. You know, Katrina, but it's a good question. Thanks for the 5 there. Cat Lady's just pissed she didn't get her autograph. Exactly. She's like, I'll get you, Johnny. I'll get you. And my cats, they'll get you too. Is that Lisa TTC? Thanks for the 5 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that for sure. I love the spammers. I love not spammers, but I love the trolls. Like you see the Amber, we love you. I love those people. Like everybody's like, ah. Most of those people are trolls, by the way. They're allowed to troll, like as long as they don't as long as they're not spamming and stuff. They can. Even if the real Amber Heard supporter shows up, they're allowed to be here too. Most of those people are just trolls. Amber doesn't have that many supporters out there. It's kind of funny, but I enjoy them. I think it's funny, like watching them try to troll. Katrina, I got that one. Thank you again, though. Dive Lamb DA, thanks for the 5. Here's a good statistic. Of individuals with BPD, 30.2% were also diagnosed with PTSD, whereas 24.2% of individuals with PTSD were also diagnosed with BPD. I mean, that's a thing. And, you know, there's a lot of misdiagnosis out there. A lot of people don't realize the level of misdiagnosis. I mean, truly misdiagnosis. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 5. The trouble with heroin is it's so it's just so Moorish. Indeed. Let's see. Dante Must Die, 234. Thanks for the 5. The psychologist is a disgrace. Real psychologists know. Male IPV exists. Currently in grad school, clinical psychology. Hey, that'll be good. You'll have more people out there that can actually represent the reality of what's going on. 1 second. Gamer Jackie, thanks for the 5. A heroin junkie, horse trainer, dog fight enthusiast, you mean? Also, isn't Curry subject to recall? So we might get to see rebuttal? It's possible. It's possible. Sib Olsen, thanks for the super chat there. The last thing she said is so important. Hope JD's team uses it wildly. I wish I knew which part that was. I apologize. I'm not sure which part you're referring to. Sadie McGrew, thanks for the 2 there. Is Dr. Curry subject to recall? Yep. Modern Anomaly, thanks for the 10. Tug, I just put up a video compiling this quack's gender bias. I find it appalling. Check it out, Wired Anomaly, then. Check them out and see that wonderful gender-based, yeah, all of their gender bias in there. Anu, thanks for the 5. Her bias is unethical. This testimony has destroyed her career. It just says that she's a gun for hire. You know, here's the thing, though. Male victims are not represented. Like honestly, you know why that is, just to be honest, too? It's because males, they don't truly pay for these kinds of services. It's females that end up paying for the services. So it's females that you're going to see overrepresented in the way that they look at everything. Is that fair? Hell no, but it's true. It's absolutely true. That's the way they do. Let's see. Nathan, thanks for the 2. Hey, Doc, AH tried to fix JD by hitting him. Nancy Gibson, yep, thanks for the 2. Sorry for death threats video by AH, needs to replay. Yeah, I need to go pull that. That's actually a good idea. I need to pull that one. In Perez, thanks for the 2. In 2019, 2020, she tested with this liar. Yep. And Noob, thanks for the 2. Why does AH side have far more time than JD side? Now, they have the same amount of time when you even it out. It's just that right now, they're saving time. Like, they feel that they need time for cross-examination and everything else. So they're going to, they're going to have a lot of time set aside for taking apart Amber Heard because it's very important. K-Rab, thanks for the 5. With battling psychologists, the jury will just believe the one who supports the person they like. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they just need to take them apart and make it part of. If you can make this person a liar, they're going to be even more a liar. And then, thanks for the 2. This doctor looks paid for. Yep, for sure. Amanda, thanks for the 5 there. So Amber Heard's witnesses can refer to her own tests and explain herself. However, refused to allow Dr. Kirby to do the same. Absolute bullshit and bias. Yeah, it's true too. I felt that way because Miss Curry, but see, Miss Curry didn't get added. I don't believe she was she added as an expert? I don't believe she was she? Like, again, my brain is a little foggy today, but was Shannon Curry, was she? I don't remember her being added as an expert. Cheryl B, thanks for the 5. Dr. Curry's in the house. That is why she doesn't look at the audience. Probably scared. Yep. What is wrong with this judge? And naming now? Yep. Oh, she was. Okay. My bad. I couldn't remember her like being added as a expert. Like I said, my brain just today. I usually take notes of that and write down if somebody was an expert, but I don't have a notebook right here with me. See, Bella, thanks for the 10. Hashtag #1 fan. Yeah, I wondered if that was the reason that it came up, Yeah, if people have problems with a troll, by the way, there's 3 dots on the far right-hand side of your name. You'll see, like, if you just float over to the side, there's 3 dots by their name. Just go over to the little dots, and you have a block there. You'll never see them again if you don't want to deal with them. So, like I said, as long as they're not spamming the heck out of the chat or anything, they're allowed here too. It's the beauty of, one of the reasons I allow that, first of all, free speech, people need to be able to speak, but at the same time, I think the lack of ability to speak out, like in this, that was a problem. The people who shut down conversation when people started talking about male victims. I mean, it took years to be able to go through something like this, and we should have been. So I believe in your ability to block or argue. If you want to argue with them or do whatever, that's your business. But as long as they don't hurt the channel, and as long as, don't cross any lines that would be damaging, then Olive Juice, thanks for the 2. Bias and Bald. Elizabeth, thanks for the 2. Doctor, thanks. Only men are victims, clearly biased. Pin caps and band-aids, thanks for the 2. Hashtag bring back Curry. Lady can't even remember her name. Olive Juice. I thought it was funny when she mixed up and called her Dr. Curry. I thought that was funny. To 2. A lot of us stayed. I appreciate that too. Yeah, when my stuff crashed, like I said, I didn't have, like for my channel, I appreciate you folks that stayed and waited. I got back as fast as I could, but YouTube just booted. Like, StreamYards was still there. YouTube just was like, no more. And what was crazy about it was that, Twitter was still up and everything. I thought for a minute there I lost my connection, but it was just like the other day, except this time with people, when you stayed, it helped it build back up pretty fast. So thank you for that. Lisa Donahue, thanks for the 5. Thanks for all you do. Keep us informed. Been following along with you and other YouTubers. I'm so happy. I got a book yesterday. Awesome there. Awesome. And I'm glad you've been able to keep up, and I'm glad that you find everything useful. It's the case. There's so much more to it over time than just what we've seen on the trial. There's so much more information, but it's hard to fit it in all to the trial. I know there's other pictures out there. I know there are other pictures in Australia. I know that there are never before seen pictures in Australia. There's a lot of stuff out there that has never been seen before. So it'd be interesting to see what comes up. Smidge Pooch, thanks for the 5 there. Tug, we're beginning to feel lost without you. Thank Baby Cheeses. You're safe. I know. Thank you. I'm glad. I got back. Anderson Garcia, thanks for the 2. Yo, in my history, it showed a different stream, ET. That's weird. Ghost Rat, thanks for the 10. My dad was one of those DV places when I was a kid. My mom was exactly like her. I told them how she abused me. Accused my dad of making me say it, reported him to CPS. It was a nightmare. That's awful. It's totally awful. I hate that you went through that, and everyone else like with you went through that. Dolly Life Dan, thanks for the 5 there. Every woman I've ever dated, without exception, has matched most of the coercive, controlled descriptions from the expert witness. It's not gender limited. No, it's the stuff that you heard, like you see much more of this stuff than is reported happening to men, because men don't make reports that often. Men are less likely to make the reports. Women are more likely to report things, more likely to seek help. Men just think, oh my God, I'm a failure. Like if something goes wrong, here's the thing, like in my family, and again, I'm not comparing that, but anything goes wrong, like financially, if we can't make it, that's my fault. I look at it as my problem. You know, I failed here. If something falls apart, like it's my ability. I'm supposed to be practical. I'm supposed to figure out how to make this work. I'm supposed to have practical solutions. And the world looks at it that way too. You know, how dare you let your family fall apart? You know, how dare you? How dare you let it fall apart? And it's just, is it fair? No. But it is. It's the reality. It's how people feel. It sucks, you know? And I mean, you do want responsibility, but if somebody's going to weaponize it against you, you're just going to eat it, you know? You're going to be blamed for it. Tammy Fuller, thanks for 5. I, myself, and my kids all got booted off YouTube as well. Got back your chat. We are here. That is strange. That is really weird. You know, I'm glad you got back too. That is very bizarre. I think it's, again, I find it very conspiratorial when everything goes down. You know, I'd rather nothing else goes down, but everything else stays but that. I find it very, you know. Petite, thanks for the 10. My husband is an SVSA survivor. We both are. His ex tried to remove his member while he was out drunk after SAing him. Cops arrested him because he got upset. His ex and her mom accusing him. She's free. That's nuts, man. That is nuts. And I mean, I hate hearing stuff like that because, well, look at. I remember the John Wayne Bobbitt trial, for example. John Wayne Bobbitt had his member chopped off while he was sleeping. Okay, she thought of putting it in a microwave afterwards, but ended up throwing it out of the window of a car. Now, immediately, before any information came out, the media was already over it, saying that he had somehow did something because he was the aggressor there. And again, there were claims back and forth. He was not found guilty of anything, and she was actually not found guilty for reason of insanity, I believe. So she actually got to do that and got away with it. But, I mean, she got to mutilate a person. So I always thought that outcome was crazy. And again, I'm not trying to say anything about that case. I just always thought the way the media picked it up and they reported it said plenty. They thought it was funny. You know, these people went on and they joked about it. It became a punchline. And it's terrible when you think about it. If somebody were to do the equivalent of that to a female, it wouldn't become a punchline. But it did for a male. Oh, chopped it off and threw it out the window. Was going to put it in a microwave. Ha, 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 ha. Katrina, thanks for the 10 there. Ooh, just saw on Insta her outfit today. Was this gala ripoff? I'm not surprised. America is crazy. I think the whole world is nuts. But America is pretty interesting. It's interesting because it's almost like, you know, in other countries, like you have in Europe, for example, you have different countries that are close together. Well, different states are like different countries sometimes. If you come out here into the U.S. South, there's extreme poverty. You have beautiful landscapes, extreme poverty, though, like JD testified to. You have a different way of life. It's a slower way of life, you can even hear it in when we speak. Like we have a slower way of talking. Let's take our time, to get to something. But if you go across country, it's different. It's kind of interesting. And some of the more, especially I feel like the cities are insane, man. It's like they breed insanity. In Hollywood, is like apex insanity. Hollywood is like a different world. Samantha, thanks for the 5. They were eating muffins indeed. Jellet, thanks for the 5 there. Do you think that if Amber loses, she will try to say she's mentally unstable to avoid jail time? I don't think she'll ever face jail time. I don't think she'll ever face jail time. I think that she'll walk away scot-free with what she does to people. I don't think she'll ever face it unless it's with somebody else. With her being attracted to females, it'd be interesting if she does something to females, though. I think she'd get in trouble for that. William S., thanks for the 5. You think AH fired her PR team thinking she'd get the case tossed and won't have to answer for it? I think a mistrial would definitely help her out. Well, if she could get it tossed, she could definitely have that work for her. Sherry Ferris, thanks for the 20 there. Both my husband and son are DV survivors. They are why I watch this. I can't wait for the rebuttal. Well, I'm glad that they are survivors there. Again, that's terrible that it happened. It's much more common with men than people want to believe. We would, like I said, I think societally, we keep saying that we want to have that conversation, that we're going to have that conversation. And yet when you look at a lot of people out there, look at how they respond. It's terrible. Actually, I have some respect for H's team. They somehow managed to get paid, unlike the LA Children's Hospital. Oh, man. That's true. It's funny. Well, that's because Elon Musk underwrote them all, though. It's just like the ACLU. They knew how to get paid. It was like, hey, Elon, before we get on this, we need you to tap a van. Dark Angel, thanks for the Bucks super sticker there. Love the hearts. Appreciate that. Jen Fairborn, thanks for the 2 there. Oh, my patient's wearing thin. Yes, I understand that for a show. Mary Levine Franco, thank you for the $200, by the way. Appreciate that. Thank you for existing. Thank you for helping out there. Like I said, I appreciate it. We are not allowed to monetize streams or anything, so our streams are only backed by people's super chat. That's literally all that, the streams they get either demonetized or they get eaten up by copyright claims. They have 30 days to let the copyright claims sit. So, they get nothing that throttles them out. But while we're live, I don't care. I want to cover this case, and I'm going to cover the freaking case. So I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad that you all enjoyed it. I'm glad, backing. I appreciate it more than I can say. If not, thanks for the super chat. It's 2200 in Iceland. Sleepy time. Thanks for the day. Hey, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm working those super chats, answering questions. Again, the way I look at it is, you paid back in the channel, I will see every freaking question through. If it takes me 11 hours to read through these damn things, I will read them all, because it's respecting the people that back your channel. You always respect the people that back your channel. Like you always, that's one of the things Hollywood forgot. They forgot respect. See, Scott, thanks for the 10. I actually believe that a woman's tracking men's phone. I remember this one before. And location a lot more than vice versa. I've been a victim of that very thing multiple times. Yes, that happens quite a bit. That does. It happens quite a bit. You see a lot of tracking, but a lot of that tracking, it comes from, like I said, the women's side for sure. You see that a lot. Now, that again, there are a lot of controlling men out there too, but there are a lot of There are a lot of females that do that kind of stuff. You know, we make jokes about that. Again, she's just one of those type, right? I mean, we societally, we make jokes about that. I'm making sure I didn't miss any super chats way up at the beginning. Because it looks like I've hit everybody, but I'm making sure. Again, that's part of, like I said, I believe it's part of respecting your people that build your channel. The people who build your channel up, all of you. When you show up, it's not just in Super Chat, it's just respect, period. You know, there's the idea of respect has diminished substantially when it comes to like Hollywood respecting audiences and everything else. It's just so messed up. Hey, Harry, thanks for the Harry Lay. Thanks for the 20 there. Appreciate that. And that super sticker. That's a cool super sticker, dude. I've never seen that one before. I like that. I've never seen the robot there. Court is over today. 6:15 now in Ohio. Yeah, it is 5:17 here, actually. This is the biggest live stream I think I've ever had. It has 166,000 views on it, too. That's crazy. Let me show you a couple of things, and then we will... then we'll close out. This weekend, too, just to say, what I'll do is I will go through and I will look at everything that I think actually, like, I'm not saying other stuff doesn't matter, but I want to go through and I'm going to see, again, if there's anything that I think needs to be gone over, anything that needs to be discussed, because there's a lot in this trial that when you go through it, I mean, it's so easy to think in the moment, well, that's not a big thing, or this is a big thing. And then when you go back, you think, wow, that actually is a pretty big deal. I hate that I missed it. I hate that I missed that. So, Shirley, you already see it. Thanks for the 5. If she was assaulted with a bottle, why didn't she or her friends take her to the hospital? That is a great question, actually. So thank you for the 5 there. Wife and I have been watching your coverage for a while. She says you have the greatest radio voice. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for that. Yeah, I actually like the sound for this. I like the YouTube voice for it. I found how I like to broadcast and sound. It's funny when I first started this though, like for the way that I speak, people would say like, I have a bit of gravel in my voice when I speak. People are like, "Oh, you do that on purpose." No, if I do it on purpose, it sounds like this. It's just how it sounds, but it is funny, I like it. I like that it comes across well. Donut Swan, what's up, my friend? Thanks for the 5. Good to see you, brother. If some clam, give me a black eye. I'd plant a block of snow under a driver's seat and have a cop buddy pull her over for a traffic stop. That's the way you deal with it, my friend, right? Kirsten Prodigy, thanks for the 5. Do you think that JD has a chance to win? Amber looks like she's abusing the women's power in court. He has a chance, but it's an uphill battle. But you know what? Again, you heard the statements in the middle, in the motion to dismiss, all of that, and you heard the reaction that people have. That shows you how people truly look at this stuff. That shows you how people review it all. They see what's going on. So winning in the courtroom, it's an uphill battle. I don't know. But I do know that the wins that you get, even if they're not in the courtroom, like if you get a win, man, I mean, there can be a big one without the courtroom. Check this out, though. I want to show you some stuff real fast. So give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute. I think these are funny. Look, if you haven't seen these, like I said, we have our amicus shirt, the little TXT. I thought it was funny since they don't know how to spell R. They have an R, not an M, so I just thought it would be funny to leave that in. We have our mega pints. We also have a cup with that. But I like the mega pint as well, if you want one of those. We have our muffin doctor. I like the little JD muffins. I think they're funny. But yeah, the muffin man. And we have, things like sexy toast. If you love sexy toast as much as everyone else loves sexy toast, you can get it. You get it in different colors, by the way. I like the red, to be honest. People like black, but I actually like the red for some reason. I think it looks good that way. But anyway, all right, Sim. Hey, what's up, Sim? Thanks for the 5. I'm a survivor, too, and I walked away with full custody of my kids. That's rare. Good job with that, man. Very interested in the case. Love the covering. Keep up the good work. Hey, appreciate you, Sim. By the way, again, there are a lot of comic book creators out there. Sim's actually a very good comic creator, so I'm going to give him a shout out for that. Tales from the NAT verse. Make sure to check them out. There are a lot of good comic creators out there. And the reason I mention that is because we have to build alternative industry. We do. The companies that allow stuff like this to happen, that denigrate their customers, you just walk away from them. B. Marie, thanks for the 10 there. I saw this in Dr. Hughes' LinkedIn about section. She has served as an expert witness in numerous criminal cases involving battered women who have assaulted or killed their abusive partners in self-defense. Oh, that's scary. That's scary. I need to look that up then. Will you do me a favor? Will you, my email again is granularheaven@gmail.com. That's GRANULARHEAVEN. Take a screenshot of that part and send it to me because I'd love to see that because I want to make a little noise about that. So that's a very good note. Thanks for the super chat there. Do you think Cross will go over well tomorrow? If they hit it right, yeah, they'll destroy her. They'll hit it. If they hit it right, For sure. They will, if they hit it right, though, they will definitely not only, they won't just destroy her. I mean, they'll take apart, this is a narrative that they put together. And the narrative it's a nasty narrative because when you think about it, I mean, they did a really good job of burying him and again, destroying his life. And I mean, it's documented what they did. When they documented it, we should be able to go in. You should be able to prove it like pretty easily. I'm not saying that it's not difficult or an uphill battle to take down false accusations because it definitely is. But at the same time, you can absolutely just, wreck and destroy a biased person like this lady is. And she is absolutely just horrible with that. Let's see, I've got like 5 more super chats. Let's see. Kimberly, thanks for the 5 there. I bet JD is thinking, wow, Amber, that's low even for you. Kelly Jensen, thanks for the 10 there. If it's unbelievable, it's easy to see the lie. Love your coverage, Tuck. That's true. That's very true, too. Worst display of victim blaming ever. I'm on fire, said Heather Roberts. Thanks for that, too. And this is insult to DV victims. If a picture was shown by a real psychological abuse beatings, it would be more than evident. That's true, light worker. And thank you for 449. What a day. What a day. It has been an insane day, but it's been an interesting one, too. All right. Well, with that, I think I'm going to call it a day. We will start up tomorrow in the morning. I hope you will be here. We will end out with some lovely, lovely sexy toast. If you don't understand the love for the sexy toast, just look into its little buttery eyes and you tell me. Here it comes. Just look at it. Yeah, I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. Amber's a monster, and she chomps off men's fingers. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Reaper Gaming, thanks for the 5 there. Heard solicitor seems to sneak a paper to Amber's PR guy at the end of the trial. Did you see it? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I didn't notice it toward there, but a lot of people have mentioned it. Somebody sent me a screenshot of it, so I'm gonna check it out as soon as I get off here. Thank you, folks, though. Appreciate you. Gonna end here. What a night. What a night. See ya. Well,